Why is this process so familiar? Why do I feel like this is the same concept as the crystallizer glasses? Han-sen looked at the God Spirit touch on the table, deep in thought. The people of Sky Palace were observing the God Spirit touch. They didn't believe the God Spirit touch could reveal such amazing information. If their future was able to be decided by an insect, then what was the point of continued practice? It's just a bug. How can it decide our fate? Thousand Feather Crane asked in annoyance. He was speaking aloud what everyone else in Sky Palace was thinking. Bishi looked as cold as he always did. He looked at Thousand Feather Crane and said, although it is not 100% accurate, its margin for error is small. If you people don't believe me, you are welcome to give it a try. How do we give it a try? Thousand Feather Crane asked, looking at the coin-sized God Spirit touch ladybug. Bishi didn't speak. He reached his hand out to tap the God Spirit touch. The God Spirit touch's body shivered. Then, it climbed back into the bug shells it had previously shed. Layer by layer, it pulled itself back into the bug shells to recompose itself. They fit around it without a single seam showing. If they hadn't witnessed that, the crowd would never have suspected that the bug had 9 layers of the shell to shed. Now, Bishi said, give him a drop of your blood. It will eat your blood and start removing its shells per the genes within your blood. Thousand Feather Crane didn't hesitate. He put out his finger and squeezed out a droplet of blood. He allowed the God Spirit touch ladybug to swallow the droplet of blood. But this time, the ladybug only shed 7 layers of its shell. Then, it stopped moving. It looked exhausted again. 7 armor talent. Not bad. If your luck doesn't work against you, you can become deified and even reach the rank of transmutation, Bishi said, looking intently at the God Spirit touch. I just say this bug has gotten tired, and that is why he stopped moving after taking off 7 layers of its shell, Yunsui said with a slight sneer. All of the Sky Palace students agreed. They all doubted the truthfulness of the God Spirit touch's ability. Third sister, why don't you show us? Bishi said, looking at Exquisite. Exquisite nodded. She used her finger to touch the head of the God Spirit touch. The God Spirit touch put on its layers of shell again. Exquisite fed it a droplet of her blood. As everyone watched, the bug started to shed its layers of armor again. It removed 9 layers of the shell. If you guys still don't believe us, you are welcome to try it yourselves. The genes of the sky are quite good when compared to most of the higher races. A 5-rank gene talent is most common, but it isn't hard to get 7 or 8. 9 is very rare, though. Right now, in the sky, we have only been able to confirm that Lone Bamboo and Yu Shanxi have a 9 armor talent, Bishi said. People still didn't believe it, and Yunsui suddenly said, it is easy to tell if this bug is accurate. Please enlighten us, Bishi said while looking at Yunsui. The Sky Palace students all looked at Yunsui, as well. Yunsui looked at Bishi and confidently said, you said Lone Bamboo had a 9 armor talent, right? That is correct, Bishi answered with certainty. Then it is easy, Yunsui said with a laugh. She looked at Han-sen and said, if Lone Bamboo has a 9 armor talent, then I present to you Brother Han, who has the same skill as Lone Bamboo. I think he is as talented as Lone Bamboo. Would you not agree? Right, Brother Han and Lone Bamboo are similar. Perhaps we should allow Brother Han to give it a try. The Sky Palace students were all in agreement. Han-sen's reputation in Sky Palace was as solid as Lone Bamboo's, and he had done so much outside of Sky Palace to exceed everyone's expectations of him. He had even taken down the Extreme King's 4th uncle. If the bug said Han-sen wasn't talented, they wouldn't believe in the insect's accuracy. Maybe not. Bishi looked at Han-sen and coldly said, the gene talents of the crystallizers have flaws in them. They are only advanced in their intelligence. They don't exceed others in any capacity. Most of their race is like that. Even a few of the mutated ones aren't much different, they might gain 1 or 2 additional shells. Having 3 more is incredibly rare. Having 3 more shells is great. If normal crystallizers have a 6 armor talent, then it isn't outlandish to believe Brother Han might have a 9 armor talent, Yun Suyi said. The sky are a high race. Ordinary people of the sky have a 5 armor talent. The crystallizers are not a high race. Ordinary crystallizers only have 3 or 4 armor talents. My race has seen many crystallizers and tested them with the God Spirit touch. 4 armor talents are very rare, and I have never seen one with a 5 armor talent, Bishi said levelly. If Brother Han cannot test and display a 9 armor talent, then it proves the God Spirit touch isn't accurate, Yun Suyi surely said. I agree. Brother Han's skill, if he doesn't get a 9 armor talent, that means the bug is faulty. Yes. Yes. If Brother Han doesn't have a 9 armor talent, then further testing is unnecessary. Even if he has a 9 armor talent, it is useless. We cannot reach Brother Han's achievement. That means the results from this thing are pointless. All of the Sky Palace students were excited. Some of them weren't actually suspicious of the God Spirit touch, but this was about Lone Bamboo. Bishi and the others had made them mad. The Sky Palace students weren't fond of Bishi and Exquisite, and that was why they were so excited. I cannot tell you if it is real or not. We will have to find out through further testing. Bishi remained emotionless. It was like his face was wearing a mask that never moved. Hansen didn't want to participate in such a test. It was none of his business, but the Sky Palace students were begging him to. So, he stood up and walked next to Bishi. Bishi didn't say much. He pressed the God Spirit touch's head to have it scurry around, collecting all of its shells. Then, he told Hansen, "It's ready." The genes of humans aren't stable, and even the crystallizer glasses weren't able to tell me anything. I wonder if this God Spirit touch can do what the glasses couldn't, Hansen thought to himself. Then, he squeezed out some blood from his finger and held it in front of the God Spirit touch. The God Spirit touch sucked Hansen's finger, pulling Hansen's blood into its belly. The people of Sky Palace observed the God Spirit touch nervously. Bishi and Exquisite watched the God Spirit touch as well. They were interested to see how much armor talent he had. As everyone watched, the God Spirit touch's body shivered. It twitched slowly as it processed the blood it had taken in. After the God Spirit touch's body shivered, it quickly emerged from its first shell. It left the empty shell behind. I wonder how many layers of shell Teacher Han can make the God Spirit touch leave behind. Some of the Sky Palace students had studied directly underneath him back when he was a teacher. So, they were used to calling him Teacher Han. It's difficult to tell. If that God Spirit touch is accurate, Teacher Han's rating won't be that high. It's true that the genes of the crystallizers aren't very strong. Everyone whispered to each other in hushed discussions as the God Spirit touch removed its 3rd layer of shell. Then it removed its 4th. It had removed 4 layers of shell in total. Hansen was excited about this. Glasses hadn't been able to determine the talent of humans, but this God Spirit touch seemed to be capable of doing so. This ladybug could conduct a test no matter what level you were. If a person wasn't deified, Glasses showed a max rating of 5 stars. But that was to be expected. Glasses could only collect a certain amount of information by scanning. That wasn't bad, considering that it couldn't directly analyze blood like the ladybug could. Glasses couldn't be expected to be as accurate as the God Spirit touch. That pair of glasses is like some kid's education tool. The crystallizers must surely have some better tools somewhere. As Hansen was thinking about this, the God Spirit touch removed its 5th layer of shell. It's still peeling off its skin. It looks like Brother Han's talent is exceptional, Thousand Feather Crane complimented, as he watched the God Spirit touch remove the 7th layer. Bishi and Exquisite were both surprised. The evolutional capabilities of crystallizer genes were not high. It wasn't bad to have a 4 armor talent, but a 7 armor talent was a little too much. He must have experienced a lot of mutations to see the gene potential reach such numerical heights. But then, after the God Spirit touch removed its 7th armor, it continued to peel off more. He has an 8 armor talent? Exquisite and Bishi were shocked. The concept seemed impossible. One of the crystallizers shouldn't have been able to evolve that much. Even if a deified placed his deified genes into the body of a crystallizer, it still couldn't guarantee that a weak crystallizer could show an 8 armor talent. But it didn't seem to be ending there, either. The God Spirit touch, after the removal of the 8th shell, continued to shiver and shake. It looked as if it had an itch, and that was why it was removing its skin. When the God Spirit touch removed another layer of its shell, the Sky Palace students were beaming with unbridled joy. It looks like this bug is accurate, after all. It is better than some guy making a random judgment. No wonder Brother Han is considered an equal to Lone Bamboo. His gene talents are excellent. Teacher Han is so smart. If he worked harder, he could be greater than the very high. That is all a 9 armor talent can do? Brother Han reached that prestige easily. What was that guy saying? Didn't he say crystallizers can't have a 9 armor talent? The Sky Palace students weren't fond of Bishi and Exquisite due to the very highest treatment of Lone Bamboo. They wouldn't let this opportunity go. The kings and half-deifieds didn't say anything horrible, but the nearby students wouldn't stop talking. They mocked the two very high continually. Bishi and Exquisite weren't paying attention to the snide remarks of the Sky Palace students, though. They merely looked at Han Sen and frowned. The gene talent of crystallizers cannot reach 9 armors, unless this Han Sen isn't one of the crystallizers. Either that, or his genes evolved due to some very unique circumstances. That's the only way he could achieve a 9 armor talent. No matter what the cause, though, we should be wary of this Han Sen, Bishi said seriously. Exquisite nodded. 9 armor talents are rare. I didn't expect to see this result from a crystallizer. If he evolved, he must have received a boost that we can't possibly fathom. That is how his genes have evolved so much. Exquisite didn't doubt that Han Sen was a crystallizer. Crystallizers were easy to recognize, and when Kong Fei lit up the lantern to create the race of the No, many of the elites saw Han Sen accompanying him. They had immediately known that he was a crystallizer. Back then, Han Sen was too low level. The deified elites were able to see through his genes with ease, and there was no way for Han Sen to hide the identity of his genes back then. There was no way he could have masked his race. So, Bishi and Exquisite believed Han Sen must have stumbled upon some ancient secret that allowed his gene talents to become so scary that they were almost as good as the very highs. But neither of them thought there was anything sketchy about the fact that he had a 9 armor talent. 9 armor talents, while rare, did exist. Some of the Extreme King and the Sky could produce the 9 armor talent result. That was especially true of the Extreme King. Their powerful king bodies could reach a 9 armor talent. So, having a 9 armor talent didn't interest Bishi and Exquisite. It all came down to a person's intelligence. Bishi's silkworm was Yushanqin. Exquisite wanted Lone Bamboo. They were happy with their silkworms. Even if Han Sen had a 9 armor talent, they still believed their silkworms were better. But what happened next shocked Bishi and Exquisite. Even if they hadn't practiced the very high forget love, their emotions would have been colder than the average person's. But now, their faces changed as they looked upon the God Spirit touch. That God Spirit touch had removed 9 layers of its shell, but now its body moved to peel off another. How is that possible? Bishi and Exquisite were in shock. Even amongst the very high, not many could produce a 10 armor talent figure. The Sky Palace students were overjoyed. Yun Sui was smiling as she said, Brother Han really is different. He has a 10 armor talent. No wonder Han Sen has been able to achieve so much. He is so talented, Yun Sushang said with a smile. The other Sky Palace students weren't as polite as the Yun sisters, though. They were all laughing. I thought a 9 armor talent was good, but apparently it isn't. Teacher Han randomly tested it and received a 10 armor talent result. Right. I bet they just started gushing about how crystallizer gene talents would be bad because they only had a 9 armor talent. You guys don't understand. Whoever is born first is bigger, and in that case, 9 is bigger than 10. You are right. No wonder they're so confident. As the Sky Palace students continued to mock, the God Spirit Touch crawled out of the front of its shell and left behind a layer of armor that was like a coin. A 10 armor talent. He really does have a 10 armor talent. Exquisite and Bishi looked at Han Sen with astonishment. It wasn't hard to find a silkworm with a 9 armor talent, but a 10 armor talent silkworm would be very hard to achieve. If there were no accidents, and he was given enough resources, a person with a 10 armor talent had a high chance of becoming a true god. But something even more shocking happened. After the God Spirit Touch peeled off its 10th layer, it continued to move. Exquisite and Bishi were so shocked. A 10 armor talent was the highest that a creature of the universe could achieve. Although legends said that a sacred 11th armor talent did exist, that would be something reserved for mythical beings like God. Everyone knew of the very high Alpha, the ancient God King, and the sacred leader. They were mythical figures who fought legendary battles in ancient times. They breached the Geno Hall and became known throughout the annals of history. There were many others, too, whose legends were passed down through the history of the universe. But legends were just legends. No one knew if they had ever even been tested by a God Spirit Touch. Exquisite and Bishi, who were both born in the very high, had never seen an 11 armor talent before. But now, the God Spirit Touch was still moving. It looked as if it was actually going to shed its 11th layer of shell. Is this crystallizer man as strong as the very high Alpha, the ancient God King, and the sacred leader? Exquisite was in shock. Even with her personality, she couldn't keep her eyes from growing wide. She looked at Han Sen and the moving God Spirit Touch in disbelief. The Sky Palace students were quiet, too. They thought something had to be wrong. They had been mocking Exquisite and Bishi only a moment before, but now they too were thinking these results were a little too ridiculous. It was fair to admit that the very high were the strongest race. Their talent was top dog, and even Bishi and Exquisite had a 9 armor talent. But Han Sen had received 10, and the process still wasn't over. Teacher Han's talent is a little too much, the Sky Palace students thought in shock. The students of Sky Palace always knew Han Sen had absurd talents, but it was too shocking to consider that his talent might have actually exceeded those of the very high. They almost couldn't believe it. After all, the crystallizers of the universe were famous for their technology. Their gene evolution was known to be poor. This was their weakest aspect, and right now, it was trampling the very high. It was pretty ridiculous. Under the weight of every pair of eyes at the meeting, the beetle that looked around the size of a nail continued to shake. Its body contorted, twisted, and spun with its mouth open. And then, a smaller bug emerged. That bug was only the size of a grain of rice. It was oval in shape, and it didn't look like a God Spirit Touch anymore. Before, whenever it shook off one of the initial 10 layers, it still looked like a ladybug. But this grain-sized creature was like a silkworm. It was oval in its shape. It looked cute, and it was quite fat. Everyone was looking at the bug in shock. Even Bishi and Exquisite looked stunned. They owned the God Spirit Touch, but this was the first time they had ever seen the God Spirit Touch behave this way. They had never seen it remove its 11th shell before. Does he really have an 11 armor talent? Exquisite looked at Han Sen and the God Spirit Touch with a queer stare. Her eyes kept twitching as thoughts ran through her mind. Han Sen looked at the God Spirit Touch on the table. He kept thinking, weird. When glasses tested me, it just told me that my genes were unstable. I was unable to get a result. How can this bug keep peeling away its layers? If Exquisite and Bishi are correct about its accuracy, then that means my talent is awesome. But Hansen didn't feel as if his talents were strong. At least, that was the way he felt when he practiced with the story of genes. Whenever he had to work with that, he felt practically useless. His ability to continue leveling up was completely dependent on resources. As Hansen was thinking, the God Spirit touch moved. It shook and shivered frantically as it moved toward Hansen. Bishi and Exquisite were shocked about this, too. The God Spirit touch was just a xenogeneic Bishi had captured. Although it was half deified, it wasn't deified yet. It couldn't fight. Due to the fact that it was very sensitive to the genes in one's blood, it was a very rare xenogeneic. Usually, any very high that encountered a God Spirit touch would try to claim and tame it with secret skills. The God Spirit touch was loyal until its master died. Only then would it try to find another master. If Bishi didn't give a command, the God Spirit touch wouldn't move. But right now, although Bishi hadn't given a single order, the little creature started moving over toward Han Senator. This shocked Bishi. Bishi's heart jumped. He tried to call the God Spirit touch back, but it ignored his command. It kept crawling over to Hansen, and that gave Bishi a shock. What is going on? Bishi looked dumbfounded. He couldn't understand this, and he looked at Hansen and the God Spirit touch with a befuddled expression. The God Spirit touch was a half-deified xenogeneic, but its power wasn't like that of an ordinary xenogeneic. Its body wasn't strong. It had the toughness of a half-deified, but not the attack power. It couldn't even fly. In space, it could float. But on land, it could only crawl. Hansen saw it climb over to the edge of the table. Then, it fell off. Hansen caught the little creature in his hand. The moment Hansen touched the God Spirit touch, he felt its will enter his brain. His mind was full of messages that begged him. It wasn't a language, just an overwhelming sense of desire. Hansen was able to understand it was begging. I beg you, help me evolve, that was what it meant. The little creature's mind was full of sincere begging. How can I help you evolve? You want more of my blood? Hansen wondered aloud. He didn't know how to help the God Spirit touch exactly. I beg you, help me evolve, the God Spirit touch kept sending him this message. It looks like this guy isn't so smart after all, Hansen thought. But Hansen realized it might not have wanted blood. There were still traces of blood on the tip of Hansen's finger, but the God Spirit touch wasn't interested in it. It kept sending its pleading message. If it doesn't want my blood, then the only way I can help it is with my blood pulse sutra. But my body has yet to recover. I don't have much energy, and so, my blood pulse sutra is weaker than usual. I don't know if it will work on him, Hansen thought to himself. He cast his blood pulse sutra. He made his self-cogwheel connect with the God Spirit touch's self-cogwheel. And then, they spun. Hansen wanted to see what the God Spirit touch wanted. Before, when Hansen used his blood pulse sutra, it was difficult. Whether he was using it on Lando, Bar, or Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon, it had cost Hansen all his strength to push their cogwheels. But this time, Hansen only had to use a small amount of power to push the self-cogwheel of the God Spirit touch. It spun quickly. The people of Sky Palace could see the God Spirit touch on Hansen's hand. Then a red light manifested in Hansen's palm. It was then that they realized what was going on. There it is. There it is. Here it comes again. It must be that thing, you know what I'm talking about. You jest, surely. It can't be that thing that got Brother Han the title of God's daddy. I bet you it is. Did you know that I watched him bless Bar? What I'm seeing here is that exact same red light. What is this all about then? Isn't the beetle supposed to be testing Brother Han's talent? Why is Brother Han helping the God Spirit touch evolve instead? Maybe they're no longer testing. Brother Han's 11 armor talent is so strong. Did you not see the God Spirit touch crawl over to Hansen? Perhaps it's requesting his aid. I must confess that this really is starting to become an interesting turn of events, to say the least. Exquisite and Bishi felt an odd swirl of emotions within their chests. They had heard the tales of Hansen blessing Lando and Bar, but they thought there must have been some sort of trick to the whole thing. There was no way Lando and Bar became deified because of his power. But the god spirit touch belonged to Bishi, and he knew a lot about the little creature. He knew the god spirit touch would never become deified. So, he was conflicted and confused when he saw what Hansen was aspiring to do. Everyone was watching the god spirit touch in Hansen's, and it was covered by a small, red light. The crystalline body started to glow. All of the red light rose from the god spirit touch's body. And its oval body grew smaller. The god spirit touch had lived for God knew how long. The Very High had taken it in so it could repeatedly test people. It had absorbed the genes of many creatures, and the blood it had consumed featured many 9 armor talents across the years. And all it had been given was for free. Although the god spirit touch couldn't properly absorb the genes in the blood, it had received many benefits. With the amount of resources it had received, it should have become deified a long time ago. But its talents were limited, and it couldn't break through the last stage. It stopped at half deified. Right now, it was breaking through like the wall was nothing more than paper. And it was all attributed to Hansen's Blood Pulse Sutra. The god spirit touch was now becoming deified. Its genes no longer limited it anymore. Hansen had only cast a small amount of his Blood Pulse Sutra to lightly push the self-cogwheel. Everyone looked at Hansen, holding the god spirit touch. And then, a light appeared out of the god spirit touch. It was such a small bug, but the light from its body reached all the way up into space. It lit up the whole system, and deifieds throughout the system turned to look in that direction. Catcha! Amidst the light, as the bug's body became smaller, cracks started to form. A small crystal claw emerged. And then, another crystal claw came into view. And then a body. Through the shining light, onlookers could barely make out a crystal butterfly starting to emerge. It flapped its wings and happily danced around Hansen. When the crystal butterfly flapped its wings, its light became clearer. Its substance chains became visible. The substance chains formed together into a giant butterfly wing. It lit up the whole of Sky Palace. Everyone was shocked. Before, they thought this was awesome because they had seen it on video. Seeing what happened through a screen hadn't left a terribly deep impression on them, though. But now, they were seeing a creature become deified right in Hansen's hands. His hands. Air like the hands of a god. They had an unlimited amount of power, and they were full of magic. He could turn even trash into the working of a miracle. It was difficult to believe. As they watched Hansen hold the deified crystal butterfly gracefully in his hands, it was like he was the creator of God. It really became deified? Bishi and Exquisite were more shocked than the others. They had doubted Hansen's blessing powers before. But now, he had lackadaisically made Bishi's god spirit touch deified. This power was more than Bishi and Exquisite knew what to do with. Even the Very High Elders couldn't accomplish something like this. The god spirit touch had just become a crystal butterfly, and it was now flying merrily around Hansen's hands. It flew around Hansen 3 times. And then, it suddenly flapped its crystal wings and disappeared. It just vanished all of a sudden. Everyone was frozen, and they all looked at Bishi. They thought Bishi had returned it. But Bishi was frozen, too. His coldness and calmness were now all gone. He looked at Hansen, his expression rigid. It looked as if he was wondering where the god spirit touch had gone. Catcha! Bishi's face changed. He felt as if something in his pocket had just snapped. He felt bad. He quickly reached into his pocket. The spell that had the god spirit touch's symbol was now broken. The Very High used a secret skill to tame the god spirit touch. That spell was the key to its control. It was like a leash for the creature. As long as the spell was there, he could control the god spirit touch, and the creature couldn't disobey. If the master desired it, the god spirit touch would suffer pain that would make the creature wish it was dead. When the god spirit touch became deified, Bishi hadn't immediately seen the problem. Now that the spell was broken, he realized what had happened. His stomach sank. No god spirit touch had become deified before this. The very high secret skill was only used on creatures that were half deified or below. The god spirit touch was a creature that was easy to control. But now that it had become deified, it destroyed the secret skill. It became free and ran off. The god spirit touch wasn't a top-class xenogeneic, but it was very rare. Most of them were given out by very high parents. If Bishi lost it, he couldn't get it back. Mr. Bishi, did you put your god spirit touch away? Hansen looked at Bishi. The question was irrelevant, though. Judging from the perplexed look on Bishi's face, Hansen knew that he hadn't. He knew that the god spirit touch had actually escaped. He couldn't openly admit it had run away, though. Bishi might try to hold him responsible for what had happened. Bishi frowned. He didn't blame Hansen for letting the god spirit touch escape. He only coldly said the god spirit touch became deified when it transformed into a butterfly. It broke my restraints and ran. The Sky Palace students, upon hearing that the god spirit touch had become deified right from Bishi's mouth, believed it now. It looks like the legends concerning you are true. Brother Han really can bless others. Well, duh. Of course, he can. Why else would you think Brother Han was labeled God's daddy? This is too awesome. He is a king class that can produce xenogeneic deifieds. That is better than what most deifieds themselves can do. The Sky Palace students discussed all this happily. They felt very hopeful. If Hansen stayed in Sky Palace, perhaps Hansen would be willing to bless them sometime. Many of the Sky Palace elites that saw this were feeling flat out strange. It had been a bewildering thing to witness, after all. But many disregarded their confusion to simply revel in the result. And the results made them more than happy. Still, more than anything, there was one emotion they couldn't deny, and that emotion was worry. Other races would take Hansen's abilities very seriously after seeing this. Sky Palace would no longer be a mellow place. There were the Extreme King, first of all. They no longer had a good relationship with Sky Palace. That being said, Sky Palace wasn't afraid of them. But now, the Very High had seen Hansen's power in person. It was difficult to tell whether they would want to do something with Hansen or not. The meeting ended quickly. The story of Hansen making a butterfly in the palms of his hands spread across all of Sky Palace. The Sky Palace students were delighted by the result. When they were alone, Bishi and Exquisite discussed what had happened. Bishi frowned and asked her, "You want to make Hansen your silkworm?" Exquisite nodded and said, "If Lone Bamboo isn't willing to join the Very High, there is no point in forcing him to. I should use this opportunity to take Hansen with me." Bishi frowned even more. "Have you thought this through? Hansen looks very talented, but I don't think things are as simple as they seem with him. Perhaps he has practiced a special and unique geno art that allowed him to access and activate the God Spirit Touch's gene potential and make the God Spirit Touch become deified. That might have been why he was able to make the butterfly and create the illusion of having an 11 armor talent. Perhaps that isn't his true talent. You should know that crystallizers can't have a gene talent that high." Exquisite sighed and said, "It is impossible. 11 armor talents exist only in legends. Hansen isn't bad, but I know he can't reach those mythical heights. But still, there must be a reason for what transpired. In addition, I have seen for myself that Hansen is talented. And the geno art he uses can make other creatures evolve. And that is impressive on its own. This power he has is very rare. Even if his talent was ordinary, I would be willing to make him my silkworm so I could study that geno art of his. Plus, there is the chance he still has excellent talent. Upon hearing this, Bishi didn't deny the possibility. He said, "You are right. That power is so mysterious. Even our race doesn't have a Geno art that could accomplish what Hansen had done. That miraculous Geno art is more than enough reason for you to take him on as your silkworm. Since you agree, can you please bring this subject up for discussion when we talk to Sky Palace tomorrow?" Exquisite said. Bishi nodded and said, "But before that, I need to go and test Han Senator. I need to see his true power." Exquisite didn't object to this. There were many stories surrounding Han Sen, but she had never witnessed his abilities directly. She wouldn't place her faith in Han Sen's skills until she saw them firsthand. Han Sen's wounds have yet to heal. I don't think we should fight him. But if we don't, how else should we test him? Exquisite asked. I have a way, Bishi said without explaining. Hansen returned to his little jade island to heal. Fortunately, the leader of Sky Palace forbade others from entering the island and disturbing him. If people had been allowed to go and see him after what had just happened, he wouldn't have had a single second of reprieve. Hansen had used his hands to produce a butterfly. That boosted Hansen's reputation to a whole new level. Although Hansen wasn't related to the people of Sky Palace by blood, his reputation was one of the best of that whole generation. He was on par with Yu Shanshin and Lone Bamboo. When the story of Hansen using his hands to produce a butterfly reached Narrow Moon, many of the rebate stunned at the news. Some of the rebate hadn't liked it when Isha decided to move Narrow Moon, but now they were starting to change their minds. They didn't hate the concept of moving anymore. Hansen is Knife Queen's only student. Knife Queen offended the Extreme King on his behalf and moved Narrow Moon next to Sky Palace. So, Hansen is with us. In the future, Hansen will work for the rebate. He will bless us. Perhaps we will have a chance to rise as well. Many of the rebate were thinking along these lines. After all this happened, a lot of the pressure that the rebate had been putting on Isha abruptly fell away. The kings that had always been against her had changed their minds. They kept mentioning the idea of bringing Hansen over to bless them. Isha pretended not to hear those constant whisperings. She had seen Hansen's blessing, and she knew it was something amazing. But Isha didn't think that power could turn a dumpster fire into a deified. From what Isha had seen, the people that were blessed by Hansen were already quite close to becoming deified. For someone who already didn't have a chance of becoming deified, it wouldn't make a difference no matter how many blessings were bestowed. Isha knew that Hansen wouldn't turn her down if she made a request, so she didn't ask just yet. It wasn't like she was too full of pride to ask for the help of her student. There was simply no one in the rebate that was suitable for the blessing. The rebate were considered a higher race, but their ranking was still low on that generous leaderboard. They had depended on the support of the Jade Toad and the Extreme King to become a higher race. Now that she was deified, she was the biggest supporter the rebate had. She was the only being of her level within the rebate. The only rebate close to being deified was Moonwheel King, but he was old, and his lifespan had almost reached its end. It was unknown if he could become a deified after receiving a blessing. Even if he did, though, he wouldn't live long enough to do much for the rebate. Isha couldn't stop thinking about the fact that the rebate had no one special like Lando or Bar. It was giving her a headache. As Isha continued working, Bauer ran into the hall and leaped into her chest. Big Sister Queen. Bauer, why are you here? Isha stroked Bauer's head and smiled. Bauer used to live in the palace with Isha. Isha had liked her a lot and spoiled her quite a bit. Daddy brought me here, Bauer said with a smile. Isha looked ahead and saw Hansen being led forward by a rebate guard. He was brought into the hall. She told the guard straight away, "Let him in." "My queen," Hansen said with a bow. Isha looked at Hansen and observed how weak and frail his body had become. She said, "Why aren't you resting on the little jade island? You shouldn't be running around in this shape." Hansen knew Isha was referring to the fact that he had just blessed the god spirit touch. He smiled and said, I was just going to listen to the very high, explained Geno Arts. I was pushed to the stage to do something against my will. After that, Hansen went on to say, my body hasn't recovered yet. It will probably take a whole year. Maybe my queen can pick 2 or 3 people from the rebate for me, and I will find the time to bless them. It will help you all. If they aren't talented enough to become deified, they can still be made considerably stronger. Isha was very pleased. Hansen had mentioned this without being asked to. She believed she had made the right decision. It is a shame there are no psychics here that can calculate the location of people. It is impossible to find Dollar now, Isha thought to herself. She still hadn't let her grudge against Dollar go. She wasn't really looking for Dollar because of her grudge, though. Isha wanted to get the rebate Alpha's scabbard back. Hansen had just returned to his little jade island when Thousand Feather Crane and the Yun sisters dropped by. Hansen frowned. For his safety, the leader of Sky Palace had issued a decree forbidding students of Sky Palace from approaching the little jade island. If his 3 friends had been allowed to visit, it meant they must have received approval from a Sky Palace supervisor. As expected, they brought good news alongside a serving of bad news. The good news was that Lone Bamboo was doing fine. He was going to be released soon. The bad news was that Exquisite of the Very High had selected Han Senator, so Lone Bamboo didn't need to go to the Very High anymore. Han Sen would have to go and be with the Very High in his stead. Sky Palace leader wanted us to tell you, Yun Susang said. If you don't want to go to the Very High, we will still find a way for you to stay here. If you don't want to go, you don't have to push yourself. When Hansen heard this, he felt a bit better. He didn't want to go to the Very High, no matter how many benefits and goodies he might receive. He had too many secrets, and so he couldn't allow Exquisite to pry open his mind and examine all his thoughts. He was more scared than Lone Bamboo of being naked and having his secrets leaked. Sky Palace leader wants you to visit him. There is something he needs to tell you, face to face, Thousand Feather Crane said. Hansen nodded. He followed Thousand Feather Crane to Sky Palace leader's house. The leader of Sky Palace didn't meet Hansen in the hall. They met in the garden. Thousand Feather Crane and the Yun sisters had to stop at the doorstep. Without the explicit command of Sky Palace leader, they were unable to enter. So, Hansen went through to the garden alone. He found Sky Palace leader there, sitting in a pavilion and drinking a cup of tea. He was looking at the pond that resided there. Sit. This isn't an office, and I'm not talking to you as the leader of Sky Palace today. You are Isha's student, and I am her teacher. I suppose that makes you my half-student, too. Let's chat. The Sky Palace leader pointed to a place near him. Hansen sat down and made himself comfortable. He asked, You want me here to talk about the Very High? The Sky Palace leader didn't deny this. He nodded. Do you want me to go or not? Hansen asked. The leader of Sky Palace didn't answer. He took a sip of his tea and said, We have an agreement with the Very High. We cannot refuse to hand over the people they select. Anyone they select must serve them for 4 years. Over the years, many Sky Palace students have gone with the Very High. Most of them returned safely, with a lot of benefits and a deified status. But if I had the power to prevent it, I wouldn't allow any student of Sky Palace to be taken by the Very High. After pausing, the Sky Palace leader said, I believe you have heard about the Very High from Lone Bamboo. I'm not going to lie. Because many students have gone to the Very High over the years, Sky Palace has no secrets from the Very High. They even know about our secret skill, textless book. In that case, why don't you refuse their requests? Hansen asked. He knew Sky Palace must have had its reasons, and he wanted to know what they were. Sky Palace leader sighed and said, Have you noticed that the sky looked like the Very High? You mean, Hansen's brow furrowed. It looked as if he had come to some sort of realization, but he still didn't understand. The sky and the Very High were the same race in ancient times, But there were brothers that had different opinions, Sky Palace leader explained. They split up, and their descendants became the Sky and the Very High. Textless book and the Very High sense are quite similar because of this. Hansen opened his mouth wide in awe. He had thought Likir and Exquisite were Sky, at first. He thought the Very High had skills like the foxes, and could change their appearance. Now he knew that in reality, Likir and Exquisite practically counted as Sky. The Sky Palace leader continued. Because they have 3 eyes and they are very powerful, the Very High were the strongest in the universe in ancient times. Although they weren't as strong as they are now, they could travel between systems. It was pretty awesome back then. But the Very High reproduced very slowly. Their children were few and far between, and the race couldn't expand. At their most populated, they only had a few hundred people. Then one day, triplet brothers were born, and a lot of changes took place within the Very High. The 3 brothers were very talented. They became pillars for the Very High. The oldest one became the leader of the Very High. The second and third brothers became elders. The 3 of them worked together to spread the influence of the Very High. The Very High became the leaders of all races. They controlled the whole universe. However, population growth remained a problem for the Very High. Although they had many systems, they only had 100 or 200 people. They had more power than any other group in the universe, but merely holding on to a few systems was hard. So, the 3 brothers began to fight. The second brother out of the 3 wanted to breed with other races to increase the population of the Very High. The eldest brother wanted to keep the blood of the Very High pure. The third one was neutral and believed both plans could work. The 3 of them were very smart, but none of them could convince each other. The third brother remained uninvested in the arguments, but the conflicts of the first and second brothers became worse and worse. The second brother wasn't a leader, so he couldn't do what he wanted. Instead, he rallied a few others to his cause and departed. They created what you now know as the Sky. And nowadays, we have Sky Palace. The mixed blood increased the ability of breeding, but it also made the genes of the Sky unstable. Our gene talents are shakier. After all these years of mixed blood, most of the Sky's gene talents aren't as good as the Very High's. But every now and again, they're one of the Sky with greater genes. Their gene talents can be even better than those of the Very High. Speaking of this, Sky Palace leader sighed and said, but our origins still lie in the Very High. Their blood still courses through our veins. When the Sky are in danger, the Very High always lend aid and ensure our safety. So, back then, the Sky leader forged an agreement with the leader of the Very High. It isn't something we should go against. My people are in our current position of safety and security thanks to the efforts of the Very High. We should pay them back. It isn't too much to ask. Are you saying you want me to go with the Very High? Hansen asked. The Sky Palace leader shook his head. It is entirely up to you. I'm just telling you the pros and cons. If you go, I will ensure your safety. For as long as I am here, and if you don't commit a crime of murder, I can protect you from any harm. So don't worry about that. Plus, there are some treasures in the belongings of the Very High that can help you with your wounds. If you go there, it won't take 3 years to heal. You will be healed in a short amount of time. Of course, if you don't go, it will be great for Sky Palace, too. You can stay here while I deal with the Very High. Hansen was very touched. He knew the Sky Palace leader wanted him to go, but Hansen didn't want to go. He couldn't allow anyone else to access his secrets. Otherwise, it could be disastrous for the sanctuaries and humans. Sky Palace leader allowed Hansen to go home and think the matter over. He could inform the leader once he had come to a decision. If I go, it will save me 3 years of healing. I will also be given the support of the Very High. It is a great deal. But I will risk exposing my true identity. If I don't go, nothing bad will happen, but it will take me some time to heal. And while I'm healing, there won't be much I can do to further myself. My ability to practice will be suspended, and I will have to locate my own resources. Hansen was deep in thought the whole way home, wondering what he should do. After a while of deliberation, he decided to stay in Sky Palace. His recovery would only take a short time, anyway. And he could get his own resources. It would just be a slower process. But if his identity was exposed, that would be very bad. It would affect the safety of the entire human race. When Hansen returned to the little jade island, Lone Bamboo was there waiting for him. The man didn't look to be in poor condition. There was no sign in his countenance that he had just been released from prison. "I'm going to the very high," was the first thing Lone Bamboo said. And that surprised Hansen. Why the sudden change of heart? Hansen asked Lone Bamboo with confusion. Lone Bamboo had been adamant about not going, and he had claimed that he would rather remain in prison. Now he was free, and he had changed his mind. "I don't want to go, but I can't make you go in my stead. The way the situation stands, I have to go," Lone Bamboo said. Sky Palace leader said he can figure this out. "Perhaps there is a way in which neither of us has to go," Hansen said. Lone Bamboo shook his head. "There is no other way. We have to send someone, and that person is either you, me, or another Sky Palace student. So, I have decided that I will be the one to go to the very high." "Are you going to use Uncle Yu Shanshin's extreme evil path?" Hansen asked with curiosity. Lone Bamboo wasn't an easy person to sway. Hansen was certain that Yu Shanshin would have offered his protection from the beginning. If Lone Bamboo wanted to choose this path, he could have from the beginning. Lone Bamboo shook his head again. Using the extreme evil path can avoid the prying eyes of the very high, but it gives the user an evil mind. Evil will be watching you instead. You will still be watched, so it makes no difference. Now Hansen understood. Yu Shanshin deliberately left out the most important part. "Then what are you planning to do?" Hansen asked quietly. Lone Bamboo quietly looked out across the clouds, and he said, "The very high can feel everything I feel. So, all I must do is not think or feel anything. I will only do what they want me to do. Then, Exquisite will only see what I want her to see. That will be a very difficult thing." Hansen knew how hard that task would be. There were many ways to control someone, but controlling yourself was harder. The most dangerous enemy a person had was always themselves. So, Hansen really admired Ningyu. He had used a parasite beast soul to watch Ningyu once before, and Ningyu spent years practicing Buddhism. Hansen was unable to glean any smidgen of information from Ningyu. Hansen didn't think he had that sort of patience. Lone Bamboo was planning the same. He was going to use his power to control everything about his situation. He wasn't going to allow Exquisite to see all of his secrets. Although Hansen knew Lone Bamboo was doing this because he didn't want Hansen to be his replacement, there was nothing much he could say about it. If he was alone, he would make the same decision as Lone Bamboo. He wouldn't mind fighting his inner demons. But Hansen had too much on the line. He was responsible for the countless lives in the sanctuaries. If his mind's fortitude failed, Exquisite would learn everything. He wouldn't only be hurting himself then. So, Hansen couldn't afford to take that chance. "Before I go, there is something I would like you to do," Lone Bamboo said softly. This was the reason he was there. "What is it?" Hansen asked. "Help me take care of a child." "Her name is Flower," Lone Bamboo said. "Is it a Sky Palace student? Is she related to you?" Hansen asked with curiosity. Lone Bamboo shook his head. He thought for a moment, and then answered, "Her and Purple-Eye Butterfly exist together. After I combined with the genes of Purple-Eye Butterfly, she became a part of me. She keeps wanting to kill me to avenge the death of Purple-Eye Butterfly. It might be a little annoying. So, after I go to the very high, please take care of her." "That sounds a bit tricky, but don't worry. If you want her to live, I will take care of her. Han Sen agreed to do this. That is great. Lone Bamboo sighed. It was as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. To other people, it was hard to imagine why Lone Bamboo would care so much about someone who wanted to kill him, but Han Sen could understand. So, he didn't ask anything more about it. Instead, he just asked for more information concerning the girl flower. When Lone Bamboo took his leave, Han Sen felt something clench in his chest. He wished he could be like Lone Bamboo. He wouldn't mind going with the very high, as it was just a battle of the mind. Ningyu could do it and Lone Bamboo dared to. Could Han Sen not do it as well? But then he thought about all the trouble he could bring down on the sanctuaries. Han Sen smiled wryly and shook his head to clear away the errant thoughts. Han Sen thought that the matter had been resolved, but then something happened that Han Sen and Lone Bamboo hadn't foreseen. Exquisite now refused to take Lone Bamboo with her. She was only interested in taking Han Sen, and no other would be considered. That made Han Sen freeze. When he realized what was going on, he wanted to slap himself in the face. I shouldn't have gone to that meeting. Even if I went, why did I have to test my talent for all of them to see? And even if I took the test, why did I then go on to help the God Spirit touch evolve? That was just asking for trouble. Han Sen cringed at his own stupidity. But no one had expected the very high to be so willing to change who they wanted. Han Sen should have been an outsider in these matters, but somehow, he had become the crux of it all. If Han Sen knew this would happen, he would have stayed home and played games. He wouldn't have attended the meeting. I had it coming. Han Sen sighed. Han Sen. What do you think? As Han Sen was going to visit Sky Palace leader, a smiling Yu Shanshin appeared next to him. I'm going to the very high, Han Sen said emotionlessly. Do you need me to use extreme evil path? Yu Shanshin asked with a smile. Uncle Yu, you didn't tell me that the demon would spy on me, as well, Han Sen said with a smile. Letting me see things is better than others seeing things. We are a family. It's fine, Yu Shanshin said with a smile. Han Sen rolled his eyes and didn't bother responding. He and Yu Shanshin were on their way to the office. He had decided to go to the very high. If he didn't, things would likely end poorly. Plus, Han Sen had found a way to fight against the spying of the very high. Leader, I have been thinking about it. I'm willing to go to the very high. But before that, I would like to speak with Exquisite alone. Han Sen went to see Sky Palace leader and started explaining the reason for his visit. What do you want to say to her? Sky Palace leader squinted his eyes in the direction of Han Senator. He knew Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were the same. Convincing men like them of anything wasn't easy. I would like to discuss the terms and conditions of me accompanying the very high. I'm an 11 armor talent genius, after all. It's okay for me to strike a bargain that will suit me, right? Han Sen laughed. Tell me what you need. There is a team in Sky Palace that can fight for the best terms and conditions to benefit you. Sky Palace leader didn't believe that Han Sen just wanted a better deal. There is one aspect of the deal that needs to remain private. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't do anything that will cause you trouble, Han Sen said seriously. Fine. Go home for now, and I will establish a private meeting for you. After Sky Palace leader said that, he allowed his eyes to linger on Han Sen for a while. And then, he said, if you really don't want to go, though, you don't have to. I can deal with the very high. It's okay. I have decided to go. I thought about it some more, and I figure that it isn't a bad deal. It will take 1.5 years for me to recover. If I go there, I can save at least a year. And I will be given lots of goodies. So, why not? Han Sen laughed. After Han Sen left, Sky Palace leader looked at Yu Shanshin and asked, do you think he is really going to go to the very high? Yu Shanshin bowed. Leader, I cannot guess how Han Sen's mind works. But I don't think he is a liar. I don't think he will crap all over Sky Palace, given how we have treated him, and I don't think he means us harm. I thought that, too. But this little guy does cause us a lot of trouble. He's kind of annoying, Sky Palace leader said as he rubbed his temples. Who isn't annoying when they are young? Yu Shanshin said with a smile. You are right. You should go and get ready yourself. After reaching the very high, your safety comes first. Do what you can, and don't push yourself further than that, Sky Palace leader said. Understood. Yu Shanshin bowed. Hansen arrived back on his little jade island, and a Sky Palace butler came to see him shortly after. The man told Hansen that Exquisite was going to meet him at the Sky Water House that night. Hansen followed the butler to the Sky Water House. Exquisite was there, as expected. She was sitting atop a staircase that led down into a pond. Her feet were in the water, displaying the pale skin of her legs. Tell me what you want. Do you want xenogeneic genes, treasures, or geno arts? Exquisite asked, her expression unreadable. On her face, not a single human-like emotion was visible. I don't want any of those things, Hansen said to her, sitting down next to the pool. He took off his shoes and rolled up his pants. Just like Exquisite, he allowed his legs to dangle in the water. A cooling sensation rushed against his feet, prompting Hansen to shiver in pleasure. It was like eating ice cream in the summer. The water in Sky Water House wasn't ordinary water. It was blue water, and it was filled with energy. It was able to quicken the growth of cells and aid in the rejuvenation of one's body. What do you want then? Exquisite looked curiously at Hansen, who was sitting next to her. Exquisite had given up on Lone Bamboo and selected Han Senator. Aside from Hansen's talent and power, the most important motivator was the fact that Li Kier had chosen Dollar. Dollar had once beaten Lone Bamboo in the Geno Being Scroll. And Exquisite and Li Kier had both seen Dollar's power. If she chose Lone Bamboo, he would always be compared to Dollar. That wouldn't be much better. Li Kier had a 10 armor talent. Exquisite had a 9 armor talent. So, Exquisite didn't want a silkworm that was inferior to Li Kier's. That was why she was taking a risk by going for Hansen. If Hansen really had an 11 armor talent, then her silkworm would be better than Li Kier's. If Hansen's talent wasn't great, she would only lose once. But this way, at least she would have a chance to win. Hansen looked at Exquisite. After a while, he laughed and said, You can use me. But you need to be better than me. Why would I follow someone who is inferior to me? Don't you think there is sound logic to that thought? Of course, Exquisite said. She wasn't angry. If you think this is right, then it is settled. If you can convince me, I will follow you to the very high. If you cannot, can you leave me and Sky Palace alone? Hansen said. Sure, Exquisite answered with haste. She sounded very confident. Hansen looked at Exquisite with interest. How are you going to convince me? Exquisite looked at Hansen calmly and asked, What is your best Geno art? Knife skills, I guess. When Hansen was Hansen, he used knives the most. Then let us compete with our knife skills. Exquisite reached out her hand. A stream of water rose into her palm in a serpentine swirl, then formed itself into a knife. I will sit here, and you can attack me. If you can make me stand up in 100 attacks, you win. Exquisite was very confident, which was evident in the way she had chosen to fight with a water knife. She hadn't even stood up. Hansen smiled. He reached out a hand toward the pond. He sucked up some of the water to form a water knife of his own. Sure. 100 attacks is the limit. Let us see who stands up first, Hansen said to Exquisite with a smile. Please, go ahead, Exquisite said without argument. In my home, ladies always go first. After you. Hansen wanted to see Exquisite's real power. Hansen had traveled with Li Kier and Exquisite for a long while, but he was never able to accurately gauge their real power. Sure, Exquisite answered. She didn't hesitate to attack Hansen with the water knife. She didn't apply much strength, so the knife didn't make much sound as it slid through the air. But even so, Hansen felt a chill at the sight. Her knife was coming for his head. Her hand appeared to be moving in a smooth arc, but Hansen felt as if he couldn't see where the knife was coming from. It was as if the water knife adhered to the rules of some strangely shifting space. Good knife skill, Hansen complimented her. He swung his own water knife, using teeth knife's fong. Two water knives collided and exploded, becoming like a rainy squall scattering over the surface of the pond. Exquisite frowned. Her knife skill was from a race that was now extinct. Its name was Twist and Turn. It was a knife skill that could twist space. The skill made it nearly impossible to follow the course of the knife. Exquisite knew that when Teeth Knife reached its height, it could break through the fabric of space. But that didn't mean Teeth Knife could go against Twist and Turn. Unless, of course, Hansen could somehow follow the course of her blade. Exquisite reformed her water knife and used Twist and Turn again. The shadow of the water knife twisted in the dimensions of space to take on a strange shape. Only masters of space could see the shadow of that knife. Anyone else would block the knife that they saw coming toward them, but that would be a decoy. They would block a shadow, while the real water knife would still be flying toward them. Hansen didn't move. He waved his own water knife, casually, blocking all of Exquisite's attacks. Exquisite attacked 10 times, and not a single one came down on Han Sr. He is definitely worthy of becoming my silkworm, Exquisite thought. She nodded. She enjoyed Hansen's performance. Unless he had real power, Hansen would be a poor silkworm. Silkworms had to be exceptionally talented and have a genuine drive for learning. The further they could go, the more use they would be to the very high on the whole. Now that she knew Hansen had a potent mastery of knife skills, Exquisite wasn't going to hold back. She began to use all her skills, cycling through knife attacks one after another. Her very high knife skills combined with the knife skills of all the different races she knew. All her skills were a patchwork of knowledge gathered from across the universe. Although her attacks wouldn't be any stronger than the most famous knife skills in the universe, the rotation of skills she employed was quite unique. In the next 20 or 30 attacks, Hansen felt as if he was fighting 20 or 30 different people at once. And it was like each swordsman was trained differently, and they were each an incredible fighter in their own special way. All of the styles employed came pouring out of his opponent with natural precision and exceptional talent. Even Hansen found himself shocked by Exquisite's knife skills. An ordinary person that practiced a lot of knife skills would be limited by their personality and body. They had to follow one course. If someone had excellent agility, their knife skills would be very fast and flexible. If another person was very strong, their knife skills would be simple and violent. People that had no patience tended to attack quickly. But Exquisite's knife skills didn't resemble anything he had seen before. She was her own woman, and it was like her personality could change to perfectly accommodate whichever skill she used next. Not even Hansen could do something like that. His knife skills followed his one true style. That was teeth knife. Hansen's teeth knife was different from Isha's teeth knife. People that knew teeth knife didn't need to look at who used it. Merely by seeing the skill, they could tell who used it and how. Hansen was shocked. He didn't know Exquisite was actually more shocked than he was. Her knife skills kept changing, and yet, no matter what technique she used, Hansen was able to use teeth knife to block each strike. That wasn't because teeth knife itself was so strong, it was because Hansen himself was too talented. It looks like the God Spirit touch was accurate. Maybe he really does have an 11 armor talent. Upon seeing Hansen's knife skills, Exquisite felt deeply moved. She wanted to fetch another God Spirit touch to test Hansen again. But she hadn't brought a God Spirit touch herself. If she wanted to conduct another test like that, she would have to visit the very high. Beating him will be difficult. I will have to use this. Exquisite's heart jumped. She closed her eyes. Hansen was surprised when she closed her eyes. He didn't know what Exquisite was thinking. A 9th-tier king should be able to see fine, even with her eyes closed. But Hansen knew there had to be a reason for what she had done. While Hansen mulled over this conundrum, he saw the red mark on Exquisite's forehead open. A black and white eye appeared. The very eye and sky were the same. It didn't surprise Hansen that Exquisite had a third eye. Exquisite's third eye was different from the third eyes of the sky, however. The third eye of each sky was different depending on their elements and powers. Exquisite's third eye was a Tai Chi symbol. Her white and black eye was like a yin and yang fish. On the white part, there was a black dot. On the black part, there was a white dot. The yin and yang eye was spinning upon her forehead. When he gazed at it, Hansen felt a sense of mystery within him, like this eye possessed all the answers in the universe. When the Tai Chi eye opened, Exquisite's whole body started to change. Although Hansen might have thought that Exquisite was just some snobby and cruel woman who cast disdain on the ordinary, he knew that her heart still had some humanity in it. But right now, Exquisite didn't look like a person. She looked like an emotionless machine. No, she was scarier than a machine. At this moment, Exquisite was like someone who had combined with the universe, a machine that was as cold and uncaring as space itself. Exquisite's movements felt like they were powered by the forces of nature. If a king body was like someone pushing their powers as far as they could go, an ancient god was power concentrated into a single creature, then Exquisite with her yin and yang Tai Chi eye was like the world's law and order. Hansen used his Dongxian Sutra to observe her. He saw that Exquisite now looked like a universal cogwheel. She had become a part of the universe, a piece of machinery that was no longer a person. Hansen frowned. His Dongxian Sutra could only allow him to see the universal cogwheel's connections. He couldn't become a cogwheel himself like Exquisite was doing. His skill was totally different. If the universe was a car, the Dongxian Sutra was like the person that was at the wheel. Now, Exquisite was acting as if she was a part of the car. Hansen didn't understand this. What Exquisite had done must be affecting her body. Strike. I will grant you 100 free attacks, Exquisite calmly said as she looked on Hansen. If anyone else had said that, Hansen would have thought it was a ruthless and arrogant taunt that dripped with pride. But hearing it from Exquisite's mouth, it was like the soulless voice of a machine. Everything she said sounded like she was merely stating a fact. Hansen didn't mind, though. He used his water knife to strike. And Exquisite, meanwhile, showed no intention of blocking. She sat near the pond, looking calmly at Hansen. When Hansen's attack reached Exquisite, the water in front of her became a knife to block Hansen's water blade. Hansen furrowed his eyebrows in a deep frown. He kept on striking, pushing his teeth knife to the max. It didn't matter how many times Hansen attacked, though. Exquisite's water knife was able to block each attempt. Exquisite gave Hansen the feeling that this was supposed to happen, and the water knife was supposed to be there. It was an unavoidable rule. It didn't matter how many times Hansen switched up his knife skill, he couldn't land a hit. Hansen's knife skills kept changing, and thus far, he had used 70 different attacks. Not a single one managed to hit Exquisite. Her floating water knife was able to block every single strike. To an ordinary person, Exquisite would seem like some unknown god. No matter how many times Hansen attacked, Exquisite controlled her water knife with perfect finesse. She blocked every attack like a prophet. But in Hansen's eyes, Exquisite wasn't some omniscient being. Her reactions made sense. That was because Exquisite had merged with the universe. Hansen's movements would trigger the spinning of universal cogwheels, and whenever this happened, the disturbance in the universe would alert Exquisite and prompt her to react. So, when Hansen attacked, Exquisite was able to respond instantaneously. It was like Hansen was attacking a mirror. It didn't matter how he used his knife, When the water knife touched the mirror, the reflection of the water knife would react and nothing would happen. Huh. Hansen stopped moving. He sat still. His water knife suddenly pushed forward, and a water silk appeared next to Exquisite. Almost 100 water silks manifested like a horde of blades around Exquisite's body. The Sky Palace skill, called Under the Sky, made every slash Hansen had performed thus far into a water silk. They all appeared at once, and Hansen was on the verge of breaking the enemy's defense. A water knife couldn't block that many knife silks unless Exquisite used her body to fight back. She either had to do that or move her body to evade them. Of course, the water knife in front of Exquisite moved. But it exploded under the force of all those incoming water silks. The water silks were like a net of knives coming down on Exquisite. Exquisite, however, didn't move. She was like a jade goddess still seated atop the stairs. Her jade feet were still comfortably dangling in the water. Holy, but cold. The knife net was only a few inches away from her by this point, and then, it suddenly came to a standstill. Each silk froze in front of Exquisite, and there they remained unmoving. Exquisite reached out her finger to pull the knife net. And then, the knife net came undone like a water stream. They all folded in on each other, gathering in her hands. They merged to become a giant water knife. That water knife still contained Hansen's power, but it was no longer under his control. Exquisite held on to it gently, cradling it like it was a delicate toy. Hansen's eyes were electric. He stared at Exquisite's water knife. Hansen used his Dongxian area to watch Exquisite's movement. She can play like this? Hansen thought happily. Hansen could see that Exquisite was able to mess with the cogwheels of the universe. His Dongxian area was more useful at this than her ability, though. Hansen felt as if he learned something. It is pointless to continue this futile effort. Let us end this exercise here, Exquisite said coldly. Her hands looked like they were touching a flower as she flicked the handle of the water knife. Then, the water knife flew toward Hansen. Hansen wanted to generate another water knife to continue fighting, but he noticed that all the water in the pond was moving toward that big water knife that was headed for him. The water knife flew extremely slowly, but the closer it got, the more power it contained. Hansen was forced to generate another water knife. But when he struck the giant water knife, he was unable to break it. Hansen's water knife blended in with the giant water knife to become a part of that giant water knife. No wonder the very high are the #1 race in the universe. She is good. Not many deifieds can manipulate the laws and rules of the universe to please their desires. And Exquisite is merely a 9th-tier king. Hansen sighed. Hansen had only complimented her slightly, though. He wasn't planning on giving up. He watched as the water knife gathered all the water in the pond to itself. It was like a giant blade that had risen to cut the sky. Hansen's eyes flashed, and suddenly, he swung his hand like a blade. He used his body to fight back the knife. Exquisite had her yin and yang tai chi, but she was still surprised to see this. That giant water knife's power was combined with Hansen's 70 strikes of Under the Sky, in addition to her own powers. It had been buffed by the universe itself, too. That strike was starting to form substance chains. It wasn't like a real deified's attack, but it was better than what most half-deifieds could achieve. And Hansen clearly intended to use his flesh to take the blow instead. Exquisite believed that was too dangerous to do. But Hansen didn't hesitate. His handblade struck the water knife, and the scary water knife suddenly fell under Hansen's control. It now followed Hansen's attacking stance, returning toward Exquisite. Pang! The scary water power was now in front of Exquisite. An invisible wall rose to block it, then exploded and fell back to the pond. The explosion shook Exquisite, sending her stumbling backward. You cheated, Exquisite said, standing up. She looked at Hansen's hand. In between his fingers was a crystal orb. It was Ancient Water God's Ancient God Origin. Ancient Water God's Ancient God Origin was a water element relic. If Han Sen held that item, not even water deifieds could harm him. And Exquisite was just a 9th-tier king. I wasn't cheating. I was just making reasonable use of my resources. If that is considered cheating, is it not cheating for you to use your third eye and receive the boons and benefits of the universe? Han Sen said. That is my power. What you used was another person's power, Exquisite said. With my power, I don't think I would lose either. But I'm heavily injured, so it wasn't as if you were challenging me at my full strength. Even if you won, I wouldn't concede, Han Sen said. When Exquisite heard that, she fell silent. She closed her Tai Chi eye and looked more like a person again. Although Exquisite's face was still rather expressionless, she looked far more like a human being than she had previously. With her third eye open, she was like a lifeless machine, sure. I will wait until you heal, so we can fight again, then, Exquisite said while looking at Han Sen. Then you are going to have to wait a long time. My wounds will take at least a year to fix. Maybe 2 or 3 years. Han Sen laughed. Exquisite frowned. She knew that Han Sen was injured and his body was heavily damaged. She knew he wasn't lying. She was being too hard on him. Lady Exquisite, I have heard the Very High have a spring that brings good fortune. It can reverse one's luck and allow others to be reborn. Is that true? Han Sen squinted his eyes as he looked at her. Yes. Do you want to use that spring to repair your body? Exquisite knew what Han Sen was thinking. If you want to fight me again soon, I am afraid that is the only way, Han Sen said with a smile. If you don't want to come to the Very High, how can you use the spring to fix your body? Exquisite frowned. I didn't say I wouldn't go to the Very High. However, until you beat me, can I keep my body free from your intrusion? Han Sen finally spoke his true purpose. You would be receiving benefits for nothing. I'm afraid that you're somehow collecting all the resources in this universe for free, Exquisite said unsympathetically. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders and laughed. If I go to the Very High, do you think I'm going to take the resources you offer and run? I'm not afraid of that, but your idea goes against the rules. It doesn't work the way you want it to. You can use the good fortune spring, but you agree to obey me first, Exquisite said. In that case, never mind. I can take my time and heal slowly. You don't mind waiting a whole year, right? Han Sen said. I have all the time in the world. I will give you 1.5 years. And then, we will fight again. If you lose, there will be no further excuses. Not even the sky can protect you forever. I, Han Sen, am a reliable chap. Han Sen made sure that his expression looked as noble as possible, but he still thought the result was a bit of a shame. Taking advantage of the Very High wouldn't be as easy as he had anticipated. But that meant Han Sen could delay this annoyance for another year. His ability to buy so much time surprised him. Han Sen had thought that Exquisite wouldn't be able to wait a year. He was amazed she had so willingly agreed. When my body is healed, I will at least be more confident in the Very High. After Han Sen and Exquisite struck their deal, they left the Sky Water House. 2 days later, Bishi took Yushanshin and departed Sky Palace. Exquisite remained. She was going to live there for 1.5 years in anticipation of Han Sen healing. Han Sen wasn't too concerned about Exquisite, though. He continued to rest on his island every day so that his body would heal as soon as possible. Sky Palace had been in talks with the Extreme King. Eventually, Bai Wuchang and the Extreme King Knights were released in exchange for resources. Some of them were xenogeneic treasures designed to heal his body. They were all given to Han Sen. The Extreme King weren't willing to let go of their grudge, but now that Han Sen was in Sky Palace, there was nothing that they could do to him. In between the time he spent practicing in the White Jade Building, Han Sen savored the Extreme King's food. Han Sen had trained in the White Jade Jing before. There were 12 towers and 5 cities. In one of the towers, fairies would descend from paintings to grow a practitioner's power. Hansen headed to the 7th white jade tower out of the 12. None of them were better than the others. They were all different. The 7th tower was called Hidden Skill Tower, because the jade wall there was full of skills. There was lots of knowledge to learn there. When the jade air was released each day, the jade wall would present a skill book. A different skill was displayed every day of the year. It was a cycle that repeated endlessly, year after year. When a book appeared on the jade wall, merely looking at it would allow Hansen to understand the hidden power residing inside. If he copied it and read it outside the tower, however, it would seem like nothing more than boring gibberish. According to legend, when the Alpha of the Sky created the textless book, he used the very high sense and the skill books from the tower. Whether or not that was true was unknown, but the mere belief was enough of a testament to how special they were. Hansen's body still hadn't recovered yet. He couldn't accept strong powers from the outside, so he couldn't go to the other towers to absorb their jade air. And neither could he go and refine the jade spirit. Instead, he focused on reading the books in that tower. Brother Han, I have heard you recommended your sister be accepted as a student in Sky Palace. Is she your real sister? Yun Sui asked with curiosity when the jade air was depleted and the book on the jade wall disappeared. She had been studying behind him. Yes. She's my real sister. Hansen nodded. He had asked Thousand Feather Crane to register her because the man owed him a favor. She must be incredibly talented. If there is a chance, I would like her to study beneath my father, Yun Sui said. Hansen was shocked. He looked at Yun Sui and asked, is that your idea or the Yun elders? Both. What do you think? Yun Sui laughed. If the Yun elder is willing to take on Han Yen, it will be very fortuitous for her. I would be immeasurably grateful, Hansen said. Han Yen was just like him, they had both gone to Sky Palace on the recommendation of another. They were both foreigners who weren't native to there. Ordinarily, no foreign student would be taken on by an elder. If Yin Chongkong was willing to take her, though, it would be very beneficial for her. Having Sky Palace as a background would be much better for an ordinary foreign student. But Sky Palace still has its rules. Sister Han still has to walk the Sky Path to get to Sky Palace, Yun Sui said. Of course. Hansen nodded. Han Yen should have no problem walking the Sky Path and the steps leading up to Sky Palace. If that's all agreeable to you, we should not delay. Let's go pick up Sister Han. My father has already completed the registration process. If she can walk to Sky Palace, she will be an official student of my father, Yun Sui said. Sui, thank you. Hansen bowed before Yun Sui with sincerity. For a foreign student to have one of the 10 elders teach them was something most prestigious. Yun Sui must have worked hard to make that happen. Brother Han, what are you doing? I didn't help much. Yun Sui quickly stopped him from bowing. The two of them departed the White Jade Tower. Hansen still rode his old, legless crane. Together, they left the Xenogeneic space and headed to Narrow Moon, where they would pick up Han Yen. Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon were practicing outside. They weren't the type of people to spend their free time relaxing. With their powers, they could survive an attack from a low-level deified. There was no need to worry about them. Hansen's sister was registering to join Sky Palace. This story remained on the headlines of Sky Palace for quite some time. After they went to Sky Palace, Hansen helped with the registration. With the help of the 10th elder Yin Chongkong, it was over quickly. It wasn't easy for a foreigner to become a student of Sky Palace. Without a considerable amount of power, it was a challenge to be accepted. Plus, Han Yen would have the 10th elder as a teacher. That was amazing, considering that she wasn't even one of the Sky. Yun Chongkong had gone to a lot of effort to ensure this would come to pass. Of course, the importance of Hansen to Sky Palace played a part in the proceedings. It would have been impossible, otherwise, for a foreign student to be brought into the fold by the 10th elder. Han Yen was so excited. She had grown very bored on Planet Eclipse, but now she could go to Sky Palace. It was what she had longed for. Yun Sui explained to her the things that she needed to be wary of in Sky Palace. She treated Han Yen like a real sister. When Han Sen saw this, he felt touched. Bauer sat on the red cloud, flying in looping circles around Han. Senator Han Sen had brought her there, and when Han Yen walked the sky path, he would ask Bauer to go with her. Bauer might be able to help out. The holy god's holy air was some good stuff, and there was a chance Han Yen would receive the same treatment. After Han Sen brought Han Yen to Sky Palace, many of the Sky Palace elites turned their attention to her. Many people wanted to know how she stacked up next to Han Senator. Maybe Han Sen was just a one-of-a-kind crystallizer, or maybe the gene talents of all crystallizers were that good these days. Bauer, why don't you go with little auntie? Han Sen asked Bauer as they stood before the sky door. Sure. Bauer nodded and flew over to Han Yen. She took Han Yen's hand and smiled. Hey, auntie. Bauer is going to walk with you. But before they went on to Skydor Island, one of the Sky Guardsmen stopped their approach. He looked at Han Sen and said, Brother Han, the leader issued a command that only Sister Han may traverse the sky path. Bauer cannot cross it again. Han Sen was frustrated by that, but he couldn't actively go against a decree issued by Sky Palace leader himself. So, Bauer returned to his side. Sky Palace leader was drinking tea at the time, and he murmured to himself. If the gourds rumble again, it will reduce the amount of holy air in the vine. If this happens again, the holy vine will be killed. Sky Palace leader had good reason to be protective of the vine. That plant was the root of Sky Palace, and it was used to vet and grow the students that the sky wished to train. If Bauer was allowed to cross Sky Path every time Han Sen brought someone to Sky Palace, the holy gourd vine's power would fall precipitously. If that happened repeatedly, the holy gourd vine would end up destroyed. Last time Bauer traversed Sky Path, she had received enough blessings for tens of thousands of average students. They had lost a lot that day, and Sky Palace couldn't afford another hit like that. That aside, the rules of Sky Palace only permitted one person to cross Sky Path at a time. Previously, Bauer had only been allowed to go with Han Sen because she was so small. But that was why they lost as much as they did. Sky Palace leader wouldn't allow that to happen again. Exquisite watched the Sky Path from afar. She wanted to know how talented Han Sen's biological sister was. Perhaps she could learn more about Han Sen's real gene talent level. An 11 armor talent was too scary. It was difficult to believe that it was a genuine result. Brother, don't worry. I won't embarrass you. Han Yan's entire purpose in life was to catch up with Han Senator. She looked confident in this. Don't exhaust yourself. Just cross it. Han Sen didn't want Han Yan to make a scene when she crossed the sky path. Making a name for yourself was never a good thing, he had discovered. Traversing the sky path wasn't that risky, though. When she ascended the stairs that led to Sky Palace, that was when the opportunity to impress the sky would present itself. If Han Yan performed extremely well there, she could forget about having a quiet life. Han Yan didn't know what Han Sen meant. She thought he was saying that to alleviate the pressure she might have been feeling. Sister Han, you can just stroll across. This is just a small crossing, Yun Sui said to comfort Han Yan. She didn't want her to be nervous. Thank you, Sister Yun. I'm going now. Han Yan walked through Skydor Island. The people of Sky Palace watched her traverse the narrow sky path. Han Yan already knew that going across Sky Path might trigger the holy air of the gourds. So, when she walked across the gourd vine, she stared down at the holy gourds. The holy gourds were big and small. They were each cute in their own way, but they showed no sign of activity. I have heard Sister Yun say that when Big Brother walked across Sky Path, he didn't receive the gift of holy air. But he made all the holy gourds shake and shiver. Why is nothing happening while I walk across it? Han Yen frowned. She continued to walk, and still, the holy gourds didn't so much as twitch. Of course, without Bauer there, that naughty kid, the crystallizer couldn't have triggered the trembling of 1,000 gourds. Han Yen had already walked halfway, and not a single gourd moved. Sky Palace leader merrily took another sip of his tea. He liked this. Brother Han's sister doesn't look like she has any special talents. Not a single gourd has chosen to bless her with holy air yet. In this world, only one Han is known as God's daddy. Not every Han of the crystallizer race can earn a title like that. It is useless to just be a Han. You should strive to become a God's daddy. It is a shame Bauer was stopped. If she was there, 1,000 gourds might move for Han Yen. Yun Changkong was a bit disappointed. He had never seen Han Yen before, but still, he had agreed to take her on as a student. He made this decision because she was Han Sen's biological sister and Yun Sui had asked him to multiple times. Yun Changkong didn't expect Han Yan's power to be as great as her brother's, but since she was his real sister, he expected something more. He had high expectations, to say the least. Even if 1,000 gourds didn't move, she should have at least received some holy air. But right now, it didn't look as if any holy gourd was going to give her holy air. Although they are both called Han, this one is not Han Senator. Are you disappointed, Elder Yun? Elder 6 was smiling at Yun Changkong as he spoke. Yun Changkong had accepted a foreign student as his own. This was the first exception for an elder to take on someone foreign in Sky Palace. So, Yun Changkong had a lot riding on this. Many people in Sky Palace were discussing these proceedings, and many whispers regarded Yun Changkong's petty attempts to please Han Senator. It damaged Sky Palace leader's image, by extension. Many weren't happy with what Yun Changkong had done. Elder 6 had spoken in a mocking tone. Of course, it made sense that the other elders were feeling rather sour. Many elders in Sky Palace wanted to build a relationship with Han Sen, but none of them were as close with him as those of the Yun family. When they heard that Yun Changkong had snatched Han Yen as a student, they didn't take the news well. Han Sen's blessing powers alone made many people want to befriend him, and that wasn't to mention his ownership of the charming god's Jian and the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Everyone wanted the best students possible, and if they had a few deifieds, their reputation would shift. How many deifieds did Sky Palace have? And how many could become primitive deified in the future? That rank alone was enough for someone to become famous. Exquisite had watched Han Yen walk over half of Sky Path, and not a single gourd had moved to provide her with something. This disappointed her immensely. Exquisite's knowledge of the gourds was that if a person had an 8 armor talent or above, quite a few holy gourds of the same element would give out holy air. She hadn't received any holy air, though. And that meant her talent had to be below 8 armor. If Han Sen's sister had only ordinary talent, then it didn't matter how much the big brother mutated, there was no way he had an 11 armor talent. Seeing that Han Yen was just about to finish Sky Path with no result, Han Sen thought it was a shame that Bauer hadn't been allowed to join her. Han Yen didn't have a chance to absorb the holy air of 1,000 gourds. But this result didn't surprise Han Senator. After all, no holy gourd had given him holy air when he walked it alone. It was only because Bauer was there the second time that he received something. She had been the reason that all the gourds released holy air for him. He had expected that the gourds might refuse to grant Han Yen anything. Han Yan's expression remained impassive. She walked all of the way to the end of Sky Path, ready to leave the holy gourds. But then, Han Yen suddenly stopped. At the end of the holy vine, she looked back at the holy gourds on both sides. Han Yen looked at the holy gourds hanging behind her. She hadn't expected to be the recipient of the 1,000 holy airs that were bestowed upon Bauer, but it came as a surprise that not a single holy gourd had given her a holy air. It made her feel sick. I told my big brother that I wouldn't disappoint him, but I haven't even received a single holy gourd air. I have embarrassed my big brother. The people of Sky Palace will laugh at him. Han Yen looked at the gourds, trying to decide if she should do something more to prompt the activation of at least one gourd's holy air. Han Yen didn't feel this way because she didn't understand Han Sen, it was because her living environment was different. Han Sen had grown up with danger, and he had led a very rough and tumble life. He never really cared about how people perceived him. He valued his own safety and the benefits he earned for himself more than other people's opinions. But Han Yen was different. Han Yen had never suffered before. Even in the hardest times of the Han family, Han Yen had been doted on by Luolan. Luolan expected boys to take care of themselves, but she made sure to spoil her girls. So, Han Sen and Han Yan's personalities were bound to be different. And when Han Sen became famous, Han Yan's childhood became even more advantageous. When she went to school, she went to a royal school. Her performance there was exemplary, marking her as the best in the school. She was the smartest out of all the girls in her classes. Of course, Han Yen had earned that distinction through her own talent. Family support only played a small part. Han Sen and Luolan had put a lot of effort into guiding Han Yen, and while she appreciated their efforts, it had put a lot of pressure on her. It made Han Yen feel that if she wasn't good enough, she would disappoint her big brother and mother after all the time they spent on her. So, Han Yen always worked as hard as possible to make herself the best could be. She wanted to be just like her brother. The more Han Sen achieved, the more pressure Han Yen felt. Her workload increased, and so did her drive. Now, she had taken her first steps into Sky Palace without receiving a single holy gourd heir. She felt at that moment that if she gave up without trying, she would be betraying the effort and expectations of Han Sen and Luolan. Han Sen had never felt that way about his sister, though. Not for a single moment. More than anything, he wanted Han Yen to be happy. Her success didn't matter at all to him. Han Sen felt the same way about all the members of his family, he only wanted them to be safe and happy. He hoped no disaster would befall them and that they would be kind to the world in return. That was his wish. Han Yen seemed to think of something. She turned to face one of the holy vine's gourds and moved toward it. The nobles of Sky Palace looked at Han Yen strangely. They didn't know what she was planning to do at first, but to their horror, they soon understood. They saw Han Yen walk toward a gourd that was 20 centimeters tall. She grabbed it with both hands and tried to pull it down. Blurg. Sky Palace leader spat out the tea he was drinking. Amidst wheezy coughs, he said, "What kind of family is this? Bauer drained the holy vine, and now this Han Yen is rude enough to try and mug the gourds." Sky Palace didn't have a law that prohibited people from touching the holy gourds, but anyone with a brain knew that the holy gourd vine was a deified xenogeneic plant. You couldn't gain the holy air by force. Unless the holy gourd was willing to give the holy air away, not even a deified elite could remove it by force. And Han Yen was just a duke. Han Yan's idea was simple. If there were no rules to keep her from touching the holy gourd, she at least wanted to try it and see if it worked. She wouldn't know unless she tried. She didn't want to disappoint Han Sen, so she had to give it a shot even if her chances of success were incredibly low. The Sky Palace students stared at Han Yen as she focused an intense gaze on the gourd in her hands. It looked as if she wanted to yank the gourd right off the vine. She really is a family member of Brother Han. She is brave. This is very creative. I like Sister Han, but she should give up. She is just a duke. If the gourd got mad, she wouldn't be able to endure its wrath. This woman is crazy. She wants to take a holy gourd with her. She is as brave as her big brother, but neither of them has a brain. What a shame. She has a lovely body. With her beauty and her relationship to Han Sen, she could have become a goddess in Sky Palace. Now, everyone knows that her brain is bad. She can't be a goddess. She will be recognized as a crazy woman for sure. Even Exquisite stared at Han Yen with a strained look on her face. She had never seen anything like this before either. The sixth elder was happy about this. He laughed out loud and was unable to control himself. He looked at Yun Chongkong and said, "Elder Yun, my brother, congratulations. You have an excellent student. I have heard she is your exclusive student. It is good that you have this student. She won't let go of anything." Yun Chongkong's wry smile had frozen on his face as he watched Han Yen move to clutch the holy gourd. The Han family, who are these people? Yun Chongkong's mind had gone blank except for this small question. The dream beast was near a lake. He saw all this, and his eyes smiled like a moon. Yun Sui and Yun Sushang, and all the others that were close with Han Sen, stood as still as statues. Sky Palace had a long history, and across those annals of time, very few had ever dared to try what Han Yen was doing. Han Yen didn't care about what others thought. She held on to that holy gourd and tried yanking it down. But the holy gourd was a deified xenogeneic plant. It was a treasure of Sky Palace. Not even ordinary deifieds could harm it. Han Yan's strength was ant-like by comparison. It didn't matter how hard she tried, the gourd would not budge. Han Yan noticed she wasn't able to pull it down, but she refused to give up so easily. She used her super god body, wanting to try her best. Even if it didn't work, at least she could say she tried. No regrets. Thousand Feather Crane cleared his throat. "Brother Han, it is almost time. Lead your sister to Sky Palace." He hoped Han Sen could convince Han Yen to stop yanking on the holy vine. He just didn't know how to tell her himself. Han Sen hadn't expected Han Yen to try something like this. He was as surprised as all the rest, but he still pretended to be calm. He said, "It is fine. It's good when young people come up with ideas like this. Let her carry on." Han Sen wouldn't undercut anything that Han Yen had decided to do. If the rules of Sky Palace didn't forbid her from trying to touch the holy gourd, then he certainly wouldn't stop her. As this happened, Han Yan's body changed. Her long black hair became a black crystal waterfall. It reached all the way down to her feet. Her eyes were like black gemstones. Her whole body swirled with a mysterious, holy air. Upon seeing this, many Sky Palace elites frowned. Although Sky Path wouldn't allow anyone to use their powers, provoking the holy vine like that wasn't a good thing. If Han Yen made the holy vine mad, it wouldn't go well for her. Sky Palace leader felt a headache coming on. Why must the Han family always be like this? Don't they have a decent leader to instill good behavior into them? This girl is going to be an enormous pain in the *SS for old 10. Yun Chongkong's face was conflicted. Before today, he never thought that he would end up taking someone like this as his only student. He didn't know if he should cry or laugh at the sight. Sixth elder was laughing so hard, and he said, "This Han Yen is so interesting. Old 10, you are going to be in a lot of trouble." Then, the sixth elder's laughter stopped abruptly. He was still smiling, but his features seemed to have frozen in place. His eyes were wide. His face had changed expression so fast that laughter and shock occupied his expression at the same time. It made the sixth elder look very weird. Yun Chongkong was about to reply to the sixth elder, but when he saw the other man's horrified expression, he spun back to look at the holy gourd. When his eyes found the holy gourd, Yun Chongkong felt like his heart stopped. His eyes bulged slightly as he stared in disbelief. The two elders weren't the only ones who were shocked. The whole of Sky Palace had fallen quiet. A teacup hung forgotten from Sky Palace leader's fingers. He had been about to take a sip when his entire body grew still. His face looked as if he had laid eyes on a ghost. Han Yen still held the gourd in her hands. A thin stem had once connected the gourd to the vine, but now, that stem was broken. Han Yen had managed to pick the gourd off the vine. The nobles of Sky Palace were shocked. They didn't believe what they were seeing. They had never dreamed that the gourds could be picked like this. Over the history of Sky Palace, a few people had attempted to pick a gourd from the vine. None of them had been ordinary students, though. They were deified elites. And those deified elites hadn't merely been trying to obtain some holy air like Han Yen was. They wanted the vines and the gourds to craft deified treasures. It was impossible to tear a gourd loose by force. Even if the Sky Palace leader wanted a holy gourd, he needed to perform a special ritual and provide treasures that would provide energy to the holy vine. If the holy vine was in a good mood, it might give out a holy gourd. At that time, Sky Palace had 17 treasures made from holy gourds. They were all deified weapons. The most powerful holy gourd treasure was a scary butterfly-level weapon. Of course, some holy gourds had failed when the sky tried to shape them into weapons. They weren't included in this number. But everyone knew, regardless of all that the holy vine was a terrifying being. Even though Sky Palace had many deifieds, none of them would dare to mistreat it. Forcing a holy gourd off the vine had only been accomplished by 2 people in the entire history of Sky Palace. However, Han Yen was just a duke. She hadn't sacrificed anything in the vine's honor, she had just lackadaisically collected the gourd from the vine. It was very hard to believe. Everyone looked at Han Yen like she was insane. Han Yen was so happy. And she thought to herself, it looks like you really can take a holy gourd from this vine. If the holy gourd has holy air, I must take it back with me to research. I won't be able to open the gourd now, but after I become stronger, I'll find a way to break open the gourd and collect the holy air within. Right. I have heard each person can only walk across Sky Path once. Let me get one for Big Brother and another one for Bauer, Han Yen thought to herself. She put the gourd in her bag and looked at the small gourds next to her. Han Yen was worried that if she tried to pick a gourd that was too big, she might not be able to collect it. So, she took the small ones instead. What is she doing? Sky Palace leader stared at Han Yen with worried eyes. He felt terrible. He almost leaped out of his seat when he saw Han Yen reach for an additional gourd. As Han Yen reached out and picked another gourd off the vine, she said to herself, one for Big Brother. One for Bauer. One for Menger. And one for our Princess Linger. Oh, and one for Little Flower. The holy gourds, which not even deifieds could harm, were plucked one by one. Han Yen collected them from the vine like she was picking grapes. She picked 3 or 4. And after this, Sky Palace leader's eyes turned green. The elders, butlers, officers, and ordinary students of Sky Palace were all dumbfounded. They couldn't speak. They watched with gaping mouths as Han Yen in her super god spirit body picked the gourds off the vine. This. How is this possible? Why is the vine not reacting to her? How can it allow a duke to collect its holy gourds? The 6th elder rubbed his eyes hard. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, and he had been struck with some foul hallucination. Yun Changkong turned back to the 6th elder. His heart was screaming with joy. He tried to play it cool, but his lips were still curled up at the edges. Everyone knew he was trying to hold in his laughter. Brother 6th, my student is quite foolish. She couldn't even get a holy gourd air on Sky Path, so she had to go and pick it up for herself. That is really silly. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Yun Changkong began to laugh until tears rolled down his face. A holy gourd could be used as the base for a deified weapon. The process of crafting such a weapon often failed, and other rare materials were required to supplement it, but a holy gourd was priced equally with a primitive deified xenogeneic gene. Seeing Han Yen pick up the 4th gourd and place it in her satchel, Sky Palace leader found himself incapable of sitting still any longer. He got up and spoke aloud. Han Yen, hurry up and enter the Sky Palace door. Stop loitering, a voice boomed and echoed across Sky Palace. It was only in Han Yen's ear, though. No others could hear it. Han Yen was a smart person. When she heard that, she knew she wouldn't be allowed to collect any more gourds. She felt that was quite a shame, and she thought to herself, I didn't get one for little flower. But Han Yen didn't remain by the vine any longer. She took her bag of gourds and left Sky Path. She headed to the Sky Palace door. Were my eyes playing tricks on me? I think Han Yen took 4 holy gourds, one student asked with great confusion. He looked as if he had just woken up from a deep slumber. I thought I saw that, too. It must be Brother Han's sister. I want to know if he would like a brother-in-law. The women of the Han family are scarier than Brother Han. His daughter made the gourds shiver, and his sister was able to just grab them off the vine. That was so weird. Why do the holy gourds treat the Han family so nicely? The vine let Han Yen collect the holy gourds without reacting at all. This family. All of them are so strong. Are you stupid? If the holy vine wasn't willing to let the gourds go, do you think a duke could have picked them? I don't know about all the other ramifications of what just happened, but I do know that Sister Han earned a lot. For holy gourds can make 4 deified weapons. Uncle Han, please take me. Why didn't I think about collecting some gourds before I left the Sky Path? Hansen thought with regret. There would be far more than a single holy air in every gourd. He would have been rich if he had collected a bunch of them. While Hansen was regretting his oversight, Han Yen had reached the stone stairs that led up to Sky Palace. The words Sky Palace were shining brightly, and the sensation was so overwhelming that it was rather intimidating. It felt suppressive. Dukes weren't the only ones who would feel the strain of those words. Even a king-class elite would feel the suppression if they began ascending those stairs. Most kings wouldn't dare to lift their heads long enough to do more than glance at those words. Many of Sky Palace's nobles were eager to see how Han Yen fared on her ascent of the stone stairs of Sky Road. Han Yan's performance on the Sky Path had surprised all of Sky Palace. They were eager to see how she would perform in her ascent of the stone stairs of Sky Road. There is no doubt now that she is Han Sen's biological sister. She is so strong. Did you forget what happened when Brother Han ascended the stairs? He had to be carried. I don't know if his sister will experience the same thing or not. Brother Han was carried because he understood the 2 words of Sky Palace and what they meant. It wasn't because he was weak. Do you think Sister Han will understand the 2 words of Sky Palace and their meaning as well? She collected the gourds like she was picking apples. She took 4 of them. Understanding the meaning of 2 words won't be as difficult as taking those gourds. Yeah, I think so, too. The crystallizers are likely to become significant once again, with this Han family backing them up. As everyone discussed this, Han Yen reached the stone stairs of Sky Road. Hansen, Yun Sui, and Thousand Feather Crane stood outside the stone stairs. If something happened to Han Yen, they could step in and save her. Hansen wasn't worried about Han Yen being crushed under the 2 words of Sky Palace. He was worried she would end up like him, understanding the meaning behind the words and allowing them into her body. If she failed, as her big brother, he would have to carry her up the rest of the way. It wouldn't be appropriate for anyone else to do that. In regards to Han Yan's talent, Hansen was very confident. Hansen thought his family had many people whose talent exceeded his own. He only surpassed them through his effort and determination. That was why he could do things others could not. It had nothing to do with talent. Of course, luck also played a part in it all. When Han Yen began to ascend the stone stairs of the Sky Road, she quickly felt the pressure of the words. She slowed under the sudden weight and had to lower her head. I'm not just representing myself here. I'm representing my brother. I cannot lower my head while I walk up to Sky Palace. With that thought, Han Yan's mind exploded forcefully outward. She tried to fight back against the 2 words of Sky Palace. But those 2 words carried deified power. She couldn't force them back. The more she fought, the more pressure was applied. Her neck bone almost broke. Her super god body opened again. A weird power covered Han Yen once more, sending her into King Release Sky mode. Hansen didn't know much about Han Yan's super god body king release sky. He only knew that it was a causal element super god body. And in regards to how powerful king release sky was, Hansen wouldn't be able to tell unless he fought her. Hansen had discerned that Han Yan was only able to collect the holy gourds because of her super god body, but he wasn't sure exactly how she had done it. Right now, Han Yan was using her king release sky super god body again. Hansen was paying keen attention, trying to understand precisely why it was so amazing. Sky Palace leader saw Han Yan fighting back against the meaning of the two words of Sky Palace. He smiled and spoke to the woman next to him. She is still young. Everyone was young at some point, the woman said tersely. Being reckless at such a young age isn't a bad thing. Sometimes, young people need that kind of drive. Sky Palace leader laughed and said nothing. He could tell that the woman's expression hadn't changed, but anyone who understood her could tell from the corners of her eyes that she admired what Han Yan was doing. As they spoke, Han Yan was being suppressed by the meaning of the two words of Sky Palace. Then, she suddenly straightened out her neck and body. She stared forward and continued walking toward the door of Sky Palace. The elites of Sky Palace were all confused, wondering why the meaning of the two words of Sky Palace now seemed to be ineffective. No way. The meaning of the two words of Sky Palace only affects people and creatures the first time they ascend the stone stairs. It loses its effect the second time, but this is Han Yan's first time. Why isn't it working? Sixth Elder looked confused. Something was wrong. No, it worked in the beginning, but then it suddenly stopped. What kind of Geno art does Han Yan possess to be so amazing? Brother Sixth, stop blabbering these questions. It would be weird for the biological sister of a guy like Hansen to be completely ordinary, Yun Chongkong gently reprimanded the Sixth Elder. His quiet smile spoke for itself. Yun Chongkong had agreed to take Han Yan at the behest of Hansen and Yun Sui. He hadn't expected that Han Yan would already be so impressive. He felt as if he had just won some sort of student lottery. Han Yan quietly walked up the stone stairs, and as she did, the others of Sky Palace thought something was amiss. They were quick to realize that the meaning of the two words of Sky Palace hadn't lost its effectiveness. It was working, and it was now becoming stronger. As this happened, the words shone. If the Sky Palace students looked closer, they could see that it wasn't real light. The brightness they saw was the waves of a mind that was too strong. It manifested as a physical light, shimmering with power. The higher Han Yan went, the brighter the mind powering the two words became. It was such a powerful mind. Only deified beings could trigger it while they walked Sky Road. But Han Yan was just a duke, and she was already able to trigger the meaning of the words to such a capacity. That was surprising. Even more frightening was the fact that such a powerful mind was still proving to be ineffective against Han Yan. The mind was like a moonlit spring. Han Yan ascended the stone stairs dressed in all white, like a fairy bathing in moonlight. Her black hair floated in the shimmering moonlight behind her. Many of the young students of Sky Palace couldn't take their eyes off her. "I'm in love," a male student said. He stared at Han Yan longingly while clutching his chest. He almost had stars in his eyes. "She is a true fairy." Many of the eyes of young Sky Palace students gleamed like hungry wolves. As this happened, Han Yan slowly walked beneath the pressure of the meaning of the two words of the Sky Palace plaque. She had finished her ascent of the stone stairs. According to the past experience of the sky, the power of the mind behind the words would now be reduced. But this time, Sky Palace's two-word mind did not reduce. It exploded like a volcano. As everyone watched in confusion, the meaning of the two words of Sky Palace exploded, and something flew out into the air. "What is that?" Hansen was shocked. He looked at Yun Sui, never having heard of anything like this happening before. I don't know." Yun Sui was just as stunned as the rest. She had never heard of a physical item emerging from the sign that held the words of Sky Palace. All the rest of the sky were amazed, as well. The last thing they had expected was for an object to fly out of that sign. They stared at it blankly. The thing that flew out of the sign looked like an elephant. It was white like jade, but only 1 foot long. The elephant's tusks appeared to be made of crystal. Everyone looked at that small elephant in befuddlement. They had no idea why it had suddenly appeared there. The defensive systems of Sky Palace were rock solid. It would be impossible for them to be unaware of a xenogeniac hiding out inside that big sign. The small white elephant flew over until it was right in front of Han Yen. It then expanded, growing to the size of a mammoth. Strangely, after the white elephant appeared, the meaning behind the 2 words of Sky Palace disappeared. The sign went back to normal. The white elephant reached out its trunk and wrapped it around Han Yan's body. Han Sen's muscles tensed. He thought the white elephant was going to harm his sister, and he leaped forward. After he took a step forward, though, he realized that the white elephant was just lifting her up to sit on its back. Once Han Yen was astride its back, the white elephant turned around and headed deeper into Sky Palace. Seeing that the elephant wasn't a threat, Han Sen felt instantly relieved. But still, he made sure to follow closely behind them. Many Sky Elders also hurried forward to examine the strange white elephant as it walked farther into Sky Palace. It was so weird. No one had known that the Sky Palace sign had a white elephant hiding out in it. The situation was so odd that it was hard to believe. Even Sky Palace leader came down for a closer look. He ransacked his mind for an explanation of where the white elephant had come from, but he couldn't come up with one. Just by feeling the white elephant's presence, he could tell that it was a deified creature. A deified creature had been hiding out in that sign, and no one in Sky Palace had known. That was simply embarrassing for the other deifieds inside Sky Palace. But they knew immediately that the white elephant must have a long history with Sky Palace, so no one tried to attack it. They followed the white elephant, keen to see what it might do. "Mr. Leader, what is this white elephant?" Han Sen was still worried about Han Yen, and so he asked Sky Palace leader once the man arrived. "Don't worry. I will assure her safety. I won't allow her to get hurt," Sky Palace leader said as he continued to walk. When Han Sen heard him say that, he relaxed a little, but he still didn't feel calm. He felt even more worried. That was because it sounded as if not even Sky Palace leader understood what the white elephant was and where it had come from. Although this entire scenario sounded a bit unbelievable in which a deified creature had resided in Sky Palace without anyone knowing about its existence, this was actually happening. Han Sen gritted his teeth and followed the white elephant. The white elephant showed no sign of being hostile, though. And it was moving forward at a rather slow pace. Han Yan looked down, observing her mount quizzically. While she was surprised to find herself atop its back, she hadn't been hurt in any way. "Little Yen, are you okay?" Han Sen asked as he followed the white elephant. "I'm okay. Is this some sort of induction ceremony for Sky Palace?" Han Yen asked with curiosity. "Can you get off its back?" Han Sen asked. "Yes. Do you want me to come down?" Han Yen asked. "Yes, come down for now," Han Sen said. Han Yen flew off of the white elephant's back. But as soon as she broke contact with the creature, the white elephant's trunk snatched her and made her sit down again. The white elephant didn't hurt her, however. It placed her down gently and resumed its walk. "Let her sit there for now. I promise not an ounce of harm will befall a single hair on her pretty head," Sky Palace leader said with a squint of his eyes. A white elephant had flown out of the Sky Palace sign. That was mysterious, to say the least. All of the Sky Palace students thought this was amazing, and they were curious about what the white elephant was. But most of the students were eventually stopped and prohibited from following the white elephant. Only the elders and other leaders of Sky Palace were allowed to follow beyond that point. The white elephant carried Han Yen through the Sky Palace hall. Then, they came to the gardens of Sky Palace. This was where the rulers of Sky Palace had lived down through history. Now, it belonged to the man who was walking next to Han Senator. Ordinary people weren't permitted entry. Han Sen and the others followed the white elephant in. It was like a natural garden, with mountains and the smell of grass. It was like a fairy's grove. Rare xenogenic plants were scattered about here and there. Just the sight of them made Han Sen want to get out his knife and start cutting. The big white elephant carried Han Yen to the back of the garden. They went to a wall with a small pond beside it. The wall had 2 words that were roughly engraved, outer sky. Those 2 words were jaggedly carved. Even though Han Sen didn't know much about calligraphy, he knew those words had been written by a young man. But how could a young man have made an inscription in this place? That was where the rulers of Sky Palace rested. Other people weren't permitted entry, and they surely couldn't leave evidence of their presence. The white elephant walked in front of the mountain wall, then lowered its trunk into the water. As the water swirled around its trunk, the elephant seemed to be feeling around for something. Everyone looked at the big white elephant, having no idea what it was doing. After a while, the white elephant lifted its trunk from the water. It was holding something. The object was a box made of jade, and it was a foot long. The onlookers glanced at each other, unsure what the appearance of this random box signified. Sky Palace leader looked at the jade box and frowned. He had an idea of what the box might be, but he wasn't sure. The white elephant lifted its trunk and passed the jade box to Han Yen. And then, it lay down next to the pond and closed its eyes. It looked as if it had gone to sleep. Han Yen, come over here, Sky Palace leader said to Han Yen, who had just received that box. Han Yen saw Han Sen nodding. So, she got off of the white elephant. This time, the white elephant didn't respond. It allowed Han Yen to move away with the box in her hands. Open the box, Sky Palace leader told Han Yen. Palace leader, will there be danger inside the jade box? Han Sen asked worriedly. No, Sky Palace leader shook his head, a strange expression on his face. Is this? Yun Changkong's face changed. He seemed to come to a realization, and he looked at the jade box in astonishment. Sky Palace leader nodded to the 10th elder. If I'm correct, then it is what you're thinking. I cannot believe it was in Sky Palace all along. It was right under my nose. Is it possible? Yun Changkong's voice trembled. He stared at Han Yan's jade box. The jade box gleamed in the light. There weren't many adornments or engravings on it. It was a simple box, with no markings or patterns to identify it. Many Sky Palace elites wouldn't have been able to tell what it was. Old Yun, you should explain what is inside that jade box, the 6th elder couldn't help but ask. Yun Changkong looked at Sky Palace leader, who nodded. Yun Changkong's expression was difficult to read as he said, you guys know about the 11th leader, right? Yes. The 11th leader was a Sky Palace genius. Everyone knows about him. He was the strongest elite in Sky Palace that entered the Geno Hall. 6th elder rolled his eyes, but then his eyes widened and his face lost its color. Is this jade box related to the 11th leader? Yun Changkong nodded and said, you guys should remember the records that were created before the 11th leader went into the Geno Hall. He left behind words. The sword that will go to the luckiest person, many elders shouted at the same moment. Everyone's eyes opened wide. They stared at the jade box Han Yen was holding. Yun Changkong nodded solemnly. The 11th leader's sword skills were so fierce. He was like a god. He was a sword master from a family of swordsmen, and his talents brought him great strength. The 11th leader's sword skills were remarkable, even from a young age. He practiced with swords at the age of 3 years old. His sword mind reached the level of deified before he was 20 years old. He became the leader of Sky Palace before he was deified. When our race was in crisis, he destroyed traitors and battled enemies. Back then, even all the deified elders listened to him so they could make Sky Palace the best it could be. We have been stable for 1 billion years, because of him. Referring to his lifetime as the sky's golden age isn't even enough to describe him. He was the one who left the inscription near Sky Pond that reads Outer Sky. Special people do special things. The 11th leader's sword skills weren't passed on to anyone else in Sky Palace. He didn't educate a single student. Before he went to the Geno Hall, he said, "Fate will search the universe, and the sword will be given to the luckiest person." But no one has ever figured out who that luckiest person might be. Until now, no one has found any sign of the 11th leader's sword skills. But people always knew he left his sword around somewhere. Many people have searched for that treasure across the universe, but they always came up empty-handed, Yun Changkong said. He stared at Han Yan's jade box. How do you know the jade box contains the 11th leader's sword skills? The 6th elder asked, with confusion. Yun Changkong had a wry smile as he answered, "This jade box is made from outer world jade. It only exists in Sky Palace. It is so rare that no one else could have this much of it. Even if someone had some, they wouldn't come here and drop their outer world jade in the Sky Pond. Aside from our leaders, who else could do this? There have been many leaders here over the years." "How do you know this belongs to the 11th leader?" the 6th elder asked. He was still confused. Yun Changkong pointed at the white elephant who was fast asleep near the Sky Pond. "Don't you remember what the 11th leader's mount was?" "I have heard it was a hitting sky elephant, but I thought the hitting sky elephant disappeared when the 11th leader went to the Geno Hall." When he realized what he was saying, the 6th elder trailed off in astonishment. His eyes opened wide as he looked at Han Yan's jade box. He screamed, "Is that really the 11th leader's sword skill?" "We should open it and find out," Sky Palace leader said. "Let me open it," the 6th elder said merrily. He walked close to Han Yan and tried to grab the box. Before his hands could even touch the jade box, he felt a strong power come from behind. It sucked him backward. Pang! The 6th elder flew back through the air and slammed into the stone inscribed with the words Outer Sky. His face was almost crushed against the hard surface. The white elephant near the pond had only moved his nose an inch. He didn't open his eyes. He was still sleeping. When Yun Changkong saw the other elder's shaken expression, he chuckled and said, "Brother 6, you are in too much of a rush. Think about the 11th leader's personality. He wouldn't allow just anyone to open his box." The 6th elder stood up slowly, wincing in pain as he moved. He stared at the white elephant, but he didn't make any aggressive moves. If the white elephant was the 11th leader's mount, it would be stronger than a normal deified creature. "Han Yan, open the box," Sky Palace leader told Han Yan. Han Yan looked at Han Sen, and Han Sen nodded for her to do as she was told. Han Yan felt as if she had gotten quite lucky. This seemed to be a very rare opportunity that she had received, and maybe the 11th leader had left behind great resources. If that was true, perhaps she wouldn't have to struggle so much to level up. Han Yan held the jade box. It wasn't locked, so she lifted the lid and opened the jade box. A shadow flew out. It was in the shape of a gentleman. His age would be difficult to guess, but he appeared to be rather young. He gave off an aura of someone who carried a great burden, however. "It looks like you guys never thought I'd leave this behind at the bottom of Sky Pond. But don't worry. After all, you guys are my descendants. I wouldn't expect you to guess how my mind worked. Right now, whoever is in charge of Sky Palace needs to listen to me. The luckiest person, the person the white elephant selected, is the one who will receive my sword skills. Only that person can get what is inside this box. If anyone goes against this will of mine, bad luck will fall upon them." It is quite funny. I bet many creatures are looking all over the universe for this. I wonder which of the sky was this lucky. After saying that, the shadow disappeared. No one knew where it went. Sky Palace leader and the others looked strange. The legend said that the 11th leader was a very heroic and smart man. They did not expect him to be such a kid. It looked like he was quite the prankster. Old elder, you are so unreliable. The white elephant chose a person who wasn't even one of the sky. She's just a foreign student. Sky Palace leader felt so depressed that he didn't know what to say. According to the 11th leader's words, the sword skills had to be given to Han Yen. The most secret skills of Sky Palace were about to be hers. If they didn't give the skills to her, that would mean they were betraying the will and direction of the 11th leader. That decision would reflect poorly upon them. The most important thing, however, was the fact that the 11th leader's mount was still there. The white elephant was bound to intervene if they tried to take the knowledge away from Han Yen. All the elders of Sky Palace looked confused. None of them said a word. In an office of Sky Palace, a collection of elders, officers, and other high-class people were discussing the events with great excitement. We're talking about the 11th leader's sword skill, here. It is one of Sky Palace's secret techniques. After being buried for all these years, it has finally been revealed. It should be a part of Sky Palace's armory. We can't allow an outsider to claim it. The one who got it was a foreign student, after all. But you're wrong. The 11th elder left this request. How could we disobey his final wish? This only happened because he was too old to understand that the white elephant might unwittingly select an outsider. A foreign student, no less. The high-class people of Sky Palace had split into 3 different camps. One camp suggested putting the sword skill into Sky Palace's list of secret skills, where only the truly important figures of the sky could view. Another camp believed they should honor the final command of the 11th leader and allow Han Yen to practice the sword skill she had been given. The final group wanted to take the 11th leader's sword skill to a place where they could research it. They wanted to modify it so all of Sky Palace's students could practice it. Leader, please say something. The 6th elder supported the group that wished to take the sword skill and put it on the restricted list. After the 6th elder spoke, everyone realized that Sky Palace leader had yet to say anything in the discussion. Sky Palace leader said coldly, "There is no need to discuss this." "What do you mean, leader?" Sky Chance officer asked Sky Palace leader with confusion. Sky Palace leader looked at him. Then, he turned his gaze back to everyone else who was present. "It doesn't matter what decision we make if we can't get our hands on the sword skill, does it? Why could we not get it? We can ask Han Yen to present it to us. Would she dare not to? It belongs to Sky Palace, and if you want to take it back, then we would be totally within our rights," Sky Chance officer said flatly. "You really think that would be an acceptable course of action?" "Yes, you are technically correct. But it sounds to me like you're not giving any consideration to the 11th leader and his request," Yun Chongkong said mockingly. "I would never insult the 11th leader. However, I don't think the 11th leader expected that he would end up handing over his skill to someone who wasn't even a sky. We are merely fulfilling our responsibility as leaders of our people. I am sure that his spirit in heaven would agree with our decision," Sky Chance officer said confidently. Sky Palace leader squinted, smiled, and said, "Sky Chance officer is correct. We could argue that we were merely using our authority, but clearly, the 11th leader knew we would want to take advantage of this situation. He sent his mount-hitting Sky Elephant to protect the skill and prevent young ones like us from stealing it under the guise of protecting our people. Do you have another plan to sort this out that involves the use of our authority? If Han Yen is willing to hand it over, the hitting Sky Big Elephant shouldn't," Sky Chance officer said, before going quiet. He didn't believe a single word that he was saying. The skill wasn't recorded in text, rather, it had taken the form of a jade sword. The white elephant wouldn't part with the jade sword for a minute. The white elephant didn't care if Han Yen used the sword, but if anyone else came close to it, the hitting Sky Elephant would attack them. The 6th elder was a prime example of what might happen if the white elephant got annoyed. The hitting Sky Elephant is just a low-intelligence Cenegeniac. I doubt it knows much. We can trap it and take the jade sword away. How could it stop us then? An elder said with a hoarse voice. Seventh Elder, this is Sky Palace. We aren't a den of thieves, Yun Changkong said disparagingly. Yun Changkong, don't let this become personal. Han Yen might be your student, but the sword skill is part of the legacy of Sky Palace. It isn't your personal possession, the seventh elder said with a cold grunt. Yun Changkong was enraged by this, and he said, what is that supposed to mean? You know what I mean. You shouldn't have to ask. Changkong, what the seventh elder said makes sense. That is how we will settle this matter, Sky Palace leader said to stop them both from fighting. Leader, Yun Changkong said, looking sick. Leader, you are so smart. The seventh elder grinned widely. Sky Palace leader ignored Yun Changkong's icy stare. He smiled at the seventh elder and said, since you were the one to suggest this idea, seventh elder, please proceed with your plan to trap the hitting sky elephant. Then, bring the jade sword to me. Palace leader, how am I supposed to do it alone? I need you to send some more deifites with me. I'll need them to trap the creature. The seventh elder's face changed. He could tell that the leader's proposal didn't sound right. I can't help you with that, I'm afraid, Sky Palace leader said calmly. I'm hoping Han Sen can make a few more deifites to balance out Han Yan's acquisition of the skill, but I can't lend you aid at the same time. You should think of a way. It's your idea, don't you think you can do it? You are eligible for a grand reward if you do. This, seventh elder's face, was turning green. Yun Changkong felt relief flow through him. Sky Palace leader was protecting Han Yen. Many of the elders and officers who had wanted to take the jade sword by force had suddenly stopped talking. Sky Palace leader wanted to protect Han Yen. And with Han Sen's reputation as well, none of them were bold enough to try to get the jade sword by themselves. By doing so, they would be disobeying the leader's orders and disrespecting Han Sen at the same time. Han Sen would likely never bless them if that occurred. Plus, Han Sen had two true god weapons, and he had drawn the attention of the very high. He would only continue to gain power as time went by. If they stole things from Han Yen now, they'd be making an enemy of Han Sen. I will support whoever gets the sword skill back. If you can truly claim it, then I will reward you handsomely, Sky Palace leader said while looking at everybody. No one chose to speak. Han Sen didn't think the matter would be resolved so easily. The people of Sky Palace wouldn't let such an important sword skill land in Han Yan's hands. But what he expected didn't come to pass. Sky Palace didn't come up with an excuse to take the 11th leader's sword skill for themselves. But Yun Changkong also didn't take Han Yen as a student. Instead, he asked his teacher to be her teacher. In effect, he made Han Yen his little sister. That was another way of saying that she was on the same level as Sky Palace leader. After the teacher ceremony, Han Yan standing in Sky Palace became obscenely high despite her young age. Even Lone Bamboo, when he saw her, would have to refer to her respectfully. Han Yen had picked holy gourds, received the legendary sword skill, and become a fellow student with Yun Changkong. She instantly became a legend all across Sky Palace. Her reputation exceeded even Lone Bamboo's. Everyone knew Han Sen had an awesome sister. Of course, what most students were fond of was her appearance. Many students had discussed the subject of Han Sen potentially blessing her. Perhaps that was why she was so strong at such a young age. That made them want Han Sen's blessing even more. On the little jade island, Han Sen, Han Yen, and Bauer were sitting at a table with 4 gourds of various sizes laid out across it. They were the 4 gourds Han Yen had collected from the holy vine. The 3 of them had briefly examined the gourds, but they still didn't know how to get the holy air out of them. Bauer, can't you make these things release their holy air? Han Sen asked, glancing at Bauer. Bauer shook her head. I could if I was at the vine, but not right now. Does that mean retrieving them was pointless, then? Han Sen felt depressed. Stop trying. Once the holy gourds are separated from the holy vine, the holy air inside of them solidifies. They won't release anything. Yun Chongkong smiled as he walked over to them. Yun Sui and Yun Susheng were following behind him. "Greetings, brother," Han Yen said. She stood up and bowed to Yun Chongkong. "Greetings, auntie," Yun Sui and Yun Susheng bowed, as well. Why is this so messed up? Han Sen thought. He bowed to Yun Chongkong, too, but only referred to him as Elder Yun. The Yun sisters said hi to him. They had been close for some time, so there was no need for a great deal of politeness. After Han Sen instructed them all to take a seat, he had Zero come and pour the tea. Yun Chongkong had a sip and then said, "The holy gourds cannot release holy air now that they have been picked. But they are a material that can be used to forge deified treasures. We should conduct a test and learn what elements they are associated with. Then, I will have Sky Chance's department make the treasure for you. However, making the treasures will still require other materials, and they might be expensive. The process isn't guaranteed to be successful either. I would wager it to be 50-50. What kind of materials will I be needing?" Han Yan asked. "We won't know that until we test the holy gourds. After we have decided what sort of treasure you want, then we can make a list of the materials that will be required." Yun Chongkong smiled and went on to say, "Don't worry about it, little sister. I will pay for the materials in return for your willingness to join us. Please do not object to my insistence. It is settled." Upon seeing Yun Chongkong's certainty, Han Yen didn't turn down his offer. After chatting for a while, Yun Chongkong turned to Han Senior Han Sen. "Have you not been to the 5 cities?" "No, not yet." Han Sen shook his head and said, "I wanted to go to the 5 cities, but a guard told me I need some sort of special pass." Yun Chongkong pulled out a piece of paper with a black symbol written on it. "The 5 cities are different from the 12 towers. It is very dangerous there, and the cities are all different from one another. Until you heal, you shouldn't go to the latter 4. This is the Black King City spell of the 5 cities. If you have this, you will be allowed to enter the Black King City. Perhaps it can help you. But remember, you cannot lose the pass if you enter there. And you cannot kill anything inside. Otherwise, you will land in a lot of hot water." "What is inside the Black King City?" Han Sen asked with curiosity. "I can't tell you. But you will find out as soon as you go there," Yun Chongkong said, waving his hand with a mysterious air. "This spell can only allow one person inside?" Han Sen asked with more curiosity. Yun Chongkong nodded and said, "In the future, little sister's spell will be handled by Sky Palace leader. Her level is low now, so it is pointless for her to venture into the 5 cities. We will need to wait until she is king class. Then she will receive her 5 cities spell." Although Han Yen was now Yun Chongkong's sister, she was still his student. Yun Chongkong was explaining things to Han Yen just like an average instructor would. With Yun Chongkong only being the senior student, the atmosphere was so unnatural. The Yun sisters were very quiet because of it. Yun Chongkong understood why, though. He dropped the info and left, leaving Yun Sui and Yun Susheng behind. When only the youngsters remained, the atmosphere became far more relaxed and comfortable. Amidst the liveliness, Han Sen was keen on asking the Yun sisters about the Black King City. "Father said that our powers are too weak, and we cannot go in yet. That is why we don't know much about the cities. I have heard that Black King City is the safest of all the cities. As long as you keep the spell on your person, and you don't have any intent to kill within you, it shouldn't be too dangerous for you to go to the Black King City." Yun Sui stopped to think for a moment, then said, "The legends claim that Black King City has many rare treasures in it. Many of the people that entered there came back with grand trophies, but they were never willing to say how they came into possession of them." The Yun sisters didn't know much about the Black King City, which only made Han Sen even more curious. The next day, he rode his legless crane to the White Jade Jing. He wanted to see the Black King City so he could see what was so special about it. Of course, when he reached the gate of the city, Han Sen was stopped by a Sky Palace student. "Mr. Han, I'm so sorry. Without a pass from the leader, no one is allowed to enter the Black King City." That guard had once attended lessons taught by Han Sen, so he was very polite. "Will this do?" Han Sen took out his pass and handed it over to the guard. The student inspected it and then let him pass. Before Han Sen went, though, the guard reminded him that he must carry his spell at all times. He couldn't, at any cost, lose the spell. Han Sen thanked the guard and entered Black King City. From the outside, the city looked like an ancient place built from black jade. It looked old. It was mysterious and cold. After entering the Black King City, Han Sen was shocked by what he saw. He had thought Black King City was a mysterious place, and that there might be dark and dangerous creatures out on the prowl. He at least thought it might look like the White Jade Tower, albeit with the presence of creatures. But as Han Sen stepped onto the city's main street, he saw that the place was quite populated. It was a town with all sorts of people. There were merchants and farmers. There were even restaurants in which people relaxed and chatted as they ate. If Han Sen hadn't come in through the clearly defined entrance, he'd have assumed he had gone to the wrong place. This place shouldn't have been called Black King City. It was more like a small town on some underdeveloped planet. Peanuts, walnuts, pears, dates. A seller was barking down the street. Han Sen could see a farmer leading a cow. There were chickens clucking in cages and dogs barking at one another on the street. Han Sen felt strangely unsettled as he walked down the street. When he was young, not even his home had been this underdeveloped. This was the sort of thing he might have seen in an old movie. Han Sen looked at the ancient city people around him and noted that they looked very human. They were almost exactly the same as his own people. How is this possible? How can there be humans here? Han Sen mumbled to himself in shock. They looked exactly like humans. They were different from the very high, the sky, and the extreme king. They did not have the additional features that the other races had. They were practically identical to humans. Am I having some sort of hallucination? They cannot be humans, Han Sen thought to himself. Soon after, though, he realized that what he was seeing couldn't just be some sort of illusion. The beings around him were obviously living humans. Han Sen wanted to use his Dongxian aura to examine them more closely, but he found that his power was all gone. Not a single speck of it remained. What a weird city. It suppresses my power. Although my body is as strong as usual, I don't think I'll be able to any more powers than any ordinary creature can. I'm like an ordinary being now. Han Sen was shocked. He tried activating all kinds of Geno arts, but he couldn't find any that were usable in that strange realm. As Han Sen tried to figure out exactly how his power was being limited, a sky man approached him and bowed politely. "Brother Han, my name is Bo Chin. I am a tour guide for Black King City." "Brother Bo Chin, what is going on?" Han Sen asked, looking at the city's civilians. Bo Chin laughed and said, "There is a cafe nearby with excellent tea. Since we're close, let's have a cup of the stuff and discuss the city, shall we? What's going on in Black King City is rather complicated, so it can take a while to explain." "Yes, please do that, Brother Bo Chin." Han Sen followed Bo Chin to a nearby cafe on a street corner. The two of them sat in a room on the second floor. They could look out across crossroads in front of them, which gave them a view of half the city. Bo Chin ordered some tea. Han Sen was still partially convinced that the whole city was merely an illusion, but when he took a sip of his tea, he was forced to discard that idea. The tea had a sweet fragrance, and its taste was just divine. It was definitely not an illusion. "Don't worry, Brother Han. Black King City is a very real place. It's just different. This dimension only contains this town. The beings here can only live in the city. They live and die here, unable to practice or grow their strength. Furthermore, their lifespan is only a few decades," Bo Chin said with a smile. If these people here can never practice, why is the place so dangerous that I need a spell with me at all times? Hansen asked, confused. If things were really as Bo Qing said, then nothing in that place could hurt him. Why would Yin Chongkong have warned him so seriously? The beings in Black King City are ordinary, but the city itself is not. I believe you have already felt it, in that our power has been restricted. Aside from the strength of our bodies, our powers are lost. Even if we only have our physical powers, the beings here cannot hurt us. Bo Qing nodded and said, the beings here cannot harm us, but the rules that bind Black King City can. They might even kill us. There are two things you cannot do in Black King City. One is that you cannot lose your Black King spell. The second rule is that you cannot harm the other beings here. It doesn't matter how weak they are, if you hurt them, you will be punished by the rules of Black King City. Even if you're deified, the consequences are dire. Then what is the point of us coming here? Hansen asked with a frown. There is a point. The creatures here are weak, but the stuff in their houses isn't. There are 1987 houses here. Many generations of these people have lived in the same houses. They have treasures in their abodes that hail from eras that are long past. For the beings that live here, never practicing, they are a waste. If we were able to claim them, however, they might have some use. Think about it, there might even be deified treasures just hanging around like easy pickings. Bo Qing paused before going on to say, but in Black King City, you cannot steal. You cannot rob. You cannot bring harm to the occupants. The people must give you their items willingly. If you violate these terms, Black King City will punish you even if you are deified. That is a very strange set of rules. But if the people here don't practice, where can these treasures possibly come from? Hansen asked. Sure. I don't know. Just like nobody knows why the White Jade Jing exists, no one knows why Black King City operates the way it does and where the people that live here come from. And no one knows how they can keep on living in this small city. All we have to do is try and take the items that we might need, Bo Qing said. Can I trade with them? Hansen asked. Yes, but you cannot force them into an exchange, Bo Qing answered. Hansen asked more about the situation involving Black King City, and Bo Qing informed him of what he knew. He made sure to stress the taboos involved with living there. As Hansen was readying himself to leave, Bo Qing said, remember, Brother Han. We cannot use our powers here. Even if deified treasures are right in front of us, we can't tell what they are without our powers. We can only see what they look like. Sometimes you'll find that you've spent a lot of effort in return for a barren-class piece of junk. That is a frequent occurrence in Black King City. So, be careful what you select. If you find something you like, don't miss out. I sincerely hope you can get a deified treasure. Thank you for explaining all of this to me, Brother Bo Qing. Hansen said goodbye and departed the cafe. He hit the streets again. After walking a few steps, he saw a blacksmith's smithy erupt with sparks. Two shirtless blacksmiths were swinging their hammers, with each strike of the anvil making a ding-ding sound. When Hansen saw the anvil, his eyes brightened. The anvil was pitch black, and it was shaped something like the head of a bull. It was flat on its top and thin near the bottom. It looked quite aged, however. It seemed to be caked in rust, but Hansen could tell that it wasn't actually rusty. The red color was rising from within the anvil. The anvil was a platform that the blacksmiths used to hammer iron weaponry. When the iron was pulled out of the fire, they would use hammers to shape the red-hot metal atop the anvil. Hansen could tell that the anvil was very old. God only knew how many years it had resided in the blacksmith's smithy, but it hadn't yet broken. And there were no dents or markings to testify to its eons of use. He could tell that it was quite a special item. If it hadn't been, there would have been the telling signature of hammer marks and scorched clumps of iron atop it. Not having any marks would be impossible for an ordinary item. Is this anvil a treasure? What level is it, I wonder? Hansen stood outside the smithy as he leered at the anvil. He couldn't use his powers, so he couldn't discern the rank of the anvil. This anvil must be a treasure, I just can't tell what level it is. It might not be too bad. Many Sky Palace students must have wanted that thing through the years, but the blacksmiths that live here cannot do their work without the anvil. So, after all these generations, no blacksmith has been willing to sell or part with the anvil, said a familiar voice behind Hansen. Hansen turned around to see Exquisite next to him. She was robed in white clothing. Lady Exquisite, can you tell which of the city's items are Geno treasures? Hansen asked Exquisite. Exquisite shook her head. No, but I can see something you cannot. Hansen observed the anvil for a while, then he began to walk on down the street. Are you going to give up without even trying? Exquisite asked coldly when she caught up to Hansen. I bet that countless people from Sky Palace have already tried to take that anvil. I was standing there for a while, and the looks that the blacksmith was giving me weren't very friendly. I would rather go somewhere else where the reception is not so uninviting, Hansen said as he looked around. As Hansen was checking out the city, the civilians in the city checked him out in return. The city wasn't big, and there weren't many people. They all lived there, so they knew each other well. Non-natives stood out quite a bit there. Plus, the people in that city were looking at Hansen with hostile eyes. There was nothing warm or inviting about them. Hansen could understand their attitude. In the past, Sky Palace students must have performed quite a few scams to steal their goods. These people certainly wouldn't enjoy outsiders coming in just to make off with their things. Yun Chong Kong hadn't been willing to divulge the specifics of the Black King City to him. It was probably because Sky Palace students had done many things in that city that no one would be proud of. The people of that old city didn't like outsiders, but they weren't picking any fights. They only walked around Hansen with cold stares. It was likely they had been taken advantage of before. The students of Sky Palace had their power restricted in the city, but they still had their physical strength. Ordinary creatures couldn't stand against power like that. If it wasn't for Black King City's rules, any Sky Palace student could bring down the entire city with their fists. No wonder Bo Chin said it was harder to get something in Black King City these days. Hansen shook his head with a wry smile. He wasn't very good at talking, and his ability to communicate with others was below average. He didn't think he would gain much from this city. Now that he didn't have access to his powers, he was unable to tell which item was a treasure and which was just a normal item. He could only rely on his gut instincts and eyesight. Hansen tried to summon a beast soul, but beast souls were restricted, as well. He couldn't bring anything out of his sea of soul. That stopped his cheating mind in its tracks. Lady Exquisite, do you know what race the people here belong to? Why do they look like crystallizers? Hansen said as he walked. After a moment of thought, Exquisite said, this is just their appearance. They aren't true crystallizers. They aren't like any race in this entire universe, actually. They are just creatures of the Black King City. They can't leave this place. They must spend their entire lives inside this city. Are the creatures in the other 4 cities similar to these? After Hansen asked that, a strange feeling whelmed him. He was from Sky Palace, but he was asking an outsider about what might be members of his own species. Exquisite didn't seem to give Hansen's question much thought. She shook her head and said, each of the 5 cities is different. The inhabitants all have special traits and quirks. The other cities aren't as safe as Black King City. Even deifieds can die in them with a little bad luck. Hansen and Exquisite continued to walk and talk, sightseeing their way through the city. The grass, the wood, the bricks, and the slate of the region looked very old and heavy. Hansen felt as if he was walking through the streets of a vintage film. Everything there looked like treasures, but they weren't. It sucks not having my ability to sense things, Hansen sighed. But he suddenly remembered he had crystallizer glasses. He didn't know if the crystallizer technology would work in the city, so he gave it a try. Hansen put the glasses on his face and looked at the people in the city. Data scrolled across the lenses. Target locked, analyzing data, the voice of glasses sounded in Hansen's ears. The data continued to flash across the lenses. Why are you wearing glasses? Exquisite felt as if what Hansen was doing was rather weird. She looked at the glasses. Glasses wasn't a treasure, so Exquisite wasn't surprised by his ability to put them on. These people don't like us. Wearing glasses to hide our faces might help us steal items. They won't be able to immediately recognize me if I wear these, Hansen explained. When she heard Hansen say that, Exquisite looked at the people and said, "You think too much. Anyone who takes an item from this place will be branded a threat, and they will never be able to come back." Hansen laughed and didn't respond. He continued walking. Not long later, Glasses had results ready for him. Target, at 6 type mutant genes. Male. Calculated gene age, 34. Gene level, none. Gene potential, none. What is an at 6 type mutant gene? Hansen asked the Glasses in shock. At indicates that it is a creature. The number 6 means it is from the 6th branch of creatures, Glasses answered. What does it mean? Hansen tried to ask it. At is at. The AI of the Glasses had the maturity of a 6-year-old. She was unable to answer Hansen's questions. Are they related to the crystallizers in any way? Hansen changed his approach with his questions. No, Glasses answered hastily. Hansen asked her about a few other races that looked similar, but Glasses refuted each suggestion. Can I see what other creatures might exist? Hansen asked, not willing to give up yet. Information incomplete. Cannot answer, Glasses answered. Since he couldn't get any more information out of Glasses, Hansen put his mind on the city. Glasses could be used, but she could only scan creatures. She didn't scan treasures, and so Hansen would have to depend on his luck for any decisions he made on that prospect. If you follow me to the very high, I can tell you where a deified treasure lies and how to claim it for yourself, Exquisite said as two of them walked around the streets. Hansen was coming up empty-handed thus far. Where is a deified treasure? Hansen asked her quickly. Exquisite had been tricked by Hansen once before. She looked at him silently, not willing to answer his question. Hansen couldn't trick her into giving him more information, so he shrugged and said, but you should at least tell me what sort of treasure it is. The city is very small. If I told you what it is, you would find it. Exquisite rolled her eyes. Hansen was surprised. It was rare to see her express that much emotion. Never mind, then. After a moment of thought, Hansen decided to return to the blacksmith's smithy. Sky Palace had controlled Black King City for many years. All the best stuff had probably been taken by this point. Even if there was something good left to get, it would be either extremely difficult to claim or impossible to find. So far, the anvil was the only thing Hansen had seen that interested him. And so, that was what he was going to try to claim. Mother ****. If you don't get lost, I'm going to clobber you to death with my hammer. The blacksmith spoke the common tongue with a heavy accent. He swung his hammer wildly as he ordered Hansen out of his shop. After Hansen got tossed out of the smithy, a bucket full of water followed him out, drenching him. His fox ears flopped downward when they were wet, and the sight made Exquisite laugh. Hansen noticed the smile on Exquisite's face, and he said, "You should smile more. You look much better like that." Exquisite's smile quickly vanished, and she returned to looking like a statue once again. At this point, most of the populace of Black King City is like the blacksmith you just met. Taking a treasure from here might be a little harder than it used to be. You should think about my offer. If you come with me to the very high, I can guarantee you at least one deified treasure, Exquisite said emotionlessly. Hansen started to wipe away the water beaded across his face. He walked back over to the same blacksmith and asked if the man was willing to sell the anvil. The well-muscled blacksmith threw another bucket of water at Hansen and swung his hammer. Hansen narrowly evaded the strike. Hansen wasn't angered by this, though. If someone had tried to lay claim to his treasures, he probably would have behaved the same way. He might have done far worse, in fact. Wol. Hansen walked around Black King City and came up with nothing. When nighttime came, Hansen had to depart Black King City. Everyone had told him that Black King City wasn't dangerous as long as he followed the rules, but that was only true during the day. If he and Exquisite remained in Black King City at night, they would probably end up dead. A long time ago, when White Jade Jing was first discovered, a few students had spent the night in Black King City. The next day, they were nowhere to be found. They had vanished. A deified investigator was sent after them, but he disappeared as well. Ever since then, students had been forbidden from staying overnight in Black King City. They had to leave before the sun descended past the horizon. Hansen walked away empty-handed. Exquisite didn't seem upset to have found nothing, but she hadn't gone there for treasure, anyway. She was happy moseying around with Hansen. After that first trip, Hansen wasn't very interested in returning to Black King City. He preferred to spend his time studying the Geno arts that appeared in the 7th tower. He made no plans to go to Black King City again. Hansen had been studying those texts for a while now, but their volume and variety were impressive. There was a new text every day, and there was never a duplicate. There was always something new available for him to study. The words on the books were like the kingis on the king tree's leaves in the Extreme King. Hansen had never seen the symbols before in his life, but for some reason, he could still understand what they meant. However, if he copied the texts down, the meaning would be lost. It was a strange sort of magic. A year passed. It was the calmest year of Hansen's life. He read books, he healed, and his body started to recover. Occasionally, he even went to Black King City. There was no fighting there. There was no bloodshed. Hansen felt as if he had become quite the lazy boy. After that year of recovery was done, his damaged body was halfway healed. He read all the books in the 7th tower. What annoyed Hansen was that the effects of the charming god's Jian were becoming stronger. It was changing more aspects of Hansen's body. His appearance didn't change much. He still had his fox-like ears and tail, but the rest of him was human. However, Hansen could feel that something was changing within his eyes. He didn't know how to describe it. He wasn't trying to be flirtatious, but when he met people's eyes, especially women's, they would feel as if he was hitting on them. When he spoke with the Yun sisters, Yun Sui would blush and hang her head low for the longest time whenever he happened to glance at her. Yun Sushang didn't have much of a reaction, but she rarely visited him now. If this keeps going on, people are going to think I'm some player who is unfaithful to his true love. Hansen found the situation to be incredibly disheartening. Women didn't seem to want to get close to him anymore. Not even Exquisite. Are you the charming god's Jian or the repulsive god's Jian? If this keeps going on, aside from my wife, no woman will be willing to talk to me. Hansen lifted the charming god's Jian and shook it a little as he lectured it. Fortunately, Hansen wasn't very worried about the opinions of women. That made the weird changes a little easier to deal with. Hansen was bored at home one day, so he decided to return to Black King City. Big Brother Bull, how goes the blacksmithing today? Hansen went to the smithy and smiled at the blacksmith. None of your god *Ned business, grunted the blacksmith that Hansen had called a bull. Tell me when you want to sell that anvil of yours, yeah? We can talk about the price, Hansen said with a smile. He wasn't put off by the harsh welcome. Maybe in your next lifetime, the bullman said. Over the course of that year, Hansen had gone to the smithy every few days. He wasn't in a rush to get the anvil. He just wanted to forge a good bond with the people of the city. It would be great if he could get his hands on a piece of treasure, but he wouldn't be upset if he didn't. His trips to the city had become a sort of vacation. In the beginning, the people despised Hansen and shied away from him. After his repeated trips, however, the people got used to seeing him around. Although they were still wary of his motives, they didn't scurry away from him as they once had. The blacksmith bullman even spoke to him occasionally. Although the man was grumpy whenever he spoke, a conversation was a conversation. Like usual, Hansen began to meander through the city. Hansen knew the place like the back of his hand, but he hadn't found anything valuable within it. The legends claimed that when Black King City was first discovered, there were treasures everywhere. Even a random brick might contain untold power. But there were too many people in Sky Palace, and over the years, all of the city's treasures had been plundered. The items that remained, like the anvil, would be very difficult to take away. "Brother Han, come over here." Hansen was walking down the street when a wooden door near him suddenly opened. A 30-year-old woman with a bun on her head appeared in the doorway wearing a flower dress. She waved at him quickly. Hansen recognized her. She was the daughter-in-law of the Liu family. She hadn't been married for long when her husband died, and she had been single ever since. Everyone referred to her as the Liu widow. "You need something?" Hansen stepped over toward her. He carefully kept his ears from pricking up. He had once heard a story about the Liu widow's house containing a treasure. Many of Sky Palace's students had wanted to claim the Liu family's treasure for themselves, but none of them had been successful. Hansen knew that the Liu widow was the only remaining member. Perhaps he would be able to buy that treasure now. As soon as Hansen walked inside, the Liu widow slammed the door shut with great force. She leaped onto Hansen with wolf-like hunger in her eyes, and she clung to him lecherously, her arms wrapped around him like an octopus. "Woman, what are you doing?" The Liu widow was leaning down to kiss him, so Hansen used his hands to stop the descent of her lips. "I want you. Don't you want the Liu family's treasure? If you can love me like I want you to, I will give you anything you want." Liu widow was staring at him like a wolf in heat. No, she was more like a horny vixen. Hansen planted his hands on her waist and picked the Liu widow up. He walked toward the yard and threw her down on a stone desk. Her arms and legs spread out across the desk. The Liu widow closed her eyes. Her face was red and she panted swiftly as she said, "Don't be gentle with me, just because I'm a delicate woman." But after impatiently waiting for it to happen, nothing actually did. When she opened her eyes again, Hansen had vanished from the yard. After Hansen left the Liu widow's house, he power-walked down Black King City streets. But he felt as if something was wrong. The women all across Black King City cast strange glances his way. Their eyes seemed bold and hungry whenever they glanced at him. Even the eyes of shy, young girls looked like they were on fire whenever they looked at Hansen. This is wrong. Something is very wrong. Is this what the charming god Jian's power is all about? Hansen decided to leave Black King City. After he left, he saw Yun Susheng riding her crane. Yun Susheng's expression twisted strangely when she noticed Han Senator. It seemed as if she wanted to avoid him, but at the same time, she was wrestling with a desperate desire to stay and see him. "Susheng, can I ask you something?" Hansen walked toward her and bowed. "What is it?" Yun Susheng's eyes darted around as she spoke. "Has the charming god's Jian worked its magic on me? This is very important for me to know. Can you tell me how much I've changed?" Hansen said with seriousness. Yun Susheng was shocked. And then she blushed. After hesitating for a while, she nodded. She nibbled her lips as she said, "It seems very serious. You should ask someone else." After that, Yun Susheng hurriedly departed. Hansen called her back, but she ignored him. Hansen knew this was very bad. After he went to the little jade island, he had Bubble take on his form and remain there, pretending to be him. With Bubble covering his absence, he decided to teleport to his home in the Alliance. Yanran, is there anything off about me? Hansen asked. He was lying on the bed with Ji Yanran curled in his arms like a cat. Ji Yanran's body felt soft as she held Han Senator with a look of satisfaction. She said, I don't see a problem. You look very good. You look a lot more charming than you did before. What do you mean by charming? Hansen asked quickly, his eyes flashing with worry. Ji Yanran looked at him closely. She held his chin as she stared at Hansen's face. After a while, she trailed a finger down his jaw and said, It makes me want to sleep with you. More. Oh no. So that's what's happening. Hansen sank back on the bed in frustration. Now he knew why Yin Sushang was avoiding him and why Exquisite no longer visited him. It wasn't because they thought he was a playboy, it was because they couldn't resist doing something that was utterly forbidden. It would be something that couldn't be described. That was why people were avoiding him. What kind of F***king race weapon is this? It's like a mating pill. Hansen wanted to cry. He wasn't doing as bad as Ningyu, but this was bad in an entirely different way. It was good to be popular with women, but Hansen didn't want to be a tool for women to enjoy. Honey, how about we do it again, since the sun hasn't yet risen? Ji Yanran suggested, an obsessive glint in her eyes. She kept drawing circles on Hansen's chest. I can't do it. I need to sort out this issue with the charming gods Jian. When Hansen was finally back on his little jade island, his legs still felt a little weak. Hansen couldn't figure out a way to fix this situation, so he went to Sky Palace and asked Sky Palace leader for his assistance. Sky Palace leader seemed to know about Hansen's problem. After Hansen explained, Sky Palace leader smiled at him and said, Isn't this a really good thing? It's a great skill for producing offspring. Your genes are so talented, you should definitely make a few more babies. Hansen looked bitter and said, I don't need help in that department. Plus, if men start to, Hansen trailed off. Sky Palace leader laughed out loud and said, Don't worry. The charming god's Jian only works on the opposite sex. If you were a woman, having the charming god's Jian would only make you attractive to men. Leader, is there no way to get rid of this side effect? Hansen wasn't in the mood to joke around. Sky Palace leader kept smiling as he said, If you were an elite that could control the power of the charming god's Jian, this wouldn't happen. The problem is that your power isn't sufficient to control the charming god's Jian, and thus, you are powerless to resist its effects. That is why you're so plagued by women that you came moaning to me. After a moment of silence, Sky Palace leader went on to say, As for a solution to this problem? There is one. You need to find a true god elite to seal up the charming god's Jian. Do that, and it will no longer affect you. However, once that is done, you will no longer be able to use the power of the charming god's Jian. You think I can find a true god elite to help me? Hansen quickly asked. He didn't need the power of the charming god's Jian. It will be difficult. I can help you if you take some time to think about it. But hiring a scary elite like that would probably be expensive. Sky Palace leader looked troubled. I will cough up any sum I need to for this to be fixed. Hansen gnashed his teeth. He didn't want to be a walking sex toy. He would pay whatever fee was required. How about this? You spend 3 days teaching out of every month. And then I will help you find a true god deified. Sky Palace leader made it sound like a complicated process, judging from the way he spoke. No problem, Hansen agreed instantly. He wasn't in the mood to bargain right now. There was no other way he might be able to find a true god elite to help him. He had to rely on the leader. You must consider this. If the charming god's Jian is sealed, unless you become strong enough to break that seal, you will never again be able to use its power. Sky Palace leader smiled warningly at Hansen. I don't need it. I don't need it to find women, Hansen said, clearly not caring. It isn't that simple. If you have the charming god's Jian at your disposal, women are more likely to approve of you. Even if you wanted their money and their lives, at some point, they would give whatever you asked to you without a shadow of a doubt. You can use it in Black King City. You will get a lot out of it. If you seal it, that will no longer be an option. Leader, please find a true god elite to help me seal it. Hansen had a wry smile. Hansen wanted those treasures, but he wasn't willing to sell his body for them. Fine. Give me the charming god's Jian, Sky Palace leader said. This thing will come back to me by its own will, Hansen said with a depressed look. Wait until you find a true god elite. I will give it to him. He is already in front of you. What are you waiting for? Sky Palace leader said in annoyance. You are true god class? Hansen looked at the man in shock. He remembered that Sky Palace leader had been a king when he competed in the Geno being scroll 100 years ago. In such a short period of time, he had already become a true god. You do know exceptional geniuses can hide their talents, don't you? Sky like me are adept at doing that. Sky Palace leader smiled. Sky Palace leader said it would take a few days to finish his preparations of sealing the charming god's Jian. Hansen agreed to leave the weapon with him in the meantime. He was the leader of Sky Palace, so it was unlikely that he'd be greedy enough to steal the charming god's Jian for himself. Even if he did steal it, though, Hansen wouldn't mind. As long as the weapon no longer plagued him with women or returned to him when he tried to get rid of it, he wouldn't mind anything that would get the item away from him. If it can be sealed, I wonder if I can ask Sky Palace leader to seal Ningyu's little green sword as well, Hansen thought to himself. But Ningyu's situation was vastly different from Hansen's. After the power of the charming god's Jian was sealed, it wouldn't have any effect on Hansen's power. Hansen had his super god spirit body. He could remove any abnormal changes that tried to debilitate him. He could get rid of his ears and tail, but Ningyu's super god body didn't do anything like that. He was forever bound to be a weak, little woman. The little green sword had affected her leveling. Ningyu had become lazy, and without the little green sword's power, she might never level up again. Back on the little Jade Island, Hansen waited a couple more days. The charming god's Jian had yet to return, which made him feel quite relieved. Hansen didn't go anywhere for a few more days. He just remained on his little Jade Island, waiting. On the fourth day, a Sky Palace guard requested that Hansen pay a visit to the leader in his garden. Hansen was to receive his charming god's Jian again. But when Hansen saw the weapon this time, there was a layer of rust on it. The engravings that once adorned it were no longer visible. No one would believe that this rusted chunk of metal was a race weapon. The sealing is complete. Unless someone forcibly removes the seal, the Jian should no longer affect you, and you will no longer be able to make use of its power, Sky Palace leader said in a toneless voice. Thank you, leader. Hansen happily proclaimed. I have to remind you that you'll spend 3 days every month teaching, Sky Palace leader smiled. Hansen left the garden without mentioning Ningyu's little green sword. If people learned that Ningyu had a race weapon, a lot of greedy eyes would be directed toward her. Ningyu wasn't strong enough to repel others from taking her little green sword, so Hansen thought it would be best to forego that idea. Back on the little Jade Island, Hansen used his Dongxian Sutra to push his self-cogwheel and enter the core hall. In the hall, he used his super god spirit body to remove his fox ears and tail. Ah, that feels better. Hansen touched his head and felt nothing that didn't belong there. He let out a sigh of relief. He entered the core area under his dollar persona. This was his first time using his dollar identity to enter the core area this year. Hansen looked around. He didn't see the small crocodile god or the bronze furnace. It has been a whole year. I wonder if they have traveled away from here. While Hansen had been under the effects of the charming god's Jian, he hadn't wanted to enter the core area as dollar. He'd been afraid that someone would figure out that he was Hansen. Hansen considered where he should go for a minute, then he took off. He hadn't been flying for long when he saw Li Kier coming toward him. Exquisite was accompanying her. Dollar, you're here. Li Qier looked surprised. She quickly hurried to Han Sen's side. She had waited a whole year to see Dollar again. It had been a painful time for her. If she had known how long it would take, she wouldn't have gone to all the trouble. This might be another encounter of fate. It's hard to believe we've run into each other yet again, Han Sen said. Fate? I've been waiting here for you for a whole year. Li Qier rolled her eyes. What? Han Sen asked with surprise. Li Qier hesitated, but she had made up her mind. She wasn't going to let this chance slip by again. If Dollar left again, she had no clue how long she would have to wait next time. To be perfectly honest with you, I am a very high student. My people are recruiting. I hope you can come with me to the very high. Our people can provide many resources and geno arts to make you deified. You'd only have to work for me for 4 years, Li Qier said, speaking loudly and clearly. She wanted to make sure that this chance didn't go to waste. Han Sen was stunned. He hadn't realized that Li Qier wanted to take him to the very high, too. I am sorry, but I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I hate being restricted. I would rather end my life than be contractually bound to anyone or anything. Han Sen had never had any interest in going to the very high. He certainly wouldn't change his mind on Li Qier's account. Li Qier was shocked. She couldn't believe Han Sen had rejected her offer without even thinking it over. Please think about it. This isn't a bad deal for you. My race will provide you with deified resources, Li Qier pleaded. After spending this long on Dollar, she wouldn't give up easily. Exquisite looked at Han Sen with surprise. She thought she was unlucky, having 2 guys reject her. She couldn't believe Li Qier was experiencing the same thing. I'm really sorry. I would prefer to remain your friend, and nothing more. Han Sen tried to soften the blow of his abrupt rejection. Li Qier understood Han Sen's line of thinking, but she just shook her head and said nothing. She was disappointed. Anyone who had waited a whole year for that result would be quite upset. Did you two see the small crocodile god and bronze furnace? Han Sen asked, quickly moving on from their previous conversation. They should be in that system. Li Qier pointed in a specific direction for Han Sen, and then hastily departed the core area with Exquisite. She was extremely disappointed. Third sister, have we been too quiet for too long? Have the other races forgotten how powerful the very high are? Li Qier looked at Exquisite with sadness. Exquisite shook her head. Special people just aren't willing to simply hand themselves and their fate over to others. If you really want Dollar to be your silkworm, you'll need patience. After that, Exquisite started to think about Han. Senator Exquisite had grown very troubled lately. She wanted to get closer to Han Sen and establish some sort of a bond with him. That way, she hoped Han Sen would accept her offer and become her silkworm. But not even she was able to resist the power of the charming god's Jian. So, every time she saw Han Sen, her mind would flood with all kinds of naughty ideas. She worried about acting those out every time she laid eyes on him. Third sister, you seem different. Is Han Sen really so special that he has made you change your tone? Li Qier looked at Exquisite with wide eyes. She had never imagined that Exquisite would talk about potential silkworms like this. It made Li Qier interested in who Han Sen was. Everyone has some kind of flaw, even the very skilled, Exquisite mumbled. She didn't even know what she was feeling. Li Qier looked at Exquisite. Her third sister had been acting rather strange lately. What kind of man is Han Sen? How can he make third sister forget her very high forget love? Li Qier asked with confusion. Han Sen didn't know what Li Qier and Exquisite were talking about. He continued to fly. When he saw the bronze furnace, he was given a fright. The bronze furnace was as big as a castle. There had to be tens of millions of weapons inside its blazing fire. God knew how many resources it had gained by following the small crocodile god. It had forged countless weapons. How do I get these 2 guys out of the core area? Hansen wondered as he flew behind the small crocodile god and bronze furnace. They looked as if they could kill God himself, and take down Buddha as well if he happened to wander by. If any other xenogeneics got a whiff of them, the terrified creatures would run away as fast as they could. This made Hansen so happy. The bronze furnace was getting closer to becoming deified, and the small crocodile god was already very powerful. If he could take them out of the core area, their powers would be very useful. Over the past year, Hansen had read through a lot of info regarding the core area. Much of it was classified documents that Sky Palace had compiled. Even so, Hansen had yet to learn how to bring a core xenogeneic out of the core area. Unless he killed them and took their core genes, it would be impossible to bring them out. The small crocodile god wasn't happy that Hansen had been gone for so long. After it saw him, it began to roar at Hansen as if it was chewing him out. "Look at this," Hansen said. He brought out a reconciliation item he had prepared beforehand. It was a pair of sunglasses that was tailored for a crocodile. The small crocodile was instantly fascinated by the gift of sunglasses. It looked at them with keen curiosity, and it quickly forgot all about telling him off. Hansen put the sunglasses on the small crocodile god. Fortunately, it had grown up quite a bit. They weren't too big, and Hansen was able to put them on the face of the small crocodile god with ease. "Cool." Hansen looked at the crocodile god, complete with its sunglasses, and gave it a thumbs up. The small crocodile god looked like a gangster boss now. It had become very intimidating. But the sunglasses also hid the creature's tiny, beady eyes, which made the small crocodile god much easier to approach. The small crocodile god seemed to approve of the sunglasses. It looked very cocky with its sunglasses on, and it kept its head tilted up as if it knew how cool it was. Hansen wanted to use the small crocodile god's power to kill deified xenogeneics, but he didn't know where to begin searching for them. The bronze furnace led the way forward for half the day, but they were only able to find one king-class core xenogeneic. They were unable to locate any deified xenogeneics. Without any deified xenogeneics to kill, Hansen wasn't in the mood to carry on. He found an opportunity when the small crocodile god wasn't looking to slip out of the core area. But as Hansen stepped through the core hall door, the small crocodile god appeared. It jumped onto his back. Hansen reacted too late to stop it from happening, and he was already firmly inside the core hall. Hansen thought that the powers of the core hall would keep the small crocodile god from entering. However, when he looked back, he saw that the small crocodile god was still on his shoulder. They were inside the core hall together. The small crocodile god roared at Hansen in rage. It seemed to be saying that Hansen was despicable, and that he was betraying his promises by running away again. Hansen didn't pay any attention to the crocodile's objections. He lowered it from his shoulders and spoke to himself, thinking, "No way. Core xenogeneics shouldn't be allowed to enter the core hall." This sort of situation had never transpired in countless eons, but now, the small crocodile god just jumped in easily? Was it because of the crystallizer modifications it was subjected to? Hansen wasn't sure why the small crocodile was able to enter the core hall, but he didn't question it. This was an excellent development. Hansen held his breath as he looked at the small crocodile god, hoping that he could return to the Geno universe with it still in tow. It worked. And that made Hansen leap for joy. The small crocodile was in Hansen's room. It looked around, intrigued. It was curious about everything it saw. "I am rich. I can bring creatures out of the core area. This little guy is a deified xenogeneic with a 9-star potential. It could become a true god." Hansen was extremely excited, but as he thought about it some more, he became worried. He had been $1 when he met the small crocodile god. He had just brought the small crocodile god to Sky Palace, and if Exquisite saw it, she would realize that he was $1. "No, I can't let the small crocodile god stay here." Ignoring the small crocodile god's objections, Hansen tossed him back into the core area. The small crocodile god roared at him from the core area. It was clearly upset that Hansen had sent it back. Hansen tried comforting it a little, and he promised that he would bring the small crocodile god out one day. When the small crocodile god finally came into the Geno universe, it would receive many gifts. That was the only way Hansen could get the creature to calm down. Hansen tried to bring the bronze furnace into the core hall as well, but it immediately bounced out. So far, the small crocodile god was the only being that could follow him out. It seems as if the small crocodile god can only follow me out of the core area because of the crystallizer modification tests, Hansen thought to himself. He didn't know where the small crocodile god could be safely kept if he was brought through to the Geno universe. Hansen couldn't keep the creature in Sky Palace. It couldn't stay anywhere that connected to Han Senator. He tried to think of a place that it could stay for a while, but he came up empty. Allowing the small crocodile god to wander across the universe would be a waste of a personal fighter, and Hansen would fear for its safety. The universe was a more savage place than the core area. Although the small crocodile god was like a ruler in the core area, in the larger Geno universe, there were still plenty of xenogeneics that would be able to kill it. Hansen didn't have any good options at the moment, so he went back to Sky Palace alone. Hansen planned on going to his old stomping grounds on planet Eclipse. Maybe he could contact his little uncle and Xiaqing King to see if they had a place for the small crocodile god. But before he could leave his little jade island, he saw Lone Bamboo coming his way. Hansen, your wound should be healed by now, yes? Lone Bamboo asked Hansen. I'm around 80 or 90% healed, Hansen answered. That is good enough for me. I'm going to White King City to hunt xenogeneics. Let's go together, Lone Bamboo said. White King City? I don't have a pass for entry. Each of the 5 cities required a specific pass. They couldn't use one city's pass to enter another. Hansen only had the pass that granted him access to Black King City, so he couldn't enter any of the other 4 cities. Lone Bamboo lobbed a pass to Hansen and said, now you have one. Fine. But you should at least tell me what goes on in White King City, Hansen said, as he caught the spell and shrugged. Let's talk while we walk, Lone Bamboo said as he started moving in the direction of the White Jade Jing. Hansen followed, and Lone Bamboo began to explain White King City. It was different from Black King City. White King City had xenogeneics that were king class and above. There were even deified creatures that roamed there. But the xenogeneics that occupied that place were unusual. They were different from the wild xenogeneics that could be found elsewhere. After Lone Bamboo explained White King City to him, Hansen's eyes brightened. What you're saying is that White King City is like a giant arena? And you need to kill the xenogeneics in an arena to earn their eggs? Hansen asked with a look of disbelief. It is something like that, yes. If your power is sufficient, you can kill a deified xenogeneic and take the creature's eggs, Lone Bamboo confirmed with a nod. There is a place that good around here? You should have told me sooner. Hansen was so happy. It took an unusual person to be able to see the 12 towers and 5 cities. That was especially true of the 5 cities. Only the people that could see them were allowed to enter. Hansen followed Lone Bamboo into White King City. It was different from Black King City. White King City was a giant, circular construct that sort of resembled an amphitheater in Rome. After the two entered, Hansen realized that it really was a large arena. Banks of seats surrounded the circular fighting pit. Currently, there wasn't a soul other than the 2 of them in the entire arena. There wasn't even a single creature. I thought there were xenogeneics here. Why is there nobody here? Hansen asked, glancing around the empty stadium. He couldn't detect the presence of anything living. The creatures that were here most recently have all been killed, and new ones have not appeared yet. Wait a little bit. They will be here soon, Lone Bamboo said. He moved to sit down on a flight of stairs. Hansen followed him and sat down. They waited together for something to happen. Not much later, Hansen heard the sound of chains being rattled. He looked toward the arena. The gate leading into the arena began to rise, clanking its way into the air. When the gate opened, passage to and from White King City was closed off. Are we not allowed to leave? Hansen asked. White King City hosts deathmatches. Only when one team is destroyed will the match end. If you want to leave here, you will have no choice but to kill the xenogeneics that oppose you, Lone Bamboo said. But we don't know what creature will be coming to face us. What if it is deified? Hansen asked. That's why I brought you with me, Lone Bamboo said with a hearty chuckle. Oh, d***n. You tricked me. Hansen looked at the arena's gate, hoping that whatever creature emerged wouldn't be deified. The gate rose, revealing the entrance to a dark tunnel. He couldn't see into that darkness, but he could hear the approaching footsteps. Shortly after, something came into view. It was a creature clad in silver armor. Its hands clutched a thin, silver sword. From the eye slit in the creature's helmet, a sinister red light glowed. It looks like our luck is not too shabby, Lone Bamboo laughed. You call this not too shabby? Hansen could see the monster clearly. A silver substance chain glinted faintly around the armored creature. It was a deified xenogeneic. Primitive deified xenogeneic silver destroyer. Based on the reading of the God Spirit Touch, this xenogeneic has 8 armor talents. If we can collect its xenogeneic egg, perhaps we can raise it to larva class, Lone Bamboo said. Hansen's smile looked a little strained. Aren't we gambling with our lives here? What if this xenogeneic is already at the transmutation or larva class already? We'd be dead for sure. The sky claimed the white jade Jing a very long time ago, Lone Bamboo said calmly. We have conducted a great deal of research on White King City. Sky Chance's department has calculated that around 80% of the xenogeneics here are king class. 10% of them are half-deified. Less than 10% is deified. Plus, it is an even lower chance that you encounter a deified of a higher class. That is why I said we were so lucky. There was a very low chance of going up against a foe such as this. This is precisely what I wanted. As Lone Bamboo spoke, the silver destroyer reached the center of the arena. From there, it looked in their direction. Before Hansen could react, the silver destroyer raised the short sword in its hands. It thrust the blade toward Hansen, and its silver substance chains shot from the sword like needles. There are 2 people here. Why is it going after me first? Am I that unlucky? That thought remained firmly in Hansen's mind, but it did him little good. He had to act. Pang! The silver sword light hit Hansen, and his body exploded. At the same moment, another Hansen appeared in a different portion of the arena. He was holding his 6-core snake bow. He drew the bow, knocking a jade light to the string. He let go, firing the arrow toward the silver destroyer. Lone Bamboo then joined Hansen in the arena. His jade sword glowed with a sword light as he slashed at the silver destroyer. The silver destroyer swung its silver sword twice. Hansen's arrow and Lone Bamboo's sword lights were suddenly shattered. They hadn't even gotten close to their enemy. The silver destroyer's substance chains didn't seem to have a wide area of control, so Hansen and Lone Bamboo kept moving as they fought. They sprinted around White King City to avoid the attacks that came after them, continually searching for a way to counterattack. What the hell? His sword's moving a lot faster now, Hansen thought. He wasn't able to dodge the next strike. A silver sword light flashed right by his face, drawing a line of blood across his cheek. He felt it as the blow grated against his cheekbone. Its substance chains seemed to rely on speed to maintain their power, Lone Bamboo said, as he unleashed another sword light. But the silver destroyer swung its sword and broke that one too. Huh. Hansen used his other hand to draw Ghost Teeth knife. He summoned a knife light and weaved a web of silks across the sky. He prepared to draw them down upon the silver destroyer. But Silver Destroyer continued to swing its small silver sword wildly, destroying any semblance of a knife silk net before it could even form. That surprised Hansen a great deal. So fast. Even with his excellent vision, he couldn't see how the Silver Destroyer was dispatching his silk web so fast. Lone Bamboo shouted. The third eye upon his forehead opened. His pupils turned a purple-red, splitting into shapes that looked like cherry blossoms. Hansen remembered that Lone Bamboo's sky eye should have been plain red. When Hansen had seen the man's third eye before, it carried an intimidatingly murderous aura. That third eye was a thing of the past, though. Lone Bamboo had changed. And now Hansen understood. Lone Bamboo's third eye had changed because he became one with the body of the purple-eyed butterfly. For butterfly wings spread majestically from Lone Bamboo's back. His sky eye released a purple and red beam that looked like a substance chain. Hansen was familiar with that beam. It should have been a purple-eye godlight that could restrain others, but when Hansen brushed against that beam with his senses, it felt more dangerous and violent. It was different from the evil eye Hansen had seen before. The purple and red beam landed upon the Silver Destroyer. The Silver Destroyer swung its sword in a vain bid to break the godlight, but the godlight wasn't solid. The silver sword light hit the godlight with pinpoint accuracy, but Lone Bamboo's destructive beam flew on anyway, completely unimpeded. The moment the godlight touched its body, the Silver Destroyer seemed to freeze. It stood where it was, unmoving. Its sword hovered in mid-swing. With a grin, Hansen drew the 6-course snake bow, took aim, and fired at the Silver Destroyer. But the Silver Destroyer was moving again before Hansen's arrow even found its target. The creature's small silver sword cut the arrow in half. The godlight restraints don't last for long. We need to cooperate and time our strikes, Lone Bamboo said with a frown. Lone Bamboo, if you knew it was a deified xenogeniac with an 8 armor talent, why do you not know anything else about it? The creature had just managed to slash Hansen's back with a silver sword light. Hansen's spine was visible through the gaping wound, so it warranted a complaint. Didn't you see the 8 words on the gate? That means it has an 8 armor talent, Lone Bamboo said as he kept running. It works like that then, does it? Those words describe whatever creature emerges? But surely, someone can't be breeding and growing the xenogeniacs in here, right? Hansen pondered aloud as he surveyed the area. He turned his gaze toward the gate with 8 words carved into it. The text was from an ancient language of the Geno universe. I don't know. Even the Sky Elders that discovered this place never figured out the White Jade Jing's origin. And so, no one knows where any of these xenogeniacs come from, Lone Bamboo said, as he continued to fight the fiend and fall back whenever necessary. The two of them fought well together, but the Silver Destroyer was simply too fast. Hansen tried to predict his enemy's movements, but the creature's attacks were so quick that they were unavoidable, so Hansen's predictive abilities were of limited use. Many silver sword lights lit up the skies of White King City like lightning. By the time Hansen saw these sword lights and tried to dodge, it would already be too late. Every time he committed to an attack, he would be unable to dodge. Lone Bamboo wasn't faring much better than Senator, he was accumulating wounds, as well. The most depressing thing about this entire situation was the fact that Lone Bamboo's purple godlight, aside from the first time he used it, was unable to land a hit on the Silver Destroyer. The creature moved faster than light itself, and whenever Lone Bamboo fired out some of his killer light, the Silver Destroyer was already gone. None of their Geno arts could land a strike on the Silver Destroyer, and even the ones that came close were broken by their foe sword light. Hansen was starting to miss the presence of Little Uncle, especially when the Silver Destroyer's sword light went through his hand. Hansen groaned in pain and mumbled to himself, "Little Uncle is good at getting hit. I don't know where he is now, but it would be great if he was here." Seeing that he was about to get hit again, he couldn't take it anymore. He summoned his Peacock King Soul Robe. Rainbow substance chains gathered up around to wreathe around the feather garment. Hansen's six-core snake bow fired an arrow bursting with rainbow light. He had aimed it at the incoming sword light. Pang! The arrow of rainbow light was destroyed by the silver sword light, and the impact melted half of the silver sword light. The remaining half of the attack continued on toward Hansen, unaffected. With the power buff of the Peacock King's soul robe propelling him forward, Hansen flitted from side to side like some strange bird. With his increased speed, he was able to finally dodge the Silver Destroyer's silver sword light. That is some scary speed. Now that he was using his Peacock King's soul robe, Hansen was moving at deified velocities. It still wasn't quite enough to put him on par with the Silver Destroyer's rate of attack, though. He had to use his abilities of judgment and movement to successfully evade the sword light. That's it. If you keep doing this for a while, I'll find a chance eventually. Lone Bamboo kept trying to shoot the Silver Destroyer with the purple eye godlight. Seriously? You want to keep using me as bait for this monster? Why don't you give it a try? Hansen grumbled, but he still tried his best to lead the Silver Destroyer around. The Silver Destroyer was stronger than any Xenogeneic in the core area. Hansen used his Peacock King's soul robe and the six-core snake bow to harass his enemy, but he did little to fight the Silver Destroyer directly. The creature was simply too fast for Hansen to hurt it. If he fired an arrow at close range, the creature's sword would effortlessly slash the projectile out of the air. Even the space-traveling arrows with drillhead were unable to hit his foe. Hansen and Lone Bamboo were double-teaming the Silver Destroyer, yet the monster clearly still had an advantage over them both. Hansen was doing well, though. Now that he had summoned his Peacock King's soul robe, he was able to block the enemy's sword light. Lone Bamboo's wounds, however, kept increasing. Hansen tried his best to lead the Silver Destroyer around the arena. More than anything, he wanted to stop it from dealing more damage to Lone Bamboo. Although Hansen and Lone Bamboo were working together to take down the Silver Destroyer, their cooperation was far from flawless. Their powers and thought processes were different, and on an instinctual level, they didn't approach the fight in exactly the same manner. Because of this, they missed more than a few chances. Ningyu is very good at helping others coordinate. If he was here to be our commander, it would save us a lot of trouble. It is a shame, when Hansen thought of Ningyu and the state that the man was currently in, it left him shaking his head. As the fight went on, Hansen and Lone Bamboo's cohesion seemed to improve. Although their personalities and powers were different, they were both very talented in the field of combat. They quickly became familiar with each other's strengths and managed to meld their styles. Before long, they were each able to guess what the other's next move was going to be. Their cooperation became more synergetic. Finally, Hansen was able to restrain the Silver Destroyer for a moment, and Lone Bamboo was able to use his purple godlight on the creature. At that pivotal moment of combat, the light shone across the Silver Destroyer's body. While the Silver Destroyer was incapacitated, Hansen pulled back the snake-core snake bow as far as he could. The arrow of rainbow light flew forward, punching into one of the empty eye sockets of the Silver Destroyer. Dong! The sound of metal striking metal rang out. Hansen's arrow exploded from inside the Silver Destroyer's eye. The explosion ripped that chunk of the helmet off, connecting one empty eye socket with the other. The Silver Destroyer behaved as if it didn't feel any pain, and it kept swinging its sword at Hansen. As Hansen and Lone Bamboo's cooperation became more in sync, they began to land more and more strikes on the Silver Destroyer. After fighting for 7 hours, Hansen had managed to unleash 23 arrows. Each one pierced through the Silver Destroyer's helmet. Hansen watched the Silver Destroyer drop to the ground, then he heard the announcement. Deified Xenogeneic hunted, Silver Destroyer. Obtained deified gene. No dice. That is fairly unfortunate. Hansen was disappointed that he hadn't received a beast soul. He was going to pick up the Silver Destroyer's body when a beam of light suddenly beat him to it. And then, the Silver Destroyer's body vanished. When that beam of light shut off, a silvery egg appeared in the body's place. Many strange symbols became visible across its surface. As the two of them returned from their fight in White King City, Han Sen's heart was unsettled. Both Black King City and White King City gave Han Sen the unsettling feeling that he was being watched by some larger entity. But the sky didn't have the power to control the White Jade Jing. If someone really did have authority over that place, that would be truly scary. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo had worked together to kill the deified Xenogeniac in White King City. News of their feat spread through Sky Palace like wildfire. The next day, when Han Sen decided to go to Black King City, he found Exquisite standing on his little jade island. "Lady Exquisite, why are you here?" Han Sen knew this was bad news. It had been so long that their agreement had slipped his mind. He hadn't thought about it when he accepted Lone Bamboo's invitation to visit White King City. Now that everyone knew he had helped kill a deified Xenogeniac, Exquisite thought it would be a fine time to revisit her arrangement with Han Sen. It was just as Han Sen thought. Exquisite eyed him up and down and said, "Killing a deified Xenogeniac isn't the work of a crippled man. You seem to be in fine shape, if you ask me." Even though Han Sen wanted to object and claim he wasn't healed, he knew Exquisite would no longer believe him. Han Sen fell silent, then nodded and said, "I'm almost healed. If you are in this much of a rush, give me a time and date. Scheduling something for the future is asking for further delays. How about right now?" Exquisite didn't want to wait any longer. She was worried that if they continued to drag this out, she would never be able to claim him. "Sure. Where?" Han Sen asked. He knew this had to come to an end at some point. The battle arena. Exquisite obviously wanted everyone in Sky Palace to attend. Once everyone knew what was going on, it would curtail Han Sen's ability to delay proceedings any longer. "Sure," Han Sen agreed. Then, he went to the arena with Exquisite. Shortly after Han Sen and Exquisite arrived, the news of their bout spread quickly. All of Sky Palace heard what was happening, and a short time later, all of the floating islands around the arena were packed with spectators. Everyone already knew why Exquisite had stayed in Sky Palace. When it was reported that Han Sen had gone to the arena with Exquisite, it was pretty obvious what was going to happen. "Do you guys think Brother Han can defeat Exquisite?" "Of course he can. Brother Han has an 11 armor talent. Exquisite only has a 9 armor talent. There's more to it than that." The God Spirit touch evolved under Han Sen's influence, so there could have been a mistake. We know too little about the way talents are judged. However, everyone knows of the very high's gene powers. Although Brother Han isn't weak, he has mostly relied on Xenogeniac treasures to achieve what he has this time. He won't be allowed to use treasures. That is bad news for Brother Han. Bullsh *T. Brother Han doesn't need treasure, and he can beat anyone at the same level. Brother Lone Bamboo is here, too. When Han Yen and the Yun sisters heard the news, they all ran to the stadium. Yun Sui was a bit worried about it, and she said, "If Brother Han loses, does that mean he will go to the very high immediately?" Han Yen shook her head with a serious expression. "Don't worry. Big Brother doesn't know how to lose. But what if he does? The people in the very high aren't easy to defeat." Yun Sui was still rather worried. Han Yen looked at Yun Sui, and she couldn't keep herself from sighing. Han Yen could tell Yun Sui fancied her brother. From the time she spent practicing with Yun Chong Kong, she had learned that Yun Sui was a good girl. It's a shame that Big Brother already has Yen Ran, and their relationship is amazing. Han Yen shook her head in dismay. She felt a bit sad for Yun Sui. In the hall, a woman turned to Sky Palace leader. "If Han Sen loses, are you going to let him go to the very high?" "If he loses, of course he will go," Sky Palace leader said coldly. "Leader, I think you should know how important Han Sen is for the prosperity of Sky Palace," the woman said with a frown. "That is why the very high want him so badly. Do you think that the very high's old man would allow Exquisite to give up on Lone Bamboo so easily? Sky Palace leader smiled. If the very high know that Hansen can bless people, isn't that even worse for us? Our plan will become even more difficult to complete, the woman said. Upon hearing that, Sky Palace leader frowned. A while later he said, the first seed has been in the big silence system for a long time. We don't know what happened to him. We don't know when he'll be back, but without him, I don't believe if this can continue. I have sent a group of people to the big silence system, but in a place like Big Silence, it can be practically impossible to find a single person. Out of every 100 people that go there, it is likely only one will return. The woman sighed. Wait a bit longer. If this really doesn't work, then we'll have to put pressure on you, Shanshin, Sky Palace leader said. The woman nodded and didn't say anything further. Sky Palace leader's gaze was fixed to the arena. He didn't say anything, but he was thinking to himself, maybe he is a good choice. Although he won't stand much of a chance, it is better than putting all my eggs in one basket. In the arena, Hansen looked at Exquisite. Exquisite said emotionlessly, per the terms of our agreement, you will not use xenogeneic treasures. You can only use your body and geno arts to fight. If you win, I will leave and never allow the very high to pester you again. If I lose, I will follow you to the very high. I will listen to your orders, Hansen said quickly. Good. Exquisite nodded. Her expression was chilling. Her third eye slowly opened to reveal the Tai Chi Yin Yang eye. She has just come on stage, and she's already using her very high eye. It looks like Exquisite is taking Brother Han seriously. It is rare to see the very high in a fight, especially when they are still kings. And even more so to watch them use their very high eye. That just proves Exquisite is desperate to get Hansen to join the very high. If it was me, I would have just followed her and done whatever she said. Your development would benefit so much with the very high, and you'd be surrounded by beautiful women. Why wouldn't he want to go? I wonder what goes on in Lone Bamboo and Hansen's minds. That's why you're just a bottom-of-the-barrel student. Hansen and Lone Bamboo are geniuses. Hansen looked at his enemy gravely. They were both 9th-tier kings. Hansen wasn't afraid of any creature, but Exquisite was from the very high. She had countless geno arts and secret skills in her pocket, so he had to be very careful. The moment she opened her very high eye, Exquisite became that robotic person again. She just stood there, not saying anything or even glancing around. Raw power suddenly rushed down into the arena. The whole place was twisted by some strange energy. Is that her real power? Hansen squinted slightly. He saw the space around the woman continue to thrash and twist. Although Exquisite was right in front of him, he could barely see her now. As Exquisite stood in the arena, she looked more like a piece of machinery than a living being. Her expression was utterly placid, as if she could see through everything. Even sages and prophets wouldn't be so calm and controlled. No matter how many times I see this, I'm always struck by both the power and the cruelty of the very high eye. They have managed to combine the sky with their body. They should be the real sky people. But combining with the sky makes them a part of the universal rule set. Does the real Exquisite still exist? Sky Palace leader looked at Exquisite and sighed. Our alpha worried about that, too. That was why he insisted on interbreeding with another race to create an entirely new people. It brought about very special changes for the very high eye. Our very high eyes might have weakened now that they are no longer perfectly aligned with the universal rule set, but the changes did open the door for other, grander opportunities. It has more possibilities than the very high eye. The woman paused and went on to say, but anyway, we are part of the universe. There is no way for us to disconnect from it, no matter what we do. From that perspective, the path of the very high is the correct one. They are the race that is closest to the weave that composes the universe. Right or wrong, it doesn't matter. We should just take the path we feel is right. Results are something only time can tell us, Sky Palace leader said with a shrug. Hansen was admiring Exquisite's power. He watched her use this ability once before, but seeing it again was just as moving. People weren't perfect, everyone had their flaws. When Exquisite opened her very high eye, however, she no longer seemed like a mortal being with failings and frailties. It was as if she wasn't even a person. She was like some art piece created by none other than God himself. Use all your strength, or else you won't stand a chance, Exquisite told Han Senator. Her words might have sounded cocky, but there was no cockiness in her tone. It was more like she was just speaking facts. Hansen smiled. He lifted his hand like a knife and used Fong to slash toward her. The last time they fought, they had been using the water of a nearby pond. It was like a practice session for him, and Exquisite hadn't used all her very high power. This time it was different. She wasn't holding back. Exquisite's battling power was firing on all cylinders. Purple knife air flew out of his palm like the fangs of a toxic snake that was leaping forward to bite her. It was a quick, cruel, and accurate slash. The strike was almost too fast to track. Isha saw Hansen use Fong, and she couldn't help but nod. Hansen's teeth knife was different from her own, but it had already reached the skill ceiling. This display of his had asserted his position as one of the greatest teeth knife elites. Sky Palace had many elites that made use of knives, and when they saw Hansen's attack, they were surprised. Even people who didn't know about knives could tell how strong that attack was. It had reached an unbelievable level. It was no worse than the skill of a deified elite. Although I don't want to admit it, talent really does determine how far a person can go. Like Brother Han, for example. He can perform a knife skill as impressive as that. In Sky Palace, I am afraid only Lone Bamboo and Yu Shanqin can be compared to him, a Sky Palace student said with a sigh. The next second, that same Sky Palace student felt his eyes widen. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Hansen's shocking strike had missed. As the attack flew forward, Exquisite stood where she was and didn't move. Hansen's attack just flashed right through her, and it didn't even ruffle her hair. Exquisite's white clothes didn't even flutter in the wind as she calmly looked at Hansen and said, "Continue. Use all your power." Hansen didn't move. Then he summoned his power and began to use all of his skills from teeth knife. To be honest, Hansen never really focused on knife skills, but he had tried very hard to practice them. All of his skills had become very powerful, and not many people at his level were so skilled. But over the next few minutes, he used every teeth knife-derived skill that he knew. And that entire time Exquisite stood where she was. She was unmoving. She didn't even wiggle her toes. Hansen's knife airs flew past her harmlessly. The Sky Palace students knew the very high were strong, but they were still frozen. They couldn't imagine what sort of skill was being used against Han. Senator Exquisite had somehow made her opponent miss every strike without moving a finger. She hadn't been damaged in the least. No one would think that Hansen would make the mistake of missing his opponent, but even if he did, there was no way that all of his knife skills would fail to touch her. Brother Lone Bamboo, what power is Exquisite using? How can she avoid taking any damage when she's just standing there? Yun Sui asked Lone Bamboo, who was beside her. Lone Bamboo waited for a while before saying she might not have moved, but in a way, she's still hiding. What is the difference? Yun Susang couldn't help herself from asking. Lone Bamboo thought for a minute and then said, "We know that movement is relative. When you're flying a ship and you look out the window, it might look like the things outside are going backward instead of the ship going forward." Yun Susang heard this, and with a trembling body, she said, "Do you mean Exquisite isn't the one moving, but it is actually the whole world?" Something like that. Since she is only a 9th-tier king, her ability isn't that powerful yet. But the arena is shifting because of her, at least. Lone Bamboo nodded. The whole world is being altered by her. That must mean that Brother Han is going to lose, Yun Sui said with worry. Maybe not. I was just explaining what she's doing. Exquisite is still only a king-class fighter. She isn't as strong as a deified creature. There is a limit to how much she can influence the world. If Hansen goes beyond that limit, he can be the train that stops moving in a scene, Lone Bamboo said. They are both 9th-tier kings? Can Brother Han's power exceed what Exquisite's strength can control? Yun Sui looked at Lone Bamboo, expecting an answer. Yes, Lone Bamboo answered with certainty. After Lone Bamboo said yes, Hansen cast Fang again. Repeating that same Geno art? There's no point in using it twice. Exquisite still stood where she had started. But as she said that, she suddenly stopped and looked down. Huh? The arena echoed with the sound of clothing being torn. Exquisite's left sleeve had been ripped off. Purple teeth power spread across her garment. You said using the same skill wouldn't work? Hansen smiled at Exquisite as he spoke. At that moment, the Sky Palace students felt as if giant boulders had been lifted from their shoulders. They breathed deep sighs of relief. Hansen was the best in the Sky Palace, but Exquisite faced him calmly. For some time, Hansen hadn't been able to harm a single hair on her head. The woman had stood against his attacks, as steady as a mountain. Seeing Hansen's attacks fail had crushed the Sky Palace students and prevented them from breathing. It made them think Exquisite was a god that couldn't be beaten. But then, Hansen's knife was able to cut Exquisite's clothing. Seeing that small victory calmed the anxious audience. Continue, Exquisite said. She waved her sleeves, and the teeth power was extinguished like someone had tossed a bucket of water over a campfire. Hansen waved his hand again, using Fang to attack Exquisite. This time, he used even more power and speed. Exquisite finally moved, but she only took half a step. That was enough for Hansen's Fang to go wide and miss her. Even so, it didn't look as if she was going to fight back. Hansen pushed himself to release even more power, making the next move a few times stronger than the last. He used his teeth knife once again. Exquisite's feet moved gracefully, lightly sliding her to the side and letting her dodge every teeth knife attack Hansen launched. Hansen's teeth knife was unable to touch Exquisite's clothes a second time. Although Hansen's speed can break through the effect that Exquisite is casting on the arena, he cannot catch up to her. This isn't a good situation for Hansen to be in. Hansen needs to overcome both the skill she is using and her own innate speed, Thousand Feather Crane said, as he understood Hansen's situation. Very high powers are so scary. It's like they're cheating. The whole universe is helping her, Yun Sui said with depression. Of course. Otherwise, the very high wouldn't have become the best race, would they? Even born deified ancient gods envy their power, Lone Bamboo said. As this was going on, Sky Palace leader observed Hansen with great interest. He smiled and said, the very high are known for their strength. To fight against the very high is to fight against the whole universe, in a sense. Although Exquisite's level is low and she cannot change the universe much, any of her other peers would be at a severe disadvantage against her. Unless you are 1 or 2 tiers higher than the very high, it is difficult to fight them. How Hansen seeks to deal with this will be interesting. You think Hansen actually stands a chance in this fight? The woman asked in shock. She turned to the Sky Palace leader with a quizzical expression on her face. I thought you always liked him, too, Sky Palace leader said. I liked him because of his powers of blessing and the deified weapons he wields. His talent isn't bad. It's probably better than those of anyone else on his level, but his skill alone won't be enough to deal with the very high. I'm not saying that Hansen is weak, it's just that the very high are too strong, the woman said. And yet, maybe this will work out for Hansen anyway, the Sky Palace leader said thoughtfully as he watched Hansen. Hansen cast another strike with teeth knife. Then, he stopped attacking. What other Geno arts do you have? Use them, Exquisite commanded. She still wanted to see more of Hansen's powers, so she didn't attack yet. As the Sky Palace students watched Exquisite, it was as if they were looking at a Valkyrie that couldn't be defeated. Once again, she had become untouchable. Hansen wasn't intimidated, though. He had seen Exquisite slave away as a maid to the crocodile gods, so he couldn't think of her as some unbeatable creature. Plus, Exquisite's power didn't seem entirely unbreakable to Hansen. Many Sky Palace students froze as they looked at Han Senator. If they were in his shoes, they knew how desperate they would feel. They wouldn't even be able to ruffle Exquisite's clothes. They just wanted to know if Hansen had a sufficient amount of power to break Exquisite. If he was unable to break her, and Exquisite unleashed a strike, she would only need that one skill to beat Han Senator. After all, the universe was strengthening her might. It was hard to imagine how crippling that strike might be. Hansen swung his hands and spoke to Exquisite. "I've finished warming up. Now we begin." Holy **T. Warming up? That was just him stretching? "Brother Han, this bluffing of yours is a bit too much." "Haha. Brother Han is Brother Han. His bluffing is so fresh." Hansen had been using power that only the best 9th-tier kings could match. There was no way that he had been holding back the majority of his strength. But even so, the Sky Palace students began to grow a little excited again. When they looked at Exquisite, she no longer seemed quite as untouchable as she had before. When Exquisite had first turned on her very high eye, her emotions seemed to disappear. She had seemed perfectly calm since then, but now she frowned. "This guy's poker face is too good," the Sky Palace leader wanted to laugh. "He's just like you when you were young," the woman said. "When I was young, I was really strong." "I didn't pretend like he is," the Sky Palace leader immediately corrected her. The woman rolled her eyes at him. She didn't say anything further, but scorn seemed to drip off of her. The Sky Palace leader was very smart, and he stopped talking. After all, that woman knew everything about his past. "Since we're done practicing, let us begin," Exquisite said very calmly. She had only shown her emotions for the tiniest moment, and what Hansen said didn't affect her much. Very highs forget love was no joke. Exquisite's level with it was low, but a deified very high could watch her husband and children be humiliated and killed in front of her without feeling a single thing. "Then you must look closely." Hansen slowly raised his right hand. He clenched his fingers together to make a fist. Everyone could see Hansen preparing to unleash a punch, but he suddenly stopped. "Have you heard the old saying?" "What saying?" Exquisite asked. "I am the greatest of my league," Hansen said. He said each word slowly. No Exquisite knew what Hansen meant, but her expression never wavered. Actions spoke a lot louder than words. When the Sky Palace students heard him, they thought this was too much. But judging from Hansen's situation, it wasn't too much. "Then you should learn it now." Hansen swung his fist. Bzzzt. Hansen's body tore through the fabric of space, disappearing from everyone's vision. When he appeared again, he punched Exquisite square in the face. Exquisite's nose fountained blood as her body was sent soaring away. She crashed into the ceiling of the arena with such force that even the protective shielding shimmered. As this happened, all of Sky Palace fell silent. The students were so silent that they could have heard a rat fart. "I am the greatest of my level." Suddenly, everyone felt very differently about the words that Hansen had just spoken. Exquisite's body hit the ground with a thump. When she rose to her feet, she did so like a shambling zombie. Her bloody face and broken nose had instantly returned to normal. She was as pretty as she had been before Hansen's punch, and it didn't look as if she had sustained any injuries. "What kind of Geno art is that?" Exquisite asked Hansen. Hansen had been able to increase his speed until he was faster than the manipulated universe. He had moved too quickly for her to even react. That wasn't something a 9th-tier king should have been able to achieve. Only a handful of half-deifieds could reach such a speed. Exquisite knew a few people who could accomplish this, but Hansen wasn't on that short list. The ones she knew were all half-deified. Yu Shanshin of Sky Palace was one such individual. He could move that quickly, but he used his Sky Eye and the extreme evil path. Hansen was just a crystallizer that couldn't use a Sky Eye. That wasn't a Geno art. It was just a simple punch. Hansen smiled. Son of 8B****. I am now buying into Hansen's bluffing. Haha. A random punch. Well said, Brother Han. This very high is actually quite lame. She couldn't even withstand one of Brother Han's punches. Many of the students at Sky Palace were excited. None of them liked Exquisite much. They were all happy to insult her. Yun Sui couldn't help but smile. What is wrong with Brother Han? Is he not capable of behaving humbly? He has done what he should have. I never liked these very high, anyway, Yun Susang said. Lone Bamboo didn't say anything. He merely smiled. The audience thought Hansen was just trying to make Exquisite mad, but he knew Hansen was speaking the truth. It really was just a simple punch. Lone Bamboo had fought against Hansen once before. Hansen really was that fast. His fitness was so high, it would be difficult to find a half-deified that could equal him. Lone Bamboo had become one with the purple-eyed butterfly, which was how his own fitness had increased to unbelievable levels. But if he was compared to Hansen, he still fell far short. 4 of Hansen's Geno arts had reached the 9th tier. His fitness had been reinforced 4 times. Ordinary 9th tier kings simply couldn't compete. Even if Hansen didn't use his super god spirit body, his fitness was still better than others of the same level. By a wide margin, too. Against other kings, Hansen really did reign supreme. His talk about being the best of his league wasn't some baseless boast. After all, there were no other creatures that could experience the reinforcement of 4 Geno arts the way Hansen had. In addition, the Geno arts he had focused on were amongst the best ever. With the fitness he wielded, he was still a bit weak against deified creatures, but kings and half-deifieds were no longer a serious threat. That was a simple punch? Then let me see how many simple punches you can throw. Although Exquisite was using her very high eye, she couldn't help but look a little angry. Exquisite lifted her right arm and used the edge of her hand like a knife. With it, she tried slashing toward Hansen. Everyone immediately realized that she was using Hansen's own skill. This was Fong. The students of Sky Palace were in shock. Teeth knife wasn't an insanely good skill, but it was the rebate's secret Geno art. Practicing it required the body of a rebate. It was remarkable that Hansen was able to use it, but after all, he was Isha's only student. Somehow, Exquisite was able to use teeth knife, too. When she used it, the purple teeth air shredded space. She was wielding the skill with more power than Hansen's usage had possessed. Exquisite had been in Sky Palace for a year. She hadn't been lazy during that time. Teeth knife wasn't a secret to the very high, and she had spent time practicing it to achieve a very high proficiency with it. When Exquisite used her very high eye, the entire universe would work to help her. Her knife mind wasn't as good as Hansen's, but the power in her strikes was above the teeth knife Hansen had used earlier. Hansen saw the tearing space power coming toward him. The knife air was like the real, raging purple air of a dragon's maw. Still, his expression didn't change. Running the story of genes at maximum, he used his own body to throw a punch toward the purple knife air. As everyone gaped in astonishment, Hansen's punch broke the knife air that was raging toward him. His counterattack didn't stop there, though. It flew all the way back to Exquisite and pounded her knife hand. Catcha! The sound of breaking bones crunched audibly throughout the arena. The thin bones in Exquisite's hand were shattered by Hansen's fist. His punch was still unstoppable, and it continued toward Exquisite's chest. Exquisite's face had turned white, but she was able to react instantly. She used God's wonder to disappear from in front of Hansen. But Hansen was waiting for her to appear again. When she reappeared, Hansen's fist was still heading straight toward her. Everyone's mouths opened wide. They couldn't believe their eyes. Even Sky Palace leader looked stunned. After a while, he said, "Not bad. He is as good as I was when I was younger." "He's much stronger than you when you were young," the woman said. She didn't feel bad about the critique. "When I was young, I was stronger than a tiger. I was crueler than a wolf," Sky Palace leader tried to explain. Before he was finished, the woman cut him off. "Could you bully a student of the very high like this when you were younger?" I did beat them," Sky Palace leader coughed. "There is a big difference between beating and bullying," the woman said with a roll of her eyes. Hansen was playing with Exquisite like a cat with a mouse. In front of that absolute power and speed, Exquisite, who had previously looked like some sort of god, was being used as a punching bag. Her bones were breaking one by one, and she couldn't maintain her regal appearance. Exquisite used all kinds of Geno arts as she tried to fight back, but her efforts were wasted. Hansen's speed and power completely suppressed her. She couldn't dodge. She couldn't counterattack. Aside from getting pummeled, there was nothing she could do. Hansen was like an enraged Tyrannosaurus Rex right now. He ignored Exquisite's attacks and allowed her powers to come down on him. Her attacks made slight marks on Spell's armor, but they disappeared quickly after. Every one of Hansen's punches hit Exquisite, though. Every bone in her body broke under the onslaught. Blood gushed out of her mouth uncontrollably. If she had been fighting someone ordinary, she could have used God's wonder to protect her body. Things would have gone much better for her. But Hansen's alter ego had already learned God's wonder. Each time she disappeared, he just needed to calculate and predict where Exquisite was going to pop back into reality. Plus, the arena was quite small. There wasn't much room for her to teleport around. Hansen could easily determine where she was going to show up next. Pang! Exquisite's body hit the dome of the arena again, and the shield flickered and shimmered under the impact. When she landed on the ground in a heap, Exquisite remained where she was and didn't try to get back up again. She looked at Hansen with astonishment. She couldn't believe it. Her very high I was active, but she was completely suppressed by another of the same level. Try as she might, she couldn't fight back. "I am the greatest in my league." Exquisite lay on the ground. She stared at Hansen and didn't try to move. She thought about what Hansen had told her, and complex emotions washed over her. Brother Han is. He's too strong. Even Exquisite is trash before Father Han. What kind of very high is she? So scary. The siblings of the Han family are monsters. This is too cruel. He even bullied the crap out of a very high student. Those punches were way too awesome. I never liked the very high, and they wanted to take Brother Han and Brother Lone Bamboo to be their slaves. And see? They don't even have what it takes. The blood of the Sky Palace students was boiling. The very high always acted as if the sky were inferior to them. Right now, as they watched Hansen destroy Exquisite, they were filled with glee. They all wished they could batter the very high in the same way Hansen could. Can this fight end now? Hansen turned back to Exquisite, who was still sitting on the ground at the edge of the arena. She was staring right at him. Exquisite seemed to have been startled from a deep slumber. As she stared at Hansen, resolve settled into her eyes. No, it isn't over yet. The universe is still on my side. I won't lose, especially not to you. Exquisite slowly stood up. Her hair rose and waved in the air, despite the absence of wind. Her Tai Chi eyes spun dangerously, and the black and white colors glowed. Her aura began to spread ominously, forming black and white airs out of her body. They began to spin together, forming the structure of a substance chain. She's forcing her 9 tiers to become one. She is becoming half deified right now. The realization rolled through the arena like a thunderclap. Bzzzt. As everyone reeled from the shock, Exquisite's black and white air exploded. Black Geno armor appeared and encased her whole body. Her face was shielded, too. Only her very high eye could be seen. As this happened, her very high eye turned pure white. It was like a small nuclear reactor, and a scary power was emerging. At this same moment, Exquisite's presence was being pushed to a level that others couldn't imagine. She was like a scary monster queen, and she used her third eye to look icily at Hansen. Exquisite turned to Hansen and raised her hand. She made a pulling motion. She didn't seem to release any power, but the whole of space shifted. It was as if the space between the two fighters had been severely reduced. Instantly, Hansen's body was pulled directly in front of Exquisite's hands. Exquisite grabbed him by the neck. No one can beat me in my universe. Exquisite used the white flame in her third eye to look at Hansen while she spoke. After that, Exquisite grabbed Hansen by the neck. Her body began to generate a frightening black and white power. It felt as if all the power in the universe was draining into her hands. If she even twitched, she would surely break Hansen's neck. Now I will give you the chance to concede, Exquisitely said to Hansen as she looked at him. Her face looked like it had been carved from marble. Her voice was a dead monotone, like the grinding of a machine. It was as if she would be happy to turn Hansen's body to dust if he failed to agree. I still prefer it when you smile. This look doesn't suit you, Hansen said, frowning slightly at Exquisite. I'm telling you to concede. Exquisite thundered. Her black and white air rose madly like two ravenous demons. It was like they were going to ravage Hansen's body and consume him. Not even a single bone would be left behind. No one can force me to do something I don't think is right, Hansen replied. Exquisite looked at Hansen and didn't speak. Her face remained entirely expressionless. The black and white powers in the air became stronger. It looked as if they were on the verge of exploding any second. The Sky Palace students looked at Hansen with worry. Yun Sui fidgeted nervously with the hem of her dress. Her nails almost shredded her garments, and she was starting to sweat. Should we? The woman looked at Sky Palace leader. Sky Palace leader shook his head. Wait a bit longer. As he watched Exquisite rage, Hansen wasn't mad. He just felt sorry for her. She had given up her emotions so she could become one with the universe. To put it nicely, it was like the sky and humans had combined. To be frank, though, it was more like she had become a pawn of the universe. She had thrown away her identity to become a high-class creature. Hansen had seen people experience similar changes before in Sky Palace, but that had been very different from what he was seeing now. When the sky became one with the sky, they focused a lot more on their emotions. It wasn't like the very high, who only cared about being one with the universe. If the very high ever became 100% united with the universe, would they still count as individual people? Hansen shook his head. There were many things he was unsure of, but he knew for certain that he never wanted that future. He couldn't take this path. Exquisite stood in front of him, and her power raged higher and higher. Hansen laid his hand against the fist that Exquisite was using to squeeze his neck. She lost her grip on Hansen's throat. The white light in Exquisite's eyes spilled over. Her black and white airs erupted like a volcano. Her other hand flew toward Hansen like a bullet. Her black and white air was generating a substance chain on that fist. That fist was so strong that every face in Sky Palace changed. Yun Sui was so nervous that it felt like her heart was going to leap out of her chest at any moment. The two fighters were at very close range, and the power that Exquisite wielded was frightening. If Hansen got punched, his body would be destroyed. The next second, however, the crowd noticed that Hansen's hands were moving as well. He grabbed Exquisite's fist, and then, both of her hands fell under Hansen's control. That scary black and white air began to shred Hansen's hands. Deep grooves were torn into Hansen's spell armor. Blood came gushing out from the lacerations. The scary black and white air stormed through the arena. Hansen was at the center of the storm, with his armor taking the brunt of it. Wounds kept appearing across his body. Didn't I tell you? Against another of the same level, I am king. The only things that can fall to a king are smiles and a woman's beauty. Using force against me just won't do, Hansen said. Then, he tightened his fists with new strength. He threw Exquisite's black and white air-surrounded body away. Hansen moved with the arc of her toss. He swung his fists like a hurricane. Beneath the force of Hansen's blows, the black and white air was waning. Hansen's punches pummeled Exquisite's black armor. Pang! Pang! The collision of fists against armor produced sharp, striking noises. They were so fast, there was hardly a break between each sound. How could this? Exquisite's face was etched with disbelief. She felt as if her connection with the universe was being severed. Under Hansen's fists, her will, and the power that bound her to the universe, was being taken away. Her oneness with the world was becoming blurred and difficult to grasp. She felt as if she was returning to her former self, before she started to practice all this. The terror of the unknown and all kinds of bad emotions were slowly seeping into her. It made her feel fear, and restlessness, and despair, and pain. All this, and many more emotions she had never felt before, were starting to overwhelm her. How? Why? I am already half deified. Why am I still losing? Why? The physical pain she was enduring was a pittance compared to the mental pain she was suffering. These emotions that she had never felt before were all inside her, mixing her up. They were ruining her ability to think. As she watched the shadows of the raging fists delivered by the man before her, she had never felt so weak before. She felt small, weak, and helpless. It was as if the universe and everything inside it had abandoned her. It made her far more frightened than the damage she would incur physically. So, what? Even if the whole universe is on your side, if you can't smile, it is meaningless. Owning the universe is pointless if there is no happiness. Only your smile is eternal, said Hansen's voice next to her ear. And then came his final punch. It struck her in the stomach. It was a nasty punch, and her whole body rose under the force of the impact. Pang! Exquisite was in the air. The black Geno armor she wore shattered like frail glass, becoming a collection of shards dancing in the air. Her black and white air fizzed into smoke. Exquisite's body rolled between the shattered pieces of armor. Blood came out of her mouth like rain, soaking the arena. The light of her very high eye had been extinguished. Her ordinary eyes had been closed, but now they were open again. And they were black. Those eyes didn't possess a strong will. They didn't look emotionless and cold as they once had. They looked helpless. They looked lonely. They looked confused. There was a whole bevy of different emotions swirling within them. Voila! Shattered bits of armor bounced across the floor of the arena, and Exquisite's body fell into Hansen's arms. Hopefully, the next time I see you, I can see that smile. Hansen's face was blurry above Exquisite. When she heard what he said, she passed out. Sky Palace fell silent. A very high half-deified, who should have been invincible to anyone who wasn't fully deified, had been beaten. Hansen had used his fists to obliterate her self-gene armor. It was difficult for the sky to wrap their minds around. Hansen picked up the heavily injured Exquisite and carried her out of the arena. The Sky Palace students that had been watching finally woke up from their daze. Against another of the same level, I am king. I can't believe Brother Han could actually do it. What do you mean he could actually do it? He has already done it. The very high claimed themselves as the strongest in the universe, and a half-deified has just been destroyed by Hansen, who is just a 9th-tier king. That is scary to think about. With a fitness level like that, he is scarier than the strongest of the dragons. You won't be able to find anyone with a fitness level higher than Han Sen's. Don't forget, this is Godfather Han. He can bless others and make them deified. He must be able to bless himself as well. Throughout Sky Palace, everyone was talking about this. The most commonly repeated phrase was against another of the same level, I am king. Even a long time after, Sky Palace students fervently discussed the events. Although the leaders of Sky Palace issued a stern warning to students not to leak this news to the outside, Sky Palace didn't have steel walls. Despite their attempts to suppress the story, news of Han Sen's victory leaked. But most of the elites that heard about this fight didn't care. No one believed that a crystallizer king could manage to fight a half-deified very high and emerge victorious. Most of the nobles that heard about this thought that it was just a fabricated tale. Only the Sky Palace students who had witnessed the fight understood just how scary Han Sen's fitness was. A Buddha deified heard about this incident, and his response became famous across the universe. You're the best too, Han Sen? That deified Buddha said this to mock Han Senator. He thought people were making up outlandish stories that were far too ridiculous to believe. And then, for a long time, you're the best too, Han Sen, became a quip that was used against anyone being hilariously boastful. The phrase really caught on, and it was used everywhere. People mocked Han Sen shamelessly, and many didn't even know that the phrase had come from the Buddha. What a scary fitness level. How did he do that? How can a crystallizer have a body with that much raw power? The woman said with shock. She never expected the fight would turn out this way. It must be related to the Geno art he has practiced. His Geno art was something Isha asked me to take a look at. She wanted me to help her modify it. That Geno art is nearly impossible to learn, though. When I looked at it, I didn't think any creature could practice it. Even deified fighters wouldn't have a body strong enough for it. In the beginning, I thought it was a prank. But I think now that Han Sen really has learned it. And that might mean he will become someone incredibly powerful. It is rather surprising. After pausing, Sky Palace leader shook his head. It's a shame Han Sen doesn't even know how he learned it. Otherwise, if he was able to share the secrets of this Geno art, making a strong race wouldn't be too difficult. Is there no way to modify the Geno art? The woman's heart jumped as she asked. I researched it before. It is impossible to modify. Plus, the Geno art belongs to Han Senator. Without his permission, we can't freely distribute it. That is a promise I made to Isha, Sky Palace leader said. That is a shame, the woman said, her voice full of regret. Come on. We need to go kiss that kid's *SS. And we need to comfort Exquisite to make sure that we haven't just started a war, Sky Palace leader said. After the woman left, Sky Palace leader picked up a paper and pen. He wrote down Han Sen and then, after looking at it for a while, he drew 2 circles next to the name. He then placed a question mark beside them. He looked at the name and then proceeded to write for a while. Sky Palace leader spoke to himself as he did, saying, maybe he really is a suitable candidate. No matter what the outside world said, after that fight, Han Sen's position in Sky Palace was elevated to even loftier heights. Although he didn't have sky blood in his veins, they essentially treated him as if he was one of their own. Every time Han Sen went to teach Geno arts, his lecture hall would be packed to the gills. Many pure-blood Sky students would come and listen to him teach Geno arts. Many kings and even half-deifieds came to listen to any lecture that he gave. Exquisite's self-gene armor had been broken, and it would take a long time for her to heal. Han Sen thought he might end up in trouble, but Thousand Feather Crane told him that Exquisite wasn't planning on coming after him. She hadn't mentioned what had happened to the Very High. Owning the universe is pointless if there is no happiness. Only your smile is eternal. Hopefully, the next time I see you, I will see you smile. Exquisite sat in front of a window. She looked at the clouds, frozen in thought. She kept thinking about what Han Sen had said to her. After a year spent in recovery, Han Sen was now almost as healthy as he had been before the Medusa's shield sucked him dry. But rather than making his life easier, recovering from his injuries actually brought him new difficulties. Before, while his body was known to be damaged, no one had made any demands of him. Now that he was well again, all kinds of people tried to flex their authority or exploit their relationship with Han Sen to ask him to bless their children. Some of these people were easy for Han Sen to turn down, whereas others were more difficult. Like Yun Changkong and the sixth elder that looked after the rebate. There were others who had no direct connection to Han Sen, but they were deifieds and high-ranking officers of Sky Palace. If Han Sen rejected them all, he would offend everyone in Sky Palace. But if he accepted their requests, he would be pestered constantly and he would never get a moment's rest. "Brother Han, how is it going?" Han Sen was coming out of the seventh tower when more trouble found him. He raised his head when he heard the voice calling for him. It was Yu Jing. He was riding a King-class Xenogeneic mount. It looked as if the man was doing all right for himself. "I'm doing okay. You haven't come to me to request a blessing, right?" Yu Jing always had a purpose for visiting Han Senator at heart. Yu Jing was an evil businessman. Running into him was never a coincidence. When Yu Jing heard Han Sen say that, he laughed. "You must be really annoyed by the people who've been pestering you lately. But you won't have to suffer it for much longer. In fact, I have a proposal that can return some peace to your life." "Oh? And what would that be?" Han Sen looked at Yu Jing with confusion. He didn't believe Yu Jing would have come all this way just to solve Han Sen's problem for him. The man wasn't that nice. Yu Jing looked serious when he said, "The people of Sky Palace are coming to you privately because there is no official way for them to seek your blessings. If you create an official channel, perhaps set up an auction where people can bid for a blessing or two, then they'll stop coming to see you privately. You could earn a lot of money and remove some stress from your life at the same time." When Han Sen heard this suggestion, he knew Yu Jing was up to something. The idea was stupid. Rather than fixing Han Sen's problem, it would only be more of a pain in the *SS for him. Having an auction would allow him to make a lot of money, but it wouldn't stop the authority figures of Sky Palace from contacting Han Sen personally. If he refused to give blessings outside of the auction, people would just think Han Sen was a greedy person. If he merely sold his blessings without helping the leadership of Sky Palace directly, people might end up hating him. That told Han Sen the idea for an auction probably wouldn't work. If he altered this method slightly, though, he could allow Sky Palace leader to determine how his blessing talent was used. The leader would determine who received the blessings, which would take pressure off of Han Sen. If the Sky Palace deifieds wanted a slot, they would pester Sky Palace leader instead of Han Sen. Of course, Han Sen couldn't use all his power on blessing others. He would have to keep telling the lie that giving out blessings affected his lifespan and strength. He could say that it took 2 or 3 years for the negative side effects of a blessing to dissipate. That way, he would only have to bless on rare occasions. Han Sen could also claim that Sky Palace leader completely controlled how the blessings were distributed. If someone came to Han Sen privately, he could say Sky Palace leader forbade him from giving out blessings outside of the official channel. If Han Sen offered Sky Palace leader such a valuable opportunity, there was no way that the man could refuse. It would be a disservice to his people if he let this chance go by. Thinking of this, Han Sen came up with a plan, and his depression evaporated. "I don't want to hold an auction. Giving a blessing severely damages my body. I have no interest in blessing others unless it is absolutely necessary. Earning additional resources isn't a good enough reason," Han Sen told Yu Jing. "That is a crying shame," Yu Jing mumbled, heartbroken. "Brother Yu Jing, did you just come here to tell me that?" Han Sen asked Yu Jing, raising an eyebrow. "Not really. I'm here because someone asked me to conduct trade with you," Yu Jing quickly said. "It won't be something that has to do with blessings, right?" Han Sen asked, suddenly alert. Yujing laughed and said, "Of course not. A half-deified relative of mine wants to ask you to kill a xenogeneic with him. There hasn't been a chance for him to talk to you face-to-face, however. So, he asked me to make the request in his stead." Killing a xenogeneic? Why would he ask me? There are many elites here. If he needed someone, why would he come to me? Hansen was shocked. He couldn't believe some Sky Palace half-deified wanted his help just to kill a xenogeneic. My relative is a bit special. He can't ask the deifieds for help, and he wants to hunt a deified xenogeneic. He heard that you and Lone Bamboo managed to bring down a xenogeneic, and that is why he wanted you to help him. There is plenty of room for negotiation. My relative is very rich, Yujing explained. This half-deified person was called Yukuan. He was one of the more experienced half-deifieds in Sky Palace. He was from the same generation as Sky Palace leader, and he was known to be quite talented. He had a chance to become deified long ago, but something happened in his family that had kept him from doing so. He still wasn't deified. What was so important that he put his ascension on the back burner? Hansen asked. Hansen wasn't just asking this out of curiosity. He was worried that this could end up dragging him into some internal conflict within Sky Palace. Hansen was very careful to avoid involving himself in such things. Yujing understood Han Senator. He smiled and explained, "Don't worry, Brother Han. No one in Sky Palace has a grudge against Uncle Yukuan. He hasn't become deified because of something that happened to his son. His son got involved with the wrong people and accidentally leaked classified information and screwed up some of Sky Palace's plans. Although this had nothing to do with Uncle Yukuan, he went to jail for 30 years on his son's behalf. He was released a few years ago. One of our deifieds would help Uncle Yukuan if he asked. According to the rules of Sky Palace, he has every right to request aid. But Yukuan is very ashamed about what his son did to the people of Sky Palace, so he doesn't want to ask any of the deifieds for help. That is why he wants to work with you. You don't have to worry that he won't be able to pay you. He is old and has a lot of money." "Let me consider this for a while," Hansen answered, carefully not agreeing. Yukuan's situation was complex, so Hansen wanted to consider the potential ramifications for working with the man. "Okay. Give me a response as soon as you can. Uncle Yukuan is waiting, and I want to give him an answer," Yujing said. Hansen agreed. After saying goodbye to Yujing, he left his own little island and headed to the primary island where Sky Palace leader lived. "You don't want to offend people, so you want me to do it for you?" "You are quite smart," Sky Palace leader said to Hansen with a smile. Hansen hadn't explained his true purpose, but Sky Palace leader immediately recognized what he was doing. Sky Palace leader is so smart. "I want to do everything I can for Sky Palace, but sadly, my body is unable to keep up. I cannot bless a student every day." Hansen feigned complete sincerity. He looked as if he wanted nothing more than to serve Sky Palace leader. "Fine. I'll be the bad guy, but in return, you will have to do something for me," Sky Palace leader said to Hansen with a smile. "Old fox," Hansen muttered to himself. He had expected that if he agreed to give out blessings, he would receive something valuable in return. But it now looked as if he wouldn't earn anything extra, and he would have to do an additional task on the leader's behalf. "You can ask me to do anything, Sky Palace leader. Even if it means I will end up destroyed and dead, I will do my best in such a task. I would never ask for anything in return." Hansen lowered his head and bowed. "Is that so? You really won't try to take advantage of the situation?" If Hansen hadn't said the last few words, Sky Palace leader would have probably believed him. However, it was obvious from what Hansen said that he had been looking for some goodies. "If you are willing to do this, I will deal with all the people who come to seek your blessing. You can decide when you want to bless them, or if you want to at all. But if you can do this well, I will still reward you," Sky Palace leader said dispassionately. "What is it that you want me to do?" Hansen had started to grow worried as Sky Palace leader spoke. If Sky Palace leader was establishing terms like this, whatever task he wanted to give Hansen had to be complicated. Go to the very high, Sky Palace leader said simply. Why? Hansen was shocked. He looked at Sky Palace leader with confusion. He remembered Sky Palace leader saying that he didn't want Hansen to go to the very high. Sky Palace leader smiled and said, "We need a spy amongst them. I think you are up to the task, too." Hansen almost thought his ears were broken. Going to the very high as a spy? Hansen couldn't think of anything that posed a greater risk. The very high could see into a person's mind. If he was attempting to steal their secrets, it would only take them a split second to discover that. Espionage among the very high would be suicide. If anyone other than Sky Palace leader had suggested this, Hansen would have assumed that they were simply an idiot. The idea seemed like either pure stupidity or an elaborate way of getting himself killed. Sky Palace leader knew what Hansen was thinking, and so he said, "Don't worry. If I let you go, I have a way to safeguard your mind that will keep them from peering into it. You are no good to me dead. But why would you even want me to go and spy on the very high?" Hansen asked carefully. If he was even going to consider doing this, he had to know more. He needed the details, because going to the very high for ulterior motives was a very dangerous game to play. "It is very important to me. I need you to find someone within the very high. If you hear news of this person, you need to relay it back to me. You don't have to do anything more dangerous than that," Sky Palace leader said. "I'm not very good at looking for people, and I'm not very skilled at socializing. I'm afraid I might fail your task." Hansen didn't want to go, so this was his way of rejecting the offer. Sky Palace leader looked at Hansen and coldly said, "When you finished this mission, I plan to give you the constellation C for you and your family. It looks like you aren't interested, though. So, never mind. It is fine. Leader, the constellation C you reference, is it the xenogenic space outside the shining star system?" Hansen's eyes opened wide as he asked Sky Palace leader. The constellation C was a xenogenic space that had been discovered some time ago. It was in a part of the universe that belonged to Sky Palace. It was practically in Sky Palace's backyard, so the only way to enter it was through Sky Palace. The constellation C was connected to the shining star system and an underdeveloped, barren system. It was a very unique place, and it showed great promise if anyone ever developed it. Plus, the constellation C was very rich in resources and raw materials. Many elders within Sky Palace wished to take control of the constellation C, and they had begun to fight over it. But because the fights had grown too violent, Sky Palace leader decided to seal up the constellation C and not give it to anyone. Now, Sky Palace leader said he was going to open up the constellation C exclusively for Han Senator. He could build a family there. He wouldn't just be permitted to use it, the leader was going to let Hansen govern the constellation C. It would become Hansen's territory. If he wanted to, it might even be possible to build a human empire there. Other factions wouldn't be able to meddle or interfere in Hansen's affairs. Unless Hansen opened the constellation C's borders to travel, no one would be able to wander in. Plus, the constellation C still had Sky Palace as a shield. It wouldn't end up besieged unless the whole of Sky Palace fell first. Good memory. It is the constellation C near the shining star system. Yes, Sky Palace leader answered. Hansen's eyes narrowed in thought. Sky Palace leader was offering him a ludicrously valuable reward. But that suggested the task wouldn't be simple. Simply relaying information wouldn't be hard, and if Hansen could truly be taught to protect his mind, the danger level didn't warrant such a reward. Why would Sky Palace leader be willing to give him something so precious for fulfilling a task that was so easy? "May I ask what kind of person you are looking for?" Hansen asked with hesitation. The constellation C was a good place. He wanted it, but he wouldn't be able to enjoy owning it if he died at the hands of the very high. "I'm looking for a very high woman. I don't know her name, and I'm afraid her appearance might have changed from what I remember," Sky Palace leader said thoughtfully. No name? No appearance? How am I supposed to find someone like that? Hansen was shocked to hear that. Don't worry. There is a way to find her. Otherwise, why would I ask you to look for her? Sky Palace leader paused. Then, he said seriously, there is a birthmark on her chest that looks like a red heart. You will be able to see it. It is very obvious. Her chest has a birthmark that resembles a red heart? That is quite obvious, you would think. Wait. Chest. Hansen glanced down at his own chest. He looked strange as he asked Sky Palace leader, you say you are looking for a very high woman? Yes, Sky Palace leader said with a nod of his head. Do you think I'll have the chance to check out the chests of various women for that birthmark? Hansen felt that Sky Palace leader might be tricking him. If he went to the very high just to check out their women, it would be AF * King Deathwish. If it was an easy task, why would I give you the constellation C? Sky Palace leader looked at Hansen and said, you don't even have to look at them yourself, anyway. You can just ask around. Exquisite is a woman, for instance. She is more likely to have seen it. And if you can get her to tell you, then you will have no trouble. Come back in 4 years, and you can take your family to the constellation C. I will give you all the support you can ask for. I will give you people, if you want. Do you want a boat? I can give you a boat. You won't have to pay taxes for 300 years either. Hansen was very conflicted. He wanted the constellation C. If there was ever a safe place for him to develop humanity, it would be there. With enough resources and cultivation, he could make them a force to be reckoned with in the universe. That way, they would no longer have to live in small pockets scattered across the universe. He could gather them up there and truly grow their numbers. But before any of that could happen, Hansen needed his own system. The safest places in the universe were already split up by the more powerful races. Even if Hansen wanted a slice of good real estate, there was nowhere he could find a piece of that pie. Even the smaller and weaker races had ties with Sky Palace and other big races. It wasn't a matter of simply taking what he wanted and being done with it. Taking a developed system wasn't an option, and a wild system would be too dangerous. Such places weren't suitable for low-level creatures and people to live in. Sky Palace was offering him a xenogenic space. For Hansen, that would be a perfect place to develop humanity's presence within the Geno universe. Think over my offer. You don't have to rush in giving me your answer. Just tell me when you have decided, Sky Palace leader said. Hansen nodded. He needed to think about this seriously. He couldn't make a decision on a whim. Especially one so big. As Hansen turned to leave, another matter came to mind. Palace leader, Uncle Yukuan has asked me to kill a deified xenogenic with him. Do you think I should go? Brother Yukuan? Sky Palace leader fell silent for a moment, then said, I know what happened to him. If you think you can do it, then you should go and help him. Brother Yukuan has endured a difficult life. Now that he had received Sky Palace leader's approval, Hansen was more than okay with going to meet with Yukuan. And so, that was what he did. He wanted to see what sort of deified the man wanted to kill first, though. Then, he could decide if he could truly help. If he did decide to help, he would try his best, but there were still multiple factors to consider before he accepted. After Hansen left Sky Palace, he contacted Yu Jing. He told Yu Jing what he planned to do, and Yu Jing was happy to quickly arrange for him to meet with Yukuan and discuss the proposal. Should I go or not? Going to the very high was a very difficult decision for Hansen to make, but it wasn't something he could allow others to determine for him. Hansen laid out the pros and cons of this idea many, many times. And he ultimately decided that yes, he should go to the very high. He wanted the constellation C for himself. If he missed out on this chance, God only knew how many more years he would have to wait for an opportunity to get a xenogenic space that was as prestigious as the constellation C. Plus, if he fought for another xenogeneic space, it wouldn't be as safe as the constellation C. And some xenogeneic spaces were actually overdeveloped, they might not allow Han Sen to procure as many resources as he wanted. It looks like I need to go to the very high, then. Luckily, I have found a way to counter their spying techniques. If Sky Palace Leader's way doesn't work, then I have my own method. And if that method doesn't work either, I will have to be like Ningyu and rely solely on my own will to support myself. Han Sen gritted his teeth. The odds against him seemed daunting, but if Ningyu could do it, he believed he would be able to as well. But Han Sen didn't immediately answer Sky Palace Leader. He wanted to sort out matters with Uncle Yukuan first, so he could have time to think it over a bit more. There was no need to rush a decision as big as this one. Eugene hurriedly established a time for Han Sen and Yukuan to meet. When Han Sen saw Yukuan, it was hard to believe Yukuan was of the same generation as Sky Palace Leader. That was because Yukuan looked considerably older than Sky Palace Leader. Han Sen didn't know how old Sky Palace Leader was, but he appeared to be in his 40s. His seemed very gentle, but there was something perverse about him. He enjoyed messing with people. But Yukuan looked like a very old man, by comparison. His hair was gray, and his face was wrought with wrinkles. Most importantly, his expression looked old and tired, too. He was very dull-looking. He barely looked like a living being. Yukuan was calm. He told Han Sen about the deified xenogeneic he planned on killing, but he didn't look very confident that Han Sen could help him. After hearing what the man said, Han Sen fell silent. And then, he honestly told Yukuan, Uncle Yukuan, a trade needs to be fair and equalized. I can help you fight this deified xenogeneic. If I fail, I won't take anything, but if we successfully slay this deified xenogeneic, what will you give me in return? Yukuan seemed to think about that question a bit. After hearing Han Sen's speech, he pulled something out of his pocket. He set it on the table in front of Han Sen and calmly said, "Try your best. Whether or not you succeed, this is yours." Han Sen eyed the thing that Yukuan placed on the table. It was a small wooden statue carved into the shape of a beast. It looked like a rhino. It was the size of a man's hand, and the wood seemed to have yellowed with age. It looked ancient. Han Sen didn't understand what it was. It looked like a decorative trinket that someone might put on a shelf in their house. It didn't release any power, so it didn't seem like a powerful xenogeneic treasure, either. Eugene was standing to the side, and when he saw that wooden rhino, he looked like he was about to scream. "Isn't that the wood spirit rhino? Uncle Kuan, are you really willing to let it go?" Han Sen looked at Eugene, and Eugene went on to say, "A long, long time ago, our race found a butterfly-class plant inside the systems of chaos. Many of our people worked together, but they were only able to retrieve a piece of wood that was 1 foot long. And then, a deified carved the wood into wood spirits. 3 small statues were created in the shapes of an elephant, a rhino, and a horse. This wood spirit rhino is one of them." After pausing, Eugene went on to say, "Although the wood spirit rhino wasn't refined into a treasure, carrying it can aid a warrior's body. It can fill your body with health and make you livelier. It is especially beneficial for people who have been injured. Carrying the wood spirit rhino can heal someone's self-body. Of course, that isn't what is most important about the wood spirit rhino. The most important thing is that the deified who made them also created 3 Geno arts and left them inside the 3 wood spirits. If someone gains possession of the statues, they can obtain the Geno arts inside. The Geno arts of the wood spirit elephant and the wood spirit horse have already been learned by others. They were the giant spirit statue Punch and Sky River Swallowing Day skills, respectively. They were the first 2 Geno arts. They are famous secret Geno arts in Sky Palace." Han Sen jerked in surprise when he heard the name of these 2 Geno arts. He had heard of them before. They were the most popular secret Geno arts in Sky Palace right now. Even the heirs of many Sky that wanted to practice the Geno arts had to go through a lot of trouble to be granted permission to learn them. Furthermore, students below King class couldn't even begin to learn them. But just because a skill was restricted didn't mean it was attractive to Han Sen. But what Yu Jing said next totally changed Han Sen's mind. When the first two people learned the Geno arts of the wood spirit elephant and the wood spirit horse, they received powerful wood spirits. It accelerated their practice. One went from King class straight to half-deified. The other went from half-deified to deified. Han Sen eventually agreed to accept the wood spirit rhino in exchange for helping Yu Kuan slay a deified xenogeneic. Yu Kuan had carried the wood spirit rhino for hundreds of years. He had never been able to understand what was inside it, and after losing hope of ever learning its secrets, he was finally willing to use it as payment for Han Sen to help him slay a deified xenogeneic. If Yu Kuan obtained a deified xenogeneic gene, he could use it to help him become deified. Keeping the wood spirit rhino as a mere ornament would be useless. He wanted to give it to his heir, but his only son had died in an accident. No one else was able to carry on his legacy. What a poor man, Han Sen thought, playing distractedly with the wood spirit rhino. Yu Kuan had already given Han Sen the wood spirit rhino, it was his whether they succeeded or not. Han Sen's personality was a little strange. If someone was trying to trick him, then he wouldn't let them get away with it no matter how bad the situation was. But for someone like Yu Kuan, who was willing to pay up front, Han Sen would help him no matter the cost. The wood spirit rhino was very beautiful. It gleamed like jade. Although it was made of wood, it was heavier than a lump of gold. The strange thing was, Han Sen was unable to discern the wood spirit rhino's power even though he was holding it. It seemed like an ordinary wood carving. It didn't look like a piece of butterfly glass wood. Han Sen didn't think Yu Kuan had given him a fake item, and that was because he had tested it. He tried his hardest to destroy the little statue, but it didn't buckle and break. That was verification of its deified status. But despite its resilience and beautifully polished surface, it didn't have a strong presence. Does that mean the wood spirit rhino doesn't have power? Is it merely the secrets within that hold its strength? If I can open and learn its secrets, can I gain access to the power myself? Han Sen kept wondering. He stared at the wood rhino spirit. The wood spirit rhino's carving appeared so alive, but there was no text or symbols on it. There was no semblance of a mind left behind. Han Sen prodded it a few times and used his Dongxian area and the purple-eyed butterfly to examine it. He was unable to find out anything tricky about it. No matter how he viewed it, it was an ordinary miniature rhino, carved out of wood through no extraordinary means. Aside from the material used, he could not discern anything special about the thing. As Han Sen was investigating the wood spirit rhino, Bauer had somehow managed to climb onto his back. Her head was next to Han Sen's shoulder, and she stared at the wood spirit rhino in his hands. "Daddy, what are you holding?" "This wooden statue has a secret in it, but I can't tell what it is," Han Sen said. "Let Bauer see it." Bauer jumped down onto Han Sen's chest and stole the wood spirit rhino out of his grip. Her little hand started to shake the wood spirit rhino. Then, suddenly, Han Sen noticed a yellow gleam like moonlight shining in the eyes of the wooden item. The light projected onto the wall, revealing some text. "Bauer, how did you do that?" Han Sen asked in delighted surprise. He had been watching her the whole time, but he didn't know how she had managed to summon the light coming out of the wood spirit rhino's eyes. Bauer had only touched the wood spirit rhino for a second or two, and Han Sen had watched the position of her hands at the time. He tried replicating the move she had made, but he was unable to make the statue light up. "It is so easy. Just pat it on the head," Bauer said as she patted the wood spirit rhino's head. With that, the light in its eyes suddenly disappeared. "Let me try." Han Sen reached his hand out and patted the rhino's head. There was nothing. Bauer reached out her hand and pressed the head, which made more light shoot out of the statue's eyes. Han Sen's inability to achieve the same results depressed him. He couldn't be bothered to figure out why Bauer was able to succeed where he had failed, though. Instead, he focused on recording the text the wood spirit rhino was displaying. It was a skill called heart connection. Hansen seared the Geno art into his memory, but he didn't find the power mentioned by you. Jing. Does this mean I can only get the power from the wood spirit rhino if I learn the Geno art? Hansen guessed. Then, he tried researching the heart connection Geno art. Since the name sounded rather romantic, Hansen expected the Geno art to be spiritual in nature. Perhaps it would have interpersonal properties. Hansen soon discovered he was incorrect. The Geno art wasn't at all spiritual, it was actually rather violent. It was a Geno art that gathered up power, then released it in a sudden burst. It was like a rhino's ramming attack. Power was gathered like a charging rhino gaining momentum, then concentrated into the rhino's horn. But the side effects could be devastating. After an attack was unleashed, your body would become weak. Your power would be sucked dry, and it couldn't be used anymore. This is a very dangerous Geno art, Hansen complimented. Although the Geno art wasn't as destructive as Break Six Skies, it had the precision of a steel needle. It could pierce through anything. It was a very powerful Geno art, but it was also very unique. Break Six Skies had to be used at a distance unless the caster wanted to blow themselves up, but Heart Connection didn't have a range requirement. This Geno art could be a trump card. If I'm facing death, I can use this as one last attack to save myself. After Hansen researched it, he tried practicing it. It wasn't difficult to learn the basics, but it would take a while to become skilled with the art. Hansen gave Bauer many snacks, but she wasn't as happy as she had been. She didn't pay much attention to the snacks. Instead, she looked at Hansen and told him, "Dad, I want to go to the very high. It is too dangerous there. Kids cannot visit them. You can stay and play with your aunties. You like Nightmare Beast, don't you? You can go play with him." Hansen couldn't take Bauer with him to the very high. If his undercover activities were exposed, it would be difficult for him to escape. And he wouldn't want Bauer to get involved in that. "Dad, if you don't take me, I will go and find Mom," Bauer said with a blink. "Yes, you can spend time with Mom. That is good. And then go to kindergarten for a few days. Didn't you like that kindergarten teacher? What was her name?" "Oh, right, it was Lu Zimei." Hansen nodded. Bauer smiled and said, "I'm not going to school. I am going to snitch to Mother." "Snitch about what?" Hansen looked at Bauer with interest. He didn't think he had any dirty secrets to hide. Bauer lifted her hand and used her fingers to count. "Sister Sui, Sister Isha, and that Sister Exquisite." Bauer quickly realized she wasn't going to have enough fingers on one hand. She was about to continue when Hansen stopped her and said, "There's nothing between me and any of those women. You can't threaten me with that. Owning the whole universe is pointless, and only your smile is eternal. I hope the next time I see you, I will be able to see you smile." Bauer replicated Hansen's speech and tone. She looked innocent while she said it. "You know, I remember a lot. I think I will tell Mom all about this. She will be very touched and happy." After that, Bauer pulled out her little book. She opened it, and Hansen saw that it was filled with childish scribbling. It was Bauer's writing, and they were all of the things Hansen had said. Hansen's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Those words hadn't been inappropriate when they were spoken, but if they were read without any context, problems could arise. Ahem, Bauer. Fathers and their daughters should communicate well with each other. There shouldn't be any conflict between us, right? Hansen looked at Bauer and her little book. Bauer put away the little book and laughed. "Yes. So, does that mean Bauer can follow Daddy to the very high?" Mr. Zhuyu, Yukuan asked Hansen to kill the Demon Abyss Beast King for him. They are going to the Demon Abyss. In the hall, a Sky Palace student was talking to a Sky Man in black armor. He had gray hair. Yukuan has practiced the Deep Abyss Demon spell. If he gets the Demon Abyss Beast King's deified gene, he can become deified. But the fact that he has managed to secure Hansen's assistance is surprising, Suyu said emotionlessly. I have heard he gave Hansen the Wood Spirit Rhino in exchange for his services. That is why Hansen agreed to help, the Sky Palace student said. I see. Then, it makes sense, Suyu nodded. Mr. Suyu, Yukuan is still under suspicion. Should we prohibit Hansen from helping him slay the Demon Abyss Beast King? Suyu shook his head. No. Hansen is like a son to the leader. If he is willing to help Yukuan, Sky Palace leader must have given his approval. We will take the back seat and observe for a while. After a pause, Suyu said, Go and find Xia. Tell her to prepare. She will be going to the Demon Abyss on a trip with me. You are going to the Demon Abyss yourself? The student asked with shock. We do not understand our target yet. This will be a fine opportunity to learn more about Hansen and Yukuan, Suyu said coldly. As Hansen and Yukuan traveled toward Demon Abyss, Yukuan seemed very relaxed. Aside from Hansen, he hadn't hired anyone else to help with the hunt. Hansen had accepted payment for the job, so there was nothing else he could do. He had no choice but to help the man. After making his agreement with Yukuan, Hansen had received a detailed synopsis of the Demon Abyss Beast King from Sky Palace leader. The file contained essentially the same information that Yukuan had already given him. Hansen had a 70% chance of killing this beast. Of course, there was always the chance that the Demon Abyss Beast King would be stronger than the report stated. It could have evolved, too. So, Hansen had to be very careful when calculating his odds. There was a lot to account for. The Demon Abyss was a giant hole in space with a massive star inside it. Space seemed to have collapsed under the weight of the enormous star, but then the star had reached an odd state of equilibrium instead of exploding as stars usually did under such conditions. The space hole contained many xenogeneics. Sky Palace students often enjoyed hunting there, but ordinary students wouldn't venture too far into the Demon Abyss. They could always hunt the low-level xenogeneics that remained on the outskirts, which would be far safer for the students than heading to the interior of the space hole. When the nearby Sky Palace students saw Hansen and Yukuan approaching, they all came forward to bow. It was mainly a show of respect for Han Senator. They only called Yukuan uncle because formality required them to. Hansen observed their faces, guessing they must have known about Yukuan and the allegations. Yukuan didn't pay any attention to their barely veiled disdain, though. With Hansen, he pushed on deeper into the Demon Abyss. He avoided the larger groups of xenogeneics, obviously not wanting to waste time on low-rank creatures. Hansen followed Yukuan through the Demon Abyss for 2 whole days before they reached their destination. There, they saw the Demon Abyss Beast King talked about in legends. There had been videos of the creature in the file that Hansen had received, but there was a big difference between seeing a creature on a video and in real life. The sight of the beast was astounding. It had a scorpion body and a dragon head. Dragon wings spread from the creature's back, and it was covered in blue scales. The head had 8 pairs of draconic eyes. So, there were 16 eyes in total. Its body was 100 meters tall. Even the sight of the creature was horrible and disturbing. It was sleeping on one of the walls in the Demon Abyss. It was like a drowsing demon. Hansen summoned his Peacock King soul robe and his 6-core snake bow. Then, he turned to Yukuan. Let's put our plan into action. Sure, Yukuan said with a nod. He pulled out his blade. His weapon was a black ring blade that was close to 30 centimeters wide. It looked incredibly sharp. It was a very rare and weird weapon. Hansen drew the string on his bow, but before he could release it, the Demon Abyss Beast King woke up. Its 16 eyes peered at Hansen. Hansen didn't hesitate. He fired at the Demon Abyss Beast King, sending an arrow imbued with rainbow light soaring through space. It flew straight toward one of the Demon Abyss Beast King's eyes. but just as the arrow approached, the demon abyss beast king's eye opened like a black hole. The arrow disappeared into the black hole, then vanished. The demon abyss beast king was not injured. The demon abyss beast king screamed weirdly. It flapped its wings, making its body shine with a shimmering blue light. As it flew, the creature's wings looked strangely beautiful against the background of the demon abyss. A writhing substance chain emerged from the creature and came flying toward Hansen. Hansen drew his bow and fired again and again, sending many rainbow light arrows at the demon abyss beast king. The demon abyss beast king didn't care. Hansen aimed at several different places across the creature's body, but wherever his arrows landed, a black hole manifested. The arrows flew into them and disappeared. None of them could deal a speck of damage to the demon abyss beast king's body. Boom! The demon abyss beast king opened its mouth. Suddenly, a blue flood poured out of it like a volcano erupting. It was headed straight for Hansen. Hansen's body flashed away quickly to avoid that flooding blue substance chain. He didn't retreat, though. He continued to fire his arrows, getting closer and closer to the demon abyss beast king. Hansen was like a surfer riding a tsunami that would end the world. The sky was full of blue energy, but it didn't hurt him. That primitive class demon abyss beast king couldn't do anything to harm him. From some distance away, a skyman and woman watched the unfolding battle. "What powerful movements," the woman said, complimenting Hansen's efforts. "His movement isn't the truly impressive thing," replied Suiyu. He shook his head and said, "The remarkable thing is his ability to judge and analyze details. His body responds with perfect precision." "Precision?" Xia frowned. "You can see him falling back on the left." Before he fell back to the left, though, his body leaned right. And while leaning 70 degrees to the right, he fired 3 arrows. He did it all at the same time. He misled the demon abyss beast king, tempting the creature into spitting its demon stream to the right. That, in turn, forced the demon abyss beast king to go right. It gives him the space to go left. So, he has the time to move to a more advantageous position for his next attack. Details like that are in every single move. If this guy isn't just insanely OCD, then he is a born fighter, Suiyu said. Xia looked at Suiyu, suddenly unnerved. Hansen's skills didn't look very special, at all. But when she paid attention to the minuscule motions of Hansen's body, it was just as Suiyu had said. He was moving with amazing precision and planning. Xia had formed her impression of Hansen when she saw him fight exquisite. Those cruel, overbearing, and violent attacks were seared into Xia's analysis of who Hansen was. She considered him a violent man, and so she hadn't taken the time to look for any finesse in his attacks. Now that she could see it clearly, she was shocked. The way he was fighting now was totally different than the techniques he had employed against Exquisite. It was hard to believe this fighting style belonged to the same person. Hansen used his power to restrict the demon abyss beast king, but his arrows didn't seem to inflict any damage on the creature. Black holes appeared and vanished all across the demon abyss beast king's body. Whenever an arrow came close, it would be sucked into one of those black pits, keeping the damage from reaching the demon abyss beast king. This was all within what Hansen had expected, though. The demon abyss beast king's power and capabilities had been detailed in the information he had been given. Hansen never expected his arrows to be able to damage the demon abyss beast king. He was simply buying enough time to get closer to the creature. Finally, Hansen got close enough to the demon abyss beast king. Hansen spun his 6-core snake bow and used it like a knife. The razor-sharp string sliced into the demon abyss beast king's scales, leaving deep wounds across its flesh. Just as the file said. The demon abyss beast king's demon abyss power can consume energy, but it cannot turn away physical damage. Hansen felt calm. The demon abyss beast king became very angry after being struck. Its blue light raged with greater ferocity. But Hansen attacked again and again with the 6-core snake bow, flitting around the demon abyss beast king like a mosquito buzzing around a magnificent beast. No matter how loudly the demon abyss beast king roared, it couldn't hit Han's senator. It then activated an area attack, but the fortitude of Han Sen's peacock king's soul robe was enough to shrug off all the damage. The demon abyss beast king couldn't do anything against him. Yukuan stood to the side, doing absolutely nothing at all. He only restricted the demon abyss beast king a little bit. Han Sen continued fighting at close range, and the demon abyss beast king was being dealt more and more wounds. What a scary guy. This moveset and those knife skills resemble sky palaces under the sky. But who in our race ever practiced under the sky to such a level of proficiency? Xie asked with shock. Sui Yu was recording the fight between Han Sen and the demon abyss beast king. And as he continued to record it, he said, "Under the sky hasn't been complete for long. Not many students have practiced it, no. But there will eventually be more. This will be perfect learning material." Xie shook her head. This isn't something you can just watch and learn. You need to know how to use it, and executing a skill like this would be much harder than analyzing it. To be straight with you, only practitioners who have already mastered the skill could benefit from watching this. Most students wouldn't stand any chance of becoming as skilled as Han Sen, no matter how many times they watched this video. Maybe it wasn't a fluke that the very high test ranked him as an 11 armor talent. Zuiyu laughed and said, "Well, having this video will be better than nothing. I hope the sky can develop a few elites like Han Sr. I don't think we need to doubt Han Sen's capabilities any longer. A 9th-tier king is killing the demon abyss beast king. Although he does use two powerful treasures, Han Sen is definitely scary. If he is a spy, he is a great danger to Sky Palace. But right now, we still don't know where he came from," Xie said. "If he isn't a spy, then we have gotten very lucky. This is our department's responsibility. We must confirm his identity and political alignments," Zuiyu said. "That is true, but the civilization of the crystallizers is long gone. The few that remain are vagrant, interstellar travelers. We have been looking into Han Sen's past for some time, but after finding the Kate, we lost the trail. Plus, the Kate's planet has been ravaged by war in recent years. Many of the Kate people have lost their homes. There won't be much left for us to learn," Xie said. "But we still have to do it. This investigation is our responsibility, and the leader takes Han Sen very seriously. So, we have to find out. With his reputation, his influence within Sky Palace will continue to grow," Zuiyu said as he watched the demon abyss beast king battle Han Senator. The man's expression was grave. A sad wail rocked the whole of the demon abyss. The demon abyss beast king's head was chopped off by the 6-core snake bow. Demon blood cascaded down like rain. Xenogeniac deified hunted, demon abyss beast king. Xenogeniac gene found. As this happened, an announcement sounded inside Han Sen's head. When he heard no mention of a beast soul, he looked disappointed. Yukuan began hauling the demon abyss beast king's body out of demon abyss. He couldn't hide it from the Sky Palace students. They could guess that Han Sen and Yukuan had killed the demon abyss beast king together. As everyone discussed Han Sen killing the deified Xenogeniac, a student found a video showing Han Sen's performance in killing the demon abyss beast king. That video was quickly distributed all around Sky Palace. "Brother Han is using Under the Sky. That belongs to the sky, doesn't it? Under the Sky can be that powerful? Of course it is strong. I heard Brother Han actually contributed to its modifications. It looks like I should start learning Under the Sky, then." "Yes, we should. When Brother Han gets back to teaching, we should ask him." Many of the students in Sky Palace started to discuss Han Sen's use of Under the Sky, but after Han Sen saw the video himself, he could only frown. "It looks like Sky Palace sent someone to watch me. Otherwise, there's no way someone could have filmed a video like that while we were fighting," Han Sen said. Han Sen kept thinking. He decided to agree to Sky Palace leader's request that he join the Very High for 4 years. When he returned, he would be given the constellation seat all for himself. When Sky Palace leader heard Han Sen's decision, he didn't sound happy. He said grimly, "If you want to go, there is something annoying you must do before your departure. You cannot leave, otherwise." "What annoying thing?" Han Sen frowned. He had thought that making the decision would be the difficult part. What had gone wrong now? Sky Palace leader squinted his eyes and said, "Exquisite wanted you to go, but you beat her and made her give up all hope. If you want to go, you need to make Exquisite select you once more. You will have to clean up this mess yourself." Han Sen's mouth hung open. After a while, he said, "What is this? If I had known, I wouldn't have beaten her so badly." "Don't be so depressed. Beating her might not have been a bad thing. At least now she will look at you differently. And that means she will hold you in higher esteem. This way, you will have more freedom," Sky Palace leader said with a laugh. "Can't you send someone to apologize on my behalf?" Han Sen asked, trying not to cringe. He had beaten her badly and forced her to face painful realizations, all because he didn't want to go. Now he had changed his mind. After Han Sen thought about it some more, he realized he might have been a bit of a cretin. "You are the one who beat her. It is now up to you to change her mind again. Otherwise, even if you somehow reached the Very High on your own, only trouble would await you. Why not get it sorted before you go?" Sky Palace leader patted him on the shoulder and went on to say, "Don't mess this up. I have faith in you." Han Sen had no idea how to deal with this situation, but he wanted the constellation C. He had to do what Sky Palace leader was telling him to. What should I tell her? Am I just supposed to walk up and tell her that I want to join the Very High despite everything that happened? I would feel so cheap after the fuss I made, Han Sen thought. He was on his way to the Sky's Waterhouse. He considered many different ways that he might approach the subject with Exquisite, but nothing he came up with seemed very good. When Han Sen arrived at the doorstep of the Waterhouse, he came face to face with Exquisite. She still looked rather pale. She opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. "I can't jump straight into this conversation. I just can't," Han Sen thought, suppressing a wry smile. "What are you doing here? Are you looking for me?" Exquisite asked Han Sen, her face completely expressionless. It seemed as if her failure in the fight hadn't affected her as much as he had expected. She seemed a little tired, but other than that, she looked the same as always. Well, I'm here to see if you have recovered yet." As soon as Han Sen said that, he wanted to slap himself. It sounded as if he was there to rub her loss in her face. "I have almost healed." Exquisite didn't move. That's great," although Han Sen wasn't eloquent on the best of days, he normally wasn't this awkward. This time, however, he was lost and fumbling. He didn't know how to say what he wanted to. Exquisite stared back at Han Sen, allowing an uncomfortable silence to settle between them. Han Sen opened his mouth a few times, but he couldn't summon the words. In the end, he said, "Then I will not disturb your recovery." After that, Han Sen got up and prepared to leave. He felt so nervous. He was unable to tell her what he wanted to. Then he heard someone giggle. Exquisite suddenly laughed. It shocked Han Senator. He didn't know what she was laughing about, but she sure looked like a far finer woman when she did. Exquisite saw Han Sen's glance. She blushed for a moment, and then her face returned to its impassive expression. She met Han Sen's gaze and said, "Sky Palace leader told me you have thought over the offer. You are now willing to follow me to the Very High. Is that true? That old B** starred sold me out again." Han Sen swore in his head, suddenly looking even more uncomfortable. He didn't think Exquisite knew why he had come to visit her, but it seemed as if she was expecting him. And there he was, making a fool of himself. No wonder Exquisite had felt compelled to laugh. He could see the humor, though, and he knew that someday, he would look back on this and chuckle. At that point, Hansen realized that being embarrassed wasn't doing him any good. He relaxed and nodded. Yes, I would like to go to the very high with you. I hope you don't mind accepting me, even after everything that has happened. Why did you change your mind? Exquisite asked, still not moving a muscle. There are many reasons, and I can't explain them all. What is most important for me, though, are the resources I will need. Hansen's explanation was very vague. I'm going back to the very high in 2 days. You should prepare yourself, Exquisite said. Hansen was shocked. He hadn't thought Exquisite would be so easy to talk to. She agreed to take him on very quickly. Hansen opened his mouth, but again, he wasn't sure what to say to her. Since the start of this conversation, it had felt as if he had done nothing but say the wrong thing. So, Hansen just decided to bid her farewell for the time being. When Hansen left, the remote expression on Exquisite's face evaporated. She suddenly seemed very conflicted. There were only 2 days for Hansen to prepare. Fortunately, there wasn't much for him to actually take care of. He only told the people closest to him that he would be leaving soon. When Hansen told Lone Bamboo quietly asked, "You still decided on going?" "If I don't go, I won't be able to get my hands on the constellation C." "I must go," Hansen said glumly, spreading his hands in a helpless gesture. "I hope to see you back here alive," Lone Bamboo ultimately said after a long pause. "Don't say it like you expect me to end up dead." "I will be back in 4 years," Hansen said with a laugh. "If you were going like a normal silkworm, then 4 years would be a short time. But you have an ulterior motive for signing up. Your trip to the very high will be dangerous, and your chance of surviving is low." Lone Bamboo clearly didn't know much about tact, but what he said was the truth. Looking for someone wasn't a crime, but lying about his intentions wouldn't be taken kindly by the very high. If he was found out, there was a high chance of severe consequences and punishments. But Hansen was confident that there was a way to stop the very high from looking into his mind. If he hadn't been sure he would be okay, he wouldn't have risked going to the very high at all. After he got everything ready, Hansen headed back to Black King City one last time. He said goodbye to the people there, then he went to see Sky Palace Leader. Sky Palace Leader said that he had a method that would keep the very high out of Hansen's mind. Although Hansen didn't place much faith in the idea, he did not mind hearing the leader's technique. 2 days went by in a flash. Hansen brought Bauer and Exquisite to a ship that would take them away from Sky Palace. Exquisite plotted a course for their destination. Many creatures had been chosen by the very high over the years, but even now, not many people knew where the very high actually resided. According to what Sky Palace Leader said, the very high xenogenic space could be moved. It wasn't in a fixed location. Unless someone had just been there, it would be impossible to determine where it was. It is a xenogenic space that can move. Hansen didn't think it was all that special. He had already seen Sky Palace use the Chase Star Whip to move Narrow Moon. He wagered that if Sky Palace could do it, the superior very high could very likely do the same. Moving a xenogenic space shouldn't have been too difficult for them. After the ship departed Sky Palace, Exquisite enabled autopilot for the ship to command itself. She pulled out a little leaf-sized ship. It hovered in the air, then began to swell. It became the size of an ordinary ship. "We are taking this ship to the very high." Hansen and Bauer looked over the second ship with curiosity. "Only this ship can take us back," Exquisite said. She got onto that new ship and sat down in the front. Hansen brought Bauer onto the small ship. After they sat down, Exquisite tapped the surface of the ship. The rowboat-shaped ship suddenly started flying. In one moment, the ship broke space and slipped into subspace. When Hansen saw the very high xenogenic space, he was awestruck. The very high xenogenic space seemed to reside in subspace. Before this trip, Hansen never even would have imagined that it was possible to maintain a landmass within subspace. Hansen was flabbergasted. He was numbed by the vista. Do antimatter worlds really exist? Hansen murmured to himself, gazing out the viewports of the ship. Actually, this place is a buffer zone between the real world and antimatter worlds. This isn't a true antimatter world. You can call it subspace, but we call it outer sky, Exquisite explained. Has this land always existed here, or was it moved here? Hansen asked, looking at the heavenly landmass in front of him. Exquisite didn't answer, and the two of them continued on toward the heavenly land. Flocks of phoenixes flew overhead, and holy springs were suspended in the air, surrounded by clouds. Giant dragons walked majestically across the ground, which was covered with many strange flowers and rich green grass. There were many rare animals, too. There were strange and exotic things everywhere that Hansen looked. Within seconds of landing, Hansen had seen 3 deified xenogeneics. One of them was a deified plant. This is so scary. I understand now why the very high are regarded as the greatest race in the universe. There are so many resources here. The mighty Extreme King have far less than this. No. They can't even be compared. Put side by side with the very high, the Extreme King would look like a group of hobos. Hansen was in too much shock to speak. Countless powerful xenogeneics were roaming about. And in the nearby forest, deified xenogeneics were everywhere. Still aboard Exquisite's ship, they flew onward for tens of thousands of miles. There were countless deified xenogeneics nearby, but they had yet to encounter any of the very high. Ever since our race found this place in ancient times, our elders have been bringing interesting xenogeneics here. After God knows how many billions of years, this is what has become of the place. But my people reproduce very slowly. There are only 200 of us left now, and we cannot use the vast majority of the resources that we have gathered over the ages. However, the creatures we have collected breed and breed, they are the fruits of our labor, Exquisite said. So. Hansen understood why the very high could make so many deified elites now. This place was like an organic treasury. With the resources available, creating deified elites would be easy. Bauer was lying comfortably on the floor of the ship, looking around at the weird flowers and strange grasses. They didn't look special, but Hansen knew Bauer. He could tell she was prepared to take action. The small boat continued to fly forward. After a while, Hansen started to think that there was a problem with the flow of time in this place. He couldn't accurately determine how much time had passed since he first saw land. Their ship was drawing close to some cloud-covered mountains, and when they came within range, Hansen finally saw that the mountains held a collection of palaces. They had been built into and around the mountains, fitting perfectly between them. Faintly obscured by the haze of the clouds, it was like a picture of heaven. When the ship landed at the foot of the mountains, Hansen noticed a stone staircase. It led all the way up to the stone palace at the mountain's peak. There was a very high man descending the steps. Exquisite, you have returned. Perhaps there was such a thing as a place where the grass was greener, for being born in such a heavenly environment seemed to breed people gracious enough to befit it. Second brother. Exquisite stepped off the ship and bowed before the man. The man waved his hand, signaling for her to refrain from such politeness. He looked at Hansen and saw Bauer sitting on his shoulder. He frowned. Third sister, why have you brought 2 people? Which one is your silkworm? He is Han Senator, I selected him. That is his daughter. He had to bring her with him because there was no one else willing to look after her in his absence, Exquisite explained. The man nodded and stopped looking at Hansen and Bauer. He told Exquisite, go. The altar is ready. We may complete the contracts now. Exquisite nodded and told Hansen, you guys follow me. Don't stray too far. Hansen nodded. He stepped off the ship. As soon as he left the boarding ramp, his body felt as if it was being crushed by a mountain. He moved a bit slower than usual. The environment of outer sky is different from that of the outside universe. You'll just have to get used to it, Exquisite told Hansen. Hansen nodded. He remained silent and followed Exquisite up the grand staircase. He glanced around. Sister, you could have chosen lone bamboo of the sky. Why did you pick a crystallizer? Crystallizer bodies are unremarkable. They cannot amount to much, the man said to Exquisite as they ascended the steps. He certainly didn't beat around the bush. Why does the sky not look like one of the very high? Hansen wondered as he inspected the man. The man's insult hadn't bothered him. The fellow looked different from Likir, Bishi, and Exquisite. He looked fairly average, in truth. He didn't appear to be as cold as the other very high that Hansen had encountered so far. Exquisite said something noncommittal, clearly not interested in the conversation. The four of them reached the halfway point on their journey up the mountain. There, they found a stone pavilion residing on a stone platform. The stone pavilion's name was written as Half-Life Fate. Hansen didn't know what it meant, but another man soon approached. He waved his hand at Hansen and said, "You've come here to be Exquisite's silkworm?" According to the rules of the Very High, only someone with a 9 armor talent is eligible to sign the contract. Allow me to test you. The man didn't seem to know Hansen had already been tested. He walked him to the pavilion and opened a stone canister that was cradled by a stone table. When the lid was removed, Hansen could see another God Spirit touch lying inside the canister. Give the God Spirit touch a drop of your blood and wait for the results. The man pointed at the God Spirit touch for Hansen. Second brother, there is no need to test him. Brother Bishi has already tested him with a God Spirit touch. He has an armor talent figure of 11. He is more than suitable to be a silkworm, Exquisite said. An 11 armor talent? He's just a crystallizer. He cannot have an 11 armor talent. You're joking with us, surely. Or did Bishi make a mistake? The meager talents of crystallizers aside, even we of the Very High very rarely produce offspring with an armor talent of 11. So he still needs to undergo this test. I don't want a mistaken test result to delay this process. The man's mouth was like a machine gun as he kept talking. Hansen didn't bother paying attention to the man's rambling. He approached the stone canister and lifted the middle finger of his right hand. He squeezed out a drop of blood and gave it to the God Spirit's touch. Exquisite's eyes locked on the God Spirit touch. Despite what she had said earlier, she did want to find out if the test conducted before was legitimate. Saying Hansen had an 11 armor talent still seemed ludicrous, so a second test was warranted. The man stared at the God Spirit touch, too. He didn't believe a crystallizer could have an 11 armor talent. He thought something must have happened when Bishi tested Hansen, and that was why the result was incorrect. They all stared at the God Spirit touch intensely. But after the God Spirit touch consumed the blood, it stopped moving. They kept watching for some time, but the creature remained completely still. It didn't even shed a single shell. Exquisite was surprised, and the men thought this was strange. No matter how bad a crystallizer was, there was no way the bug wouldn't discard a single shell. Weird. Is there a problem with the God Spirit touch? The man reached out a finger and brushed it against the God Spirit touch's head. His face twisted with confusion as he said, "There's nothing wrong with the creature. It is just the same as before. How could this happen?" Feed him another drop of blood, the man told Hansen after he examined the God Spirit touch. Hansen didn't know what to make of this turn of events. He did just as he was instructed and squeezed out another droplet of blood to feed the God Spirit touch. When Hansen placed the second drop of blood before the God Spirit touch, it didn't behave any differently. It swallowed the droplet, then returned to its previous, motionless state. The four waited around for a long time, hoping something would happen. But there the bug remained, at the bottom of the canister, not moving an inch. If they hadn't seen it swallow the blood, they would have believed the insect to be dead. The man frowned. He had no idea what was going on. He picked up the God Spirit touch again, trying to make sure there was nothing wrong with it. Weird. No matter how bad his skills are, it shouldn't be possible for him to be entirely without an armor talent. The man continued to poke and investigate the creature, but he learned nothing. Maybe the god spirit touch is simply too old, and it can no longer shed its shell? Exquisite paused, then went on to say, this god spirit touch is the very first god spirit touch that once belonged to the Alpha, is it not? It performed tests here for much of the Alpha's life, and that was eons ago. Perhaps it really has finally succumbed to old age. The man shook his head and said, when Bishi brought you Shanshin here, they conducted the test just fine. That wasn't very long ago. Why would it suddenly stop working now? Well, aside from that, what other possibilities can you think of? There is no way that Hansen is lacking even a single armor talent, Exquisite said. The man knew that was impossible, too. Without a 4 armor talent or above, reaching king class was impossible. If Hansen was already king class, no matter how bad his talents were, he couldn't have an armor talent less than 4. This is weird, the man said with queer hesitation. He put out his finger and sliced it, releasing a thin trickle of his own blood. He let it bleed near the god spirit touch's mouth, to see if the creature reacted like normal. The god spirit touch had been lying in the same spot ever since consuming Hansen's blood. It didn't react to the man's blood, at all. It was like it had become too old and numb to move a muscle. It really is growing feeble in its old age? The man put his face close to the creature, staring at it in shock. It has lived long enough. It has lived longer than most ordinary god spirit touches. Its aging was to be expected, eventually, Exquisite said. We cannot conduct the test now, the man said quietly. I don't have another god spirit touch nearby. It looks like we will have to go back and request another one. Then, we can take the test. Stop testing him. I've decided to make him my silkworm, so it doesn't matter what armor talent he has, Exquisite said icily. But... The man started to say something, but Exquisite swiftly cut him off. I don't have time for this. I can decide who I want to be my silkworm, and look, I have made my decision. The man opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Eventually, he smiled and said, if you have made your decision to accept this boy as your silkworm, then that is fine. In that case, let us proceed to the altar. After that, the man led them the remainder of the way. They continued on up the mountain. When they reached the palace that rested on the mountaintop, the man turned and said, Exquisite, I will be waiting for you outside. If you need anything, please just ask. Second brother, please take care of this child. I like this child, so do not upset her, Exquisite said while looking at Bauer. Don't worry, Exquisite. I will take care of her, the man quickly assured her. Bauer, wait for me here, and don't be a naughty girl. Okay? Hansen put Bauer down. With Bauer's personality and power, it wouldn't go well for the man if he tried anything. I'll be very nice, Dad, Bauer said, looking sweetly up at Hansen. Hansen stroked her head and went to the hall with Exquisite. After they entered the hall door closed behind them. Hansen couldn't see hide nor hair of anyone else in the hall. There was an altar at its end, however, and the sight of it prompted him to ask, that second brother seems different from the other people here. Exquisite continued walking toward the altar, but on her way, she said, the children of the very high are separated into 2 groups. One group suffers the very high sense, whereas the others can practice the Geno arts they truly fancy. Brother Bishi and I studied the very high sense. Second brother Liu studied something else. Why do you have to be separated? Hansen asked with curiosity. Exquisite twitched slightly, but she pretended it was nothing. Practicing the very high sense gradually removes our ability to feel emotions. That can harm our breeding capabilities. Now Hansen understood why they had to be separated. It was so their bloodline could continue. Otherwise, if all of the very high transformed themselves into emotionless machines, they probably wouldn't reproduce at all. The race wouldn't have lasted very long in that case. Hansen raised his head. The altar ahead looked a bit strange. There was a large platform that held a large furnace in its center. Aside from that, the altar was bare. Put a drop of your blood into the furnace, Exquisite said. She held out her finger and dropped her blood into it. Hansen had known this was coming. Sky Palace leader had told him what to expect. He lifted his own finger and quickly supplied the furnace with a drop of his blood. When the jade furnace took in the 2 drops of blood, it lit up. It began to glow with a shifting cosmic light, and something inside the furnace began to rumble. Hansen looked at the jade furnace with curiosity. He couldn't see what was inside it, but the light and presence of the furnace were enough for him to tell that it was stuffed with knowledge about the universe. As the light grew stronger, it began to gather on the carving on the front of the furnace. The engraved symbols were shaped into a rough triangle. The light continued to shift restlessly, and the engraving glowed brighter and brighter. And then, the light within the furnace dimmed as it all rushed into the engraving. When the triangular symbol burned like a sun, Exquisite said, "Put your hand against that symbol." "Which hand?" Hansen asked with a blink. "It is up to you," Exquisite said. "Men go left, women go right. In that case, I will use my left hand." After that, Hansen placed his left hand on the triangular symbol. Hansen felt as if he had pressed his hand against red-hot steel. Hansen jerked his hand away, and when he did, the light on the jade furnace's engraving vanished. A shining triangle was now branded on his left hand. When the burning sensation disappeared, the triangle vanished as well. Hansen could no longer find any trace of it on his skin. "Is that it?" Hansen looked at Exquisite with curiosity. "Yes, it is done," Exquisite answered with a nod. Hansen knew that at this point, Exquisite should be able to feel what he felt and read his mind. His mind should have been an open book to her. So, he started imagining stuff to test it. In a split second, Exquisite blushed and shouted, "Stop. It looks like you really can read my mind," Hansen said while looking at Exquisite. "It's good that you know. Don't ever think of things like that again," Exquisite said, feigning calmness over what she had just seen. The silkworms of other races might not have known they were being watched by the Very High, but it wasn't surprising that the Sky knew about this, though. After all, the Sky and the Very High were once part of the same family, and the Very High had never tried to hide the fact that they spied on their silkworms. So, Exquisite didn't think it was strange that Hansen knew about this. "Let's go. I will help you practice here in Outer Sky. How many resources you receive over the course of the next 4 years will depend on how well you perform." Exquisite turned and walked out of the palace. "Is that it?" Hansen asked her with some curiosity. "Well, what else did you expect?" Exquisite asked. "Don't we need to meet with some supervisors and go through additional registration procedures or something?" Hansen was confused. Since they had arrived, the only other Very High he had seen was Second Brother. And Second Brother probably wasn't an important figure amongst the Very High. His rank was certainly not as high as Exquisite's, that was for sure. There is no need for any of that. Now that you've entered Outer Sky, your movements will be watched keenly by the leader. Since no one has come here to stop you, that means our leaders have given you their approval. You can now be my silkworm and practice here in Outer Sky. The way the Very High do things is quite different, considering that they were the #1 race in the universe. The Very High were conducting themselves very casually. But when Hansen thought about their relaxed attitude a little more, he realized that he should have expected it. The Very High were incredibly powerful, but there weren't many of them, and they had no interest in mixing their blood with the blood of another race. Plus, after they practiced the Very High sense, they lost their ability to care about things. Based on what he knew of the Very High, this process was proceeding logically. After Hansen left the hall, he found Bauer and Second Brother, Li Yuzhen, chatting. It seemed that they were getting along rather well. That was a surprise. Li Yuzhen wanted to accompany Exquisite, but she refused. He didn't push the subject further, and so he promptly took his leave. They reboarded Exquisite's small ship and began flying east, away from the heavenly-looking palace. Bauer, what were you talking to Li Yuzhen about? Hansen didn't believe Bauer would have been nice enough to engage Li Yuzhen in idle conversation unless there was something she wanted. It was nothing much. He is nice. He promised me a lot of fun toys, Bauer said with a blink. Why would he suddenly give you things? Hansen asked. He said that if I tell him more about Sister Exquisite, he will bring me more stuff to play with, Bauer naively explained. Hansen thought about this, and he had a guess. If Li Yuzhen is one of the people responsible for ensuring the existence of future generations of very high, then he probably wants to. When Hansen thought of that, Exquisite's face hardened. She stared at him and said, "Don't even think about it. He has zero chance." Hansen shrugged his shoulders. He knew his assumption had been correct. The ship traveled for 100,000 miles before they stopped atop a little peak. That mountaintop had a wooden building and pavilion. It looked rather tidy. He thought it must have been where Exquisite lived. Exquisite set Hansen up inside the wooden building, then left. Once Exquisite was completely gone from sight, Hansen pulled something out of his pocket. Sky Palace Leader had given it to him. It was a small jade figure that was around the size of his hand. Sky Palace Leader said that once she is some distance away from me, Exquisite's ability to monitor me will weaken or perhaps even disappear entirely. The distance must be considerable, though. That is what Sky Palace Leader told me. She probably can't read my 7 senses now, right? Hansen tried not to think. Keeping his mind as empty as possible, he lifted the small jade figure in his left hand. The small jade figure came to life with light. The light wasn't actually coming from the small statue, though, it was coming from Hansen's hand. The triangular brand on his hand was glowing, and it slowly began to twist into the shape of the jade figure. I can't believe Sky Palace Leader came through with this. It really does work. Hansen looked at the outline of the statue that was now shining from his hand. The sight of it made him ecstatic. Hansen had no idea what the small jade figure actually was. Sky Palace Leader had told Hansen how to use it, but he hadn't bothered to explain exactly how the device worked. In truth, the small jade figure was a magical device that worked a little like a video camera. However, instead of merely recording visual information, the device captured data from each of Hansen's 7 senses. Once he pressed the statue against the triangular brand on his hand, Exquisite was no longer able to sense what Hansen was currently feeling. Instead, she was now experiencing a recorded loop of sensation. The information that Exquisite could learn now were all things that Hansen was fine with her knowing. Hansen had recorded a lot of content into the statue, most of which were the sensations that he experienced while he practiced. If Exquisite wasn't actually watching him in person, she would assume that he was training. Let's see how this works. As Hansen held the small jade figure, he recorded more of his own thoughts and senses. It was very difficult for a human to control their emotions perfectly, but Hansen had some experience in doing so. He thought for a moment, then started making a new recording. He thought to himself, Lady Exquisite is so beautiful and cute. And she is so kind. She is the best woman I have ever known. Although I can't be friends with her, as long as I am able to keep protecting her, it is enough. After the recording, Hansen double-checked how it would come across. He made sure all of the recordings were positive and presented him in a good light. Then, he put away the small jade figure. If Exquisite was spying on his 7 senses, all she would see was the content that Hansen had recorded. Hansen could choose what he wanted Exquisite to see. Of course, if they were face to face, Hansen could set the small jade figure to run in sync. That way, he could keep Exquisite from growing suspicious. Right now, Sky Palace Leader's plan seemed to be working. But Hansen couldn't be entirely certain. If Exquisite managed to figure out what he was doing, he would have to find another method of shielding his mind. As Hansen waited for Exquisite to return so that he could see if his attempts to protect his mind were succeeding, something suddenly flew in through his window. Hansen was shocked. At first, he thought it was some kind of xenogeniac. Otherwise, why would it have come in through the window instead of the door? Hansen leaned closer to the beetle-like bug that had flown in through the window. It was the God Spirit touch that Hansen had seen in Half-Life Fate. He instantly sighed in relief. He knew the God Spirit touch couldn't attack, so he wasn't too afraid. Why did it come here? Hansen wondered. The God Spirit touch flew in front of Hansen, and Hansen reached out and closed his hand around the bug. It didn't try to evade Hansen's hand. It seemed to accept him. Psi. Psi. The God Spirit touch settled itself in Hansen's palm, then flapped its wings and made some strange noises. It seemed like the little creature wanted to tell him something. As Hansen was wondering what the God Spirit touch wanted, he suddenly received a thought. Give me a few more drops of your blood. Hansen was shocked. He had encountered a God Spirit touch before, so he knew that they were capable of basic communication. This God Spirit touch was far stronger than the last one he had seen, though. In Sky Palace, the thoughts of Bishi's God Spirit touch had been blurry and undefined. Hansen had experienced the creature's thoughts more as feelings than as direct communication. But the mind of this God Spirit touch was very clear, as if it was speaking directly into his ears. Why would I give you a few drops of my blood? Hansen looked at the God Spirit touch he was cradling in his hands with great interest. Swap, the God Spirit touch's voice said into Hansen's mind once more. This God Spirit touch really can communicate. If they live long enough, they can evolve, it seems. This guy was around when the Very High Alpha was alive. It must have traveled the entire universe with the Very High Alpha. It really is special. Hansen was shocked. What do you want to exchange? Hansen asked. Follow me, the God Spirit touch said. It then flapped its wings and soared out of the wooden building. Carrying Bauer, Hansen spared no time in following the little bug. He was keen to see what the God Spirit touch was offering in trade. Exquisite had warned him not to leave the mountain. If he left it, he could be in danger. But that didn't stop him from following the God Spirit touch. Besides, as long as he didn't go too far, there was no reason for him to be afraid. The God Spirit touch flew extremely fast. It was faster than Senator Hansen summoned all his power as he struggled to keep up with it. They flew for most of the day. The God Spirit touch didn't fly in a straight line either. It zigzagged and flew every which way. Its erratic flight patterns seemed to indicate that it was very afraid of something. Many deified xenogeniacs roamed freely across outer sky, and Hansen was worried he might run into some of them. If he encountered a deified that was transmutation class or above, he would be unable to fight it. His worries were put at ease after a while, though. On his way, he didn't notice any such xenogeniacs. The only xenogeniacs he spotted were weaker ones that wouldn't pose as much of a threat. In the end, the God Spirit touch came to a stop in a valley. Hansen could see that the valley was lush and verdant. There was a lot of vegetation there, including a large bamboo forest. The bamboo was a rich green that seemed to shine like jade. The God Spirit touch flew into the bamboo forest, and Hansen pursued. They came to an empty field in the middle of the bamboo forest, and in that field there was a patch of small white flowers. When Hansen drew closer, he noticed that the little white flowers were far from ordinary. They looked like flower fairies that were clad in white robes. Their tiny faces were lovely, and when Hansen looked closer, he could even see their little eyelashes. But those flower fairies all had their eyes closed. It was difficult to discern if they were truly living beings. The God Spirit touch flew through the clearing, flapping its wings hard enough to create a little breeze. When the breeze rustled the flowers, it roused the flower fairies to wakefulness. But when they opened their eyes, their bodies shook in the wind. They all squeezed together as if they were very afraid of something. I offer these in trade, the god spirit touch said as it landed near the flowers. Again, it had used its mind to communicate with Hansen. What are these things? Hansen looked at the white flowers that looked like fairies. He detected a powerful life force within each of them. Flower fairies, the god spirit touch answered. What do they do? Hansen asked. God king bees love them, the god spirit touch said through its mind again. What does that mean? Hansen didn't understand. You use them to attract god king bees. You are going to need them. While this god spirit touch's thoughts were much clearer than Hansen had expected, there were still limits to its communication abilities. It could say something simple, but explaining a complex subject was beyond the little creature. Hansen listened as the god spirit touch tried to explain. These fairy flowers could attract god king bees, and god king bees could somehow benefit Hansen. Of course, that was just what the god spirit touch believed. And Hansen had never even heard of a god king bee. Therefore, he couldn't be entirely sure that what the bug was suggesting would work. In exchange, how much blood are you asking for? Hansen asked, looking at the god spirit touch. 100 drops, the god spirit touch said in Hansen's mind. That is too much. How about 1 flower per drop? Hold on, let me count. There are 17 flower fairies, so I will give you 17 drops of blood. How is that for a bargain? Hansen asked, flexing his haggling chops. Hansen wasn't in a rush to get the flower fairies. After all, he wasn't sure what sort of benefit they would ultimately provide. He was, however, very interested in the god spirit touch. It knew outer sky very well, so there was a chance the creature would be quite useful sometime in the future. Forming a good relationship with it might come in handy later on. Sure, the god spirit touch answered with certainty. How do I use these things? Hansen asked, looking at the fairy flowers. Dig out the roots and take them with you, the god spirit touch answered. Will they die? Hansen looked at the white flowers that looked like fairies. He didn't want to hurt the beautiful creatures any more than he had to. No, but plant them in your yard when you get back, the god spirit touch said. Sure. Hansen rolled up his sleeves and got to gardening. He started digging up the flowers one by one. Blood, the god spirit touch requested, flying over and landing atop Hansen's hand. Hansen didn't hesitate. He squeezed out 17 drops of blood and let them pool in the palm of his hand. The god spirit touch fell on the blood like a hungry wolf. It gulped it all down, draining the 17 drops of blood instantly. The creature's crystalline body was dyed light red. It looked like an artwork made of pink crystal. Hansen dug all the fairy flowers from the ground. While there were 17 different flowers, their roots had grown together into a single mass. The root ball was about 30 centimeters wide. The fairy flowers trembled as he worked, looking scared. Don't worry. I don't want to hurt you guys, Hansen soothed them with a smile. Those creatures were very adorable. Even if they were edible, Hansen wouldn't want to eat them. The god spirit touch suddenly flew up and away from Hansen's hand. It landed on the ground and started digging, drilling into the soil next to the root ball. What are you doing in there? Hansen asked with curiosity. I am sleeping, the god spirit touch's voice said in his mind. The creature had already disappeared under the soil, so Hansen couldn't see it anymore. Hansen asked a few more questions, but he received no response from the god spirit touch. At that point, he knew that he needed to return to the wooden house with the fairy flowers. Exquisite must know how to make use of these fairy flowers. I'll have to ask her later. Hansen flew up out of the clearing, then turned and headed back to the mountain where the wooden house was. Before Hansen made it all the way back to the house, however, the small jade figure vibrated and lit up. That meant Exquisite was back in range. She could sense Hansen again. When Exquisite returned to the wooden house, she frowned. It seemed that Hansen had already left. The further away from her that Hansen was, the weaker her connection with him became. Now, she could only sense what direction Hansen had gone off in and get a faint feel for his current state of emotion. All Exquisite could tell was that Hansen was feeling happy. She couldn't really feel anything other than that. But if he felt happy, that meant he hadn't encountered any trouble. And that suggested she didn't have to worry about him too much. He is quite daring. He's just arrived in outer sky, and yet he has already run off so far on his own. Doesn't he realize how many deified xenogeneics there are roaming around? Even if he uses his deified treasures to bolster his power, it will still be hard for him to survive out there amidst those ancient monsters, Exquisite thought to herself. Hansen was getting close to the wooden house now, and as he approached, Exquisite was able to sense more and more about him. After an hour, she could sense that he was holding a bunch of flowers. But Exquisite could only feel and not see, which was a shame. She could sense how careful Hansen was being to hold the flowers without crushing them, but she couldn't see what he was seeing. So, she could only guess what he was holding by judging his sense of touch. Hansen's happiness ran through her. It seemed that he might have already discovered a treasure of some kind. Fairy flowers, Exquisite realized, when Hansen was finally close enough for her to detect what he was thinking about. Hansen had collected fairy flowers. He didn't know how to use them, though. So, he was bringing the flowers back to ask her what they were for. How is that possible? Exquisite couldn't believe Hansen had somehow managed to find fairy flowers. Those flowers were quite unusual. Many of the very high wanted fairy flowers, but the strange plants were incredibly rare. Hansen had only been in outer sky for 2 days, and already he had come across fairy flowers. This really was so weird. Since Exquisite still couldn't see Hansen with her own eyes, she didn't believe Hansen had discovered real fairy flowers, though. He must have been mistaken about what he had. But when Hansen appeared in her vision, Exquisite's eyes opened wide. Hansen was holding real fairy flowers, and not just one, but several. There were 17 individual flowers on the plant. Fairy flowers only opened a single bloom every 100 million years. There were 17 flowers here, so that meant the plant had been alive for 1.7 billion years. Across the whole history of the very high, 1.7 billion years wasn't very long. But it was very rare to find a fairy flower that had been growing for that length of time. Even if someone was lucky enough to find a fairy flower, it usually only had 2 or 3 blossoms. In the very high palace, there was a very old fairy flower that had 72 blossoms on it. That number of blossoms seemed to be the maximum that a fairy flower could achieve. The plant had never grown any further. That flower was called the Fairy King flower, and it was the very high's most important flower. Hansen's fairy flower had 17 blossoms. That wasn't a bad sum. If he was able to grow it and keep it alive, it could help him a lot. Why did you run out there all alone? Exquisite asked when Hansen had returned to the yard. I thought I'd go check out the neighborhood. And look, I found a strange bunch of flowers. Do you know what these things do? Hansen asked, holding out the fairy flowers as if he had just stumbled upon them. He didn't mention the trade he had conducted with the god spirit touch. Although Exquisite knew that Hansen wasn't saying something important, she still listened to what Hansen told her. Then, she answered, that is a fairy flower. If you can grow it, it could very well become a true god-class plant xenogeneic. But it grows incredibly slowly. It will only produce 1 flower every 100 million years. Once it has 72 flowers, it will become a butterfly. Whether it can become a true god after that will depend on its luck and power. After pausing, Exquisite looked at the plant in Hansen's hand and said, the plant you found has 17 flowers. It should be half deified already. If it produces 1 more blossom, it will become deified. 100 million years per flower? Right now, there isn't even another bud. I'm afraid I won't live long enough for it to grow its 18th flower, Hansen said with a sardonic smile. 100 million years was far too long for him to wait. No human had a lifespan that long. Maybe not. Fairy flowers don't show signs of their growth. When the time comes, a new blossom will simply sprout overnight. Maybe this plant is very close to having another flower already, Exquisite said. What use are the flowers, anyway? Hansen asked. After a moment of thought, Exquisite told him, the flower has multiple uses. It can be used to produce medicine, but unless the medicine was direly necessary, no one would use it for that purpose. Instead, people prefer to transplant the flowers into their own gardens. The presence of the fairy flower helps nearby plants and creatures to develop. Having a fairy flower in close proximity can also boost one's life force and add to one's lifespan. And, after a while, the fairy flower will attract god-king bees. That is what yields the greatest benefit. What benefit is that? Hansen quickly asked. After a god-king bee eats the nectar of a fairy flower, it will become drunk and slump down underneath the fairy flower, Exquisite said. It is about 10,000 times easier to take out god-king bees that way. If this plant can become deified and attract deified god-king bees, that would be fairly awesome. But I need one more flower before that happens. I don't know when it will grow that 18th flower, Hansen mumbled, his voice a little dull. He felt as if his luck was far inferior to the luck of others. He only needed one more flower. If he could attract deified god-king bees and kill them easily, that would be a great boost to his development. Exquisite could sense that Hansen was feeling a bit disappointed, and so she said unsympathetically, you can still attract half-deified god-king bees, which isn't too bad at all. It is a very good resource for you at your current level. I have a few Geno arts. Take a look and tell me if you want one. If you would like a different Geno art, feel free to tell me. Exquisite placed a few books down on Hansen's desk. Hansen picked up a few of the books and perused them. One of them, which Hansen had already practiced, was God's Wander. But Hansen hadn't known it was called God's Wander. He thought it was just a good space teleportation technique. Aside from God's Wander, there was an assortment of knife skills, punching techniques, and a Geno art called Very Real Body. Very Real Body was a Geno art that strengthened a practitioner's body. If he practiced it very well, he would be able to use his body to block any physical attack. Even deified elites wouldn't be able to harm him. Exquisite had obviously selected these Geno arts based on her interpretation of Hansen's character. They were all skills Hansen would be very good at. It seemed as if Exquisite had gone through a lot of effort to find them. Thank you very much. Hansen greatly appreciated her kindness. These are only what my silkworm deserves. You just need to keep practicing. If you are lacking anything, make sure to let me know, Exquisite coldly said. After pausing, Exquisite glanced at the text for Very Real Body and said, this copy of Very Real Body is only the basic version. It is suitable for people who haven't yet become deified. If you can become deified, I can get you the rest of this Geno art, and you can become deified with it. Very Real Body can be practiced all the way to butterfly class. It is a Geno art that reinforces your body. I noticed your body was strong, so I thought you might as well try it. Hansen agreed with her. He accepted the Geno arts she had brought him and planted the fairy flowers in the garden. He was going to wait until the god-king bees came, so he could kill them with ease. There are a lot of resources to be earned from outer sky xenogeneics, but they are very dangerous for ordinary students to obtain. This house will keep any deified xenogeneic from approaching within 1,000 miles. It is hard to say what will become of you if you leave that radius, however. If you are out by yourself and encounter danger, I'm afraid I won't be able to save you in time. So, if you want to go hunting for some reason, we should go together, Exquisite said. What kind of primitive deified xenogeneics around here can I hunt? Hansen asked. Since he was there, anyway, he wanted to acquire more deified resources. They are everywhere. Our people haven't raised them on purpose, but the creatures have multiplied on their own over the years. They don't bother the homes of the very high, but they can travel freely wherever else they wish to go. So, when you leave the designated safe zones, you must be wary wherever you tread. There are larvae and even butterfly xenogeneics to be found. A creature like that could end your life by exhaling in your direction, Exquisite said. Hansen was stunned. I thought there were resources I could take freely. Why are they that dangerous to obtain? If you want resources, you don't have to go and hunt them yourself. Our race has stockpiles for your enjoyment, Exquisite said. She now spoke in a different tone of voice as she looked at Hansen. What have they got for me? Hansen asked. Follow me, Exquisite said simply. She led Hansen out of the garden. But this time Exquisite didn't use her little ship. She put her hand on Hansen's shoulder, and all of a sudden, a space teleportation trick teleported them God knew how far. When they came out on the other side, Exquisite didn't release her grip on him. She used her teleportation ability again. She did this a dozen times before they came to a stop. Hansen saw beads of sweat on her forehead, and on top of that, her face was flushed red. It had cost her a lot of strength to bring him so far on a whim. We are here, Exquisite said, looking forward. Hansen followed her gaze. An odd lake lay before them. The lake was full of clouds rather than water. Hansen thought that the surface of the lake might merely have been obscured by a deep mist, but when he looked down, he realized he couldn't peer through the fog. Despite the strength of Hansen's vision, he couldn't see anything deeper than 10 meters. But all 10 of those meters were clouds and nothing more. There was no sign of water within that hanging mist. And something that shimmered was moving within the vapor. This lake is called Underworld Lake because outer sky resides between the real world and the antimatter world. It is sometimes said that this lake is a connecting point between the real world and the antimatter world, a way for us to access the antimatter world. I don't know if that is true, Exquisite explained, as she pointed towards the strange lake. No one has gone diving here before? Hansen asked with curiosity. He had heard the various theories of antimatter worlds, but what he had heard was merely hearsay. He didn't know if any of the rumors were true. People have gone in before, but the people who go down, no matter how strong they are, never return. They are never seen again, Exquisite said, her voice emotionless. Then why are we here? You aren't going to make me go down there, are you? Hansen looked at Exquisite, slightly alarmed. Exquisite laughed and said, No. Of course not. Although the underworld lake can be dangerous, it is perfectly safe as long as you don't go inside. You can, however, do things like go fishing. If you get lucky, you might pull something sweet from there. We can fish in the clouds? What can we fish for? I thought you said this is connected with the antimaterial world. Is the antimaterial world occupied by fish and shrimp, or something? Hansen asked, raising an eyebrow at Exquisite. Instead of answering, Exquisite pulled out a spool of silk-like wire and pushed it into Hansen's hands. Over the next few days, you should take a load off and fish here. Once you catch something, it will be easier for you to understand what is going on. Hansen looked at the spool of silk and noticed that the line was as thin as a hair. It looked gray. It wasn't as shiny as actual silk. In fact, it looked fairly dull. Hansen continued to examine the thread. This entire situation was strange. She hadn't given him a fishing rod, and there wasn't even a hook on the line. Not even Jiang Taigong would excel with such primitive tools. Although that guy hadn't had a hook for his line, he had a proper rod, at least. Hansen had been given nothing. All he had was a wire. There is no fish hook, and neither is there any bait. How am I supposed to fish out anything with this? Hansen asked, looking skeptically at Exquisite. But she must have had her reasons for giving him such a tool. Put some of your blood on it and give it a try, Exquisite instructed. Hansen put a drop of his blood onto the wire and thought to himself, is this the very high or an enclave of vampires? Everything here requires blood. Exquisite could sense what Hansen was thinking, and so she blinked and said, actually, it doesn't really require blood. It just needs your genes, in one form or another. Blood is the easiest, so. Hansen found himself speechless, but he wasn't in the mood to argue with her. The line absorbed Hansen's blood. And then, it jerked and flew up out of his hand. The line nestled itself amidst Hansen's hair, then disappeared. Hansen was shocked. He realized that there was now a single strand of silver in his hair. It was the silk he had just received. But now, the piece of silk seemed to be connected to Hansen's mind. The silk obeyed any mental instructions that Hansen gave it. It could be as long or as short as he commanded it to. It was as if it was alive. What is this thing? Hansen asked, turning to Exquisite once more. It is a xenogenic treasure, called underworld silk, Exquisite explained. It is made of cloud silk essence from Underworld Lake. There are no tiers of this item, and you cannot attack with it. Its fitness isn't high, either. Even an ordinary person could rip it with ease. But it is the only thing that can return from the Underworld Lake. You can use it to fish in Underworld Lake. Then why am I using my blood for fish bait? Hansen wasn't happy. Exquisite was explaining things a bit at a time instead of telling him everything up front. Hansen wasn't a big fan of that. You don't need bait. Your genes are a part of the Underworld silk now. Your presence is in it now, and that presence is your bait. After pausing, Exquisite went on to say, I still have things to do, and I'm needed elsewhere for a while. Until I come back, I expect you to be fishing here. Don't go too far from this place. There are far too many xenogenics in this area. They won't come to the shores of the Underworld Lake, so remaining here is the safest place for you. I would like to fish, too, Bauer said. She stared directly at Exquisite as she spoke. We only have one of these underworld silks to spare. I will bring you another one next time, Exquisite said to Bauer. Before Hansen could say anything, she used her space teleportation and vanished. Hansen's heart jumped. The underworld silk lengthened, stretching past his hand and down to his feet. It snaked its way down into the Underworld Lake. Can I really fish something out of there? Hansen looked at the strand of underworld silk that had now disappeared quietly into the Underworld Lake. Hansen had serious doubts about this. Hansen was a little bit curious. He sat down near where the underworld silk disappeared into the clouds, and he decided to wait and see what happened. But after he waited for a whole hour, the underworld silk hadn't moved an inch. He couldn't tell if it was working or not. Exquisite isn't trying to test my patience, is she? Hansen wondered to himself. And then, he looked at Bauer and said, Bauer, do you fancy doing some fishing? Yeah, I would like to, Bauer said with a nod. In that case, I will give it to you. Hansen handed over his underworld silk. Don't worry, Dad. I'm going to catch some super big fish for you, Bauer said. She had wanted to try fishing a long time ago, and now Hansen was making good on a long-awaited promise. Sure you will, Hansen said encouragingly, not wanting to crush her hopes. But inside, he was thinking, there is no hook and no bait. You won't be able to pull anything out of this lake. Do you really think you are Jiang Taigong, who can fish with nothing but a rod and line? Bauer had a stern and serious look on her face while she fished. Hansen, in the meantime, began to flip through the text for very real body. The knife skills and punching techniques were good. They were top-dog Geno arts for sure, but Hansen's knife skills and boxing talents were already high class. He only needed to briefly glance over the skills that Exquisite had brought him. There was no point in practicing them with any modicum of seriousness. Hansen had already trained in the use of God's Wander. He just needed to slowly reveal his proficiency with it to Exquisite. Hansen thought the very real body was extremely interesting, however. It was a skill that could reinforce his body, and at the same time, it could make his body into a weapon. Very real body had a high requirement for the practitioner's base level strength, though. Even ordinary deifieds might not have the requisite physical power for the beginner level of very real body. Hansen, on the other hand, had a body that was stronger than any half-deified. The power granted by his 4 Geno arts wasn't something ordinary creatures could match. So, fulfilling the requirements for very real body wasn't too difficult for him. In fact, this was the reason that Exquisite had given him very real body. An extreme body works as a blade. Once I learn this Geno art, I should be able to fight others of the same level, even if they're making use of a xenogenic weapon. That is pretty cool. After Hansen read through it once, he began to practice very real body. But it would take a very long time for Hansen to practice and become talented with this Geno art. This wasn't a task that he could accomplish in a day, and so Hansen wasn't in a crazy rush. He trained slowly, and he also practiced heart connection in the meantime. Hansen set the small jade figure into a fishing mode. Even if Exquisite turned her attention back to him, she would only sense him fishing. She wouldn't realize that it was Bauer doing the fishing for him. Bauer was still as serious about fishing as when she had begun. Hansen was surprised. He didn't expect that the normally rambunctious Bauer would be content to spend time with the slow, patience-testing, quiet art of fishing. What a shame. This fishing line seems entirely useless. Hansen thought Exquisite really was testing his patience. There was no way they would be reeling anything in. Dad. Dad. There is something on my line. Bauer suddenly shouted with glee. She held on to the underworld silk for dear life with those little hands of hers. No way. You've actually caught something? Hansen quickly looked at the underworld lake. He saw that the lake's mist was swirling around the underworld silk. The mist had grown more cloudy, as if there really was something down there moving about. Pull the line. Pull the line. Hansen ran behind Bauer and started reeling the underworld silk back with her. Whatever was on the other end was quite heavy, and Hansen was worried that the underworld silk might break. Fortunately, his worries didn't come to pass. The underworld silk remained undamaged as the two of them hauled it out. As more and more of the lake's mist was disturbed by the rising object, their excitement grew as well. Hurry up! Hurry up! We might have caught something big, Hansen was happily shouting. I want to eat grilled fish tonight, Bauer said. She licked her lips as her eyes became incredibly bright. The underworld silk was getting longer and longer. Hansen had no idea how deep the line had gone. He just kept pulling it in, hand over hand. Suddenly, Hansen and Bauer felt as if something on the other end of the line had torn loose. The line snapped back toward them like a broken rubber band. The two of them had been pulling their hardest when they were suddenly sent rocketing back into the ground. Bauer shot into Hansen's chest. And then, the two of them saw something emerge from the lake with the underworld silk. It arced beautifully through the air overhead, then landed next to them with a ringing noise. The two of them turned their heads, quickly. They saw a giant gold sword sticking out of the ground, every inch of it gleaming in the light. Holy crap! Aren't we fishing? Why did we just reel in a giant sword? Hansen looked at the giant, luxurious sword with shock. The enormous sword gave Hansen the feeling he was looking at something owned by a rich person. The whole thing had been made of gold, and it looked incredibly heavy. It was about 1.5 meters long, and the blade was 1 foot wide. It looked like a small door. There were some engravings carved into the sword. There was the depiction of a phoenix, and there were jewels embedded in the metal. The sword looked very luxurious, especially the center of the handle, which held a fist-sized, gold jewel. Hansen had seen a lot of weapons in his time, but he had never seen a weapon that looked so opulent. How can you fish up something like this? Hansen mumbled as he stood up. He walked in front of the big gold sword. He reached for the handle, to see what sort of weapon it was. Pang! Just as Hansen's hand touched the pommel, the brilliant gold sword shone brightly. Hansen felt as if an electric current was coursing through him. His entire body was hurled through the air. He rolled for 100 meters before coming to a stop. Oh no! It's a deified treasure. Hansen lifted himself off the ground. His whole body was covered in ash, and blood dripped from his mouth. He looked happy, though. Despite his remarkable fitness, the blade had still been able to toss him away and deal that much damage with a single touch. It was definitely a deified treasure. Any item of a lesser rank couldn't possess that much power. You can fish up deified treasure from here? Seriously? Hansen ran back to the luxurious sword. He still couldn't believe what he was seeing. Hansen stared at the gleaming sword, and he finally accepted that Exquisite hadn't just been testing his patience. There really were powerful treasures that could be pulled from this lake. Evidently, some of them were even deified. No wonder the very high are so strong. Deified treasures can be pulled from this lake. This cannot be real, surely. Hansen felt as if his heart was going to leap out of his chest. It had taken them half a day to obtain this deified treasure. If they fished there for a few months, they would be blinged up in all sorts of deified kit. But when Hansen went to take hold of the gold sword again, the luxurious weapon bounced him away again. Hansen used all his power to try and hold it, but alas, he could not. However, when Bauer touched it, the beautiful gold sword seemed to rest comfortably in her hands. And it even became smaller. It shrank until it seemed perfectly suited to her diminutive size. This cannot only be used by the person who fished it up, surely. After Hansen thought of this, he threw his underworld silk into the lake again. He watched the underworld lake and thought, come on, baby. Give me a big gold sword, too. I don't mind if it makes me look rich. When the potential reward was high enough, Hansen could be a very patient man. He squatted down near the lake, and he didn't move for half the day. In fact, in all that time, he didn't even blink. He was hoping he would be able to fish something out. Bauer spun her gold sword around, playing with it casually. But after a while, she grew tired of the weapon. She put it away inside her little gourd. She returned to Hansen's side with her hand on her jaw. She watched him fish. Hansen was very jealous of her ability to use the gold sword, but there was nothing he could do about it. It was similar to when he needed to make use of wind string. He had been able to fire the legendary bow, but he preferred using the 6-core snake bow due to its adherence to his will. Are big gold swords the only thing that this lake contains? Hansen wondered. He didn't think things would be that simple, though. If it was that easy to obtain deified treasures, the very high wouldn't have been beaten by sacred long ago. While Hansen was in deep thought, he felt his underworld silk twitch. The vibration ran gently through his fingers. I've got something. Hansen jumped. He quickly yanked the underworld silk back and began reeling it in. It didn't, however, feel as heavy as last time. There was little resistance, so whatever it was had to be lighter. Hansen thought to himself, it doesn't seem like it is another giant sword. Could it be a dagger instead? Or maybe an arrow? It has to be something. If it's a smaller item, maybe I can use it with my 6-core snake bow, at least. Bauer happily helped Hansen pulling the line in. With the two of them working together, it wasn't long until they had brought their catch out of the mist. Just like the last time, when they pulled something out of the lake, it felt as if an elastic band had been broken. The underworld silk suddenly bounced up. Hansen was prepared this time, however. He stood solidly and didn't fall over. He stared at what was attached to the underworld silk this time. What is this? Hansen saw an old piece of yellowish paper on the end of the line. He reached out his hand and pulled the paper free. When he brought it closer to his face, he confirmed that the piece of paper was exactly what it looked like. This underworld lake is so weird. How can I fish out paper? Hansen opened the old, wrinkled paper. He noticed that there was a drawing on it. Hansen almost coughed up lots of blood upon seeing what was inside it. He quickly closed it and pushed Bauer's head away. He was not going to let her see the illustration. What the hell? What is this? Why did I fish out porn? Hansen felt depressed. Bauer had fished up a deified xenogeneic treasure, whereas Hansen had pulled out a pornographic image. It was very beautiful, he had to admit. He only looked at it once, but his nose almost bled. It seems as if what can be fished up isn't fixed. If people could just randomly fish up deified treasures, the very high would be very rich. Hansen thought this was to be expected. But if there was still a chance of fishing up deified treasure, then Hansen wasn't about to miss the opportunity. So, he lowered the underworld silk and went back to patiently waiting. This time it took a much shorter time before the line twitched again. It had only been an hour when the underworld silk began to move. Hansen was so happy, and he pulled the line. Bauer came over to help, and so they reeled in their freshest catch together again. As the two of them worked, Hansen prayed, "Give me a deified treasure. Give me a deified treasure." Bo! Something came flying out of the lake. When Hansen saw it clearly, his face almost collapsed. It looked like another sheet of paper. It looked similar to the last one he had brought up. Indeed, when Hansen took the catch in his hands, it was the same old, yellow paper. He gripped Bauer's head and moved it away. He opened the old sheet of paper to reveal another pornographic image. But this was different from the last one. The people depicted were the same as before, but they were doing things in a different position. Holy crap! Is this whole thing a comic? Hansen felt depressed. Dad, I want to fish, too, Bauer said, as she looked at Hansen. Sure, it can be your turn to try. After Hansen put down the underworld silk, he passed it to Bauer. Bauer gave him a pleased grin. She took the silk and squatted near the lake's edge. She stared at the lake intently, as if she was afraid of missing this opportunity to fish. Hansen went back to researching the Geno arts he had been given. He was still interested in fishing, but he had received 2 pornographic images in a row. So, he was no longer in the mood. Very Real Body was a high-class Geno art. Hansen followed the teachings and practiced with it. The cells in his body grew numb, as if electrical currents were zapping them. It was a sensation that surged through him from the tips of his toes to the top of his head, reaching into every nook and cranny within him. But the effect was still very weak. It would take a long time to practice, but over time, he should be able to turn his own body into a dangerous weapon. Dad, I got something. Bauer shouted, interrupting Hansen's practice. Hansen helped Bauer reel the line in. It felt so very heavy this time, and it had Hansen thinking, another beautiful, enormous sword? Dad, I wonder what I got this time? Bauer babbled in excitement. She didn't really care about procuring more items for herself, but the mystery of what she might pull out of the lake was tantalizing. She was like a gambler, riding the lightning for all the life and death excitement she could find. Pull it out and you'll find out. Hansen kept tugging, and before long, they yanked the catch out. The thing that emerged from the mist arced above them like a rainbow and fell toward them, shining like a piece of the sun itself. Hansen couldn't see what it was due to the intense gleam, but he could feel that it possessed a scary presence. He didn't dare touch it, and he pulled Bauer aside. Pang! That shining thing landed on the shore. Once it hit the ground, the light grew dimmer. Hansen could look at it safely now. He discovered that the item wasn't as big as he initially thought. It was actually rather small. It was curved like a rainbow, and there were 3 gems shaped like a sun, moon, and star embedded within it. It looked very pretty. What is this? Hansen asked, his voice confused. It is a beautiful hair clip. Bauer happily picked up the item and put it in her hair. She turned around, looked at Hansen, and asked, "Dad, does it look good?" "Yes, it looks very nice," Hansen said while staring at the hair clip. "A hair clip? It looks like you can fish anything out of this lake, but judging from the power inside it, this item is rather extraordinary. It seems rather easy to get grand treasures from this lake." Hansen was so tempted. He told Bauer, "Bauer, how about we take turns fishing?" Bauer had received a beautiful hair clip. She was so happy. She nodded and gave Hansen the underworld silk. Hansen started fishing again. And he took turns with Bauer. The two of them created quite a ruckus as they fished. "Come out. Give me a treasure," Hansen was shouting. A piece of yellow paper came soaring out of the lake. "Ah, what is this?" "It looks so pretty," said Bauer's voice. "A piece of yellow paper." Bauer's excited voice. "A piece of yellow paper." Bauer's excited voice. The same process repeated itself over and over on the shores of the underworld lake. Hansen looked at the thick stack of yellow papers he had amassed. He wanted to cry. Those pornographic pictures he had fished up over the past few days were enough to compose an entire book. Aside from the yellow papers, he hadn't been able to catch anything. "Don't say that," he reminded himself. "These pictures look kind of like a comic." If it wasn't for Bauer being there, Hansen would have liked to examine them in greater depth. Hansen looked at the Bauer. Her experience fishing had been very different. She had managed to earn all sorts of things. Although they weren't all deified treasures, the things she had collected were all better than the yellow papers Hansen had received. "It looks like my luck hasn't been too good in recent times. Perhaps I should ask Mr. White to calculate my fortunes and find a way to heighten my luck," Hansen thought, considering various ways he might improve his situation. Just as it was Bauer's turn to fish, the small jade figure reacted. Hansen quickly pulled Bauer away and sat down on the lakeshore himself, pretending to be in the middle of fishing. Not long later, Exquisite teleported there. Exquisite walked over to Hansen and looked at him. She didn't see anything next to Hansen, and she said, "Don't worry. Underworld Lake is often like this. Sometimes it can take a couple of days to get something, other times it can take weeks. I asked you to come here to test your luck and give you some time to practice Geno arts." Hansen was shocked. Hearing Exquisite, it sounded as if it was supposed to take a number of days to fish something out. But he had always received something in half a day, at the most. The shortest time it had taken those two to fish something out was half an hour. The average, if he had to guess, was 2 to 3 hours. Hansen had been trying to think of a way to show Exquisite those yellow papers, but he didn't have to do that anymore. "It looks like there are no resources I can use for practice here," Hansen said, looking at Exquisite. Underworld Lake was magical, but he couldn't stay here if he was only pulling out old pieces of paper. He would rather kill xenogenics. "Don't rush anything just yet. Recently, my little sister has needed my help. I don't have the time to take you hunting. So, continue practicing here. If you have enough luck, maybe Underworld Lake will give you a pleasant surprise," Exquisite said with a smile. Hansen might have just been imagining things, but he noticed that when she spoke to him, even though she was still reserved, she tended to smile more and more. She was different from how she used to be. There was a surprise, but the surprise was so big, I wasn't sure how to take it, Hansen thought to himself. After a brief conversation with Hansen, Exquisite quickly walked away. She left a few items behind for Hansen to live off, and she also provided him with vials of Geno fluid. Hansen had actually brought his own, but he had forgotten to tell her. Hansen pulled a parasol out of Destiny's tower, and he also brought out a couple of sunbathing chairs. Hansen and Bauer settled themselves down comfortably on the shores of the lake to fish. As they did so, Hansen also set aside some time to research the Geno arts he had been given. The Geno fluids Exquisite had brought him weren't bad. They were good for his body, but Hansen had yet to find a way to make a breakthrough that would enable him to become half-deified. After another couple of days, Hansen gave up fishing. He let Bauer do things herself. He focused on practicing his Geno arts. Part of the reason he had given up was because he had continued to receive pieces of paper. It was pointless for him to continue. Whenever Bauer fished, she would retrieve something encrusted in jewels. Each item was ornately wrought and beautifully finished. But aside from the enormous gold sword and the hair clip, Bauer hadn't gotten any more deified treasures. Clearly, deified treasures weren't easily found. Since Bauer had already been able to get 2, though, that was still a fantastic result. Not everything she fished up was a high-level treasure. There were a few ordinary items in there. But whether they were high-class or low-class items, they all looked sovereignly luxurious. Suddenly, Hansen's eyes flashed. He picked up Bauer and pulled the underworld silk away from her. A minute later, he saw someone approach. It was second brother Liu Zhen, the man that Hansen had met when he first entered Outer Sky. Liu Zhen saw Hansen and Bauer behaving as if they were having a vacation, lying down on their sunbathing chairs with a parasol. There were many snacks and drinks on a table beside them. There was even a nuclear reactor mini-fridge. The sight made him frown. "Exquisite brought you here to practice, not to have a vacation," Liu Zhen said coldly. "What has it got to do with you?" Hansen continued to lounge on the sunbathing chair. He didn't get up, and he didn't even spare the other man a glance. Liu Zhen's face looked cold. He stared at Hansen for a while. Without saying another word, he went to the other side of the lake. He pulled out an underworld silk from his head of hair. It looked as if he had come there to fish as well. If most people of another race spoke to Liu Zhen like that, he would have reacted poorly. But Hansen was already exquisite silkworm. There was nothing he could do to Hansen. That was one of the very high's established rules. Even if a silkworm committed a crime, it was the master of the silkworm that had to deal with it. If Liu Zhen fought Hansen there, he wouldn't simply be fighting Hansenator, he would be humiliating exquisite. That was why Liu Zhen didn't do anything. With Liu Zhen being there, though, Hansen couldn't allow Bauer to fish for him. So, he fished on his own the whole time. Hansen's situation was still mostly the same, though. He still reclined in his sunbathing chair. He tied the underworld silk to his finger, so he could sense movement the moment it happened. Hansen then turned his attention back to reading through the Geno arts. He didn't have to look at his line, though. He knew it was only a matter of time before he received another yellow piece of paper. Of course, an hour later, something pulled at his line. He pulled it out of the mist, revealing another sheet of paper. Liu Zhen glanced over when he saw that Hansen had received something. It was just an old piece of paper, though, so he ignored Hansen and carried on fishing. With Liu Zhen being there, Hansen felt uncomfortable. When there was no one, exquisite could not feel him, and he was able to do anything he wanted to. If he disobeyed exquisite's wishes while someone was there to tattle on him, however, he could risk getting into trouble. Plus, Liu Zhen had seen what Hansen had pulled out of the lake. Now, he could no longer hide what he had retrieved. If exquisite wanted to read the pages, he would have to let her see them. What is this guy doing here? Hansen couldn't think of a way to get the man to leave, and he couldn't leave himself. He had to continue fishing. After half the day, Liu Zhen felt as if something was amiss. In that short period of time, Hansen had pulled 3 things out of the lake. They all looked like old sheets of paper. Hansen was operating at a remarkably efficient catch rate. When Hansen pulled out his 3rd piece of paper, Liu Zhen put away his underworld silk and walked in front of Hansen to look at the other man's catch. "Let me see those papers." "Why should I let you see them?" Hansen asked, his voice relaxed and unhurried. He casually rolled up the paper, then turned a cold glance on Liu Zhen as he spoke. Liu Zhen looked at Hansen with disdain, then chuckled darkly. "You are with the very high now." "Yes." "And?" Hansen's face remained expressionless. Liu Zhen wasn't annoyed. Instead, he smiled and said, I just want you to know that if a very high asks something of you, you cannot say no. Oh, yeah? I just said it. What are you going to do about it? Hansen said. Hansen thought Liu Zhen was going to fight him, but it didn't seem like Liu Zhen was going to go that far. He just continued to stare coolly at Hansen, and then, the third eye in his forehead opened. His black and white pupils looked like a Tai Chi yin-yang symbol. That black and white symbol began to spin. It looked like some invisible light was brewing within it. His gaze now looked as if it could see through everything, and it made Hansen frown. Liu Zhen looked into Hansen's yellow piece of paper. With a disdainful look, he said, I thought you had pulled up something nice, but it's just a pornographic picture. I overestimated you, clearly. After that, Liu Zhen went back to ignoring Han Senator. He returned to his fishing spot and continued with the task. It was a coincidence. Liu Zhen sat there and fished for a while. But later on, his underworld silk began to move. It shook a lot, and it appeared as if something big was on the other end. Liu Zhen quickly pulled the line. He tried his hardest to tug it out, but the thing seemed heavy. Pang! After 10 minutes of wrestling with the submerged foe, Liu Zhen managed to pull out an item from beneath the mist of the lake. The object bounced right out of it and landed on the shore. Hansen couldn't help but look at it. He saw a big gold sword that was similar to the one Bauer had retrieved. It looked a lot rougher around the edges, though. It also seemed to lack the jewels. It was just a big gold sword that was missing its luxurious touches. Liu Zhen looked at the big sword with excitement. He spoke to himself, saying, Gold slash. Is this the deified gold slash? The seventh uncle was right. My luck has finally turned around. He picked up the big gold sword with a look of unbridled joy. He was extremely fond of his new catch. And after goofing around with it for a while, he decided to end his day of fishing. He put his underworld silk away and started to leave with the golden sword in his hand. When he passed by Hansen, Liu Zhen looked at him. He acted as if he was talking to himself, but the words of poison were obviously meant for Hansen to hear. This is the luck that separates you from I. You can only fish up that useless and dirty pornography, while I get deified treasures. Really? Your piece of crap sword is a deified treasure? Hansen said with a laugh. Such an ignorant kid you are. Gold slash is an obscenely rare treasure to fish up from the underworld lake. It is deified at the very least. Although it is a primitive treasure, it is much better than your dirty pictures, Liu Zhen said with a cold laugh. That means there are higher level gold slashes to be found, right? Hansen asked. Of course there are. One of our leaders managed to obtain a butterfly-class gold slash, but that doesn't matter to you. Carry on fishing up your useless, dirty porn. Haha. Liu Zhen held his sword proudly and laughed as he wandered off. He laughed in mockery. Hansen couldn't be bothered with the man. He thought to himself, it looks like the sword Bauer got was also a gold slash. But it is obvious that Bauer's is of a higher class. Which class it is has yet to be determined, though. After Liu Zhen left, Hansen felt a lot more comfortable where he was. It felt good to have no one watching him again. He planned to fish one more item out of the lake, then let Bauer carry on while he went back to practicing with his Geno arts. Not long later, Hansen felt the underworld silk move. Something had latched onto the line. Hansen thought it would just be another yellow paper, but the item he pulled up was black. It wasn't the same yellow paper as before. Has my luck taken a change for the better? Hansen's heart jumped. He quickly grabbed the black thing to take a look at it. When Hansen picked it up, a chill ran through him. This new item was also a sheet of paper, but it was black this time, and it was much thicker than the yellow sheets he had previously retrieved. Am I going to collect 7 different colors of paper before I move on? Can I summon a dragon along with it? Hansen complained, turning the paper over so he could check it out. Hansen had a look, and the sight made him freeze. This new piece of paper was indeed quite different. The thick black parchment appeared to be the cover of a book. Furthermore, there were 3 words written on the front. Xian Yellow Sutra. This cover cannot be a cover for all of those yellow papers, can it? Hansen was shocked. He flipped it over and had a look at all the small words inside the cover. If the man is in chaos, the sky and the earth will be in chaos. And the sky and the earth will turn yellow. Hansen was shocked. This line of words was the prologue of the Xian Yellow Sutra. This was definitely some sort of Geno art, but it didn't seem to have anything to do with the yellow papers he had collected. Maybe this isn't a cover for the yellow papers. Maybe it's meant for another book? Hansen thought the entire situation was strange. Hansen hesitated. While Bauer began fishing, he brought out all of the yellow papers and started to piece them together. He noticed all of the yellow pages had numbers. So, Hansen arranged them in order of their numbers. There were many missing pages, however. The highest number was 254, but Hansen only had 20 pages in total. Hansen put them down next to the Xian Yellow Sutra and noticed that their size was a perfect fit. Still, he couldn't be sure if the cover was really meant for his yellow papers. Hansen thought this was a bit weird. He looked at the contents of the yellow paper, and when he looked over them, he felt a strange sensation. He thought the pictures had merely been the doodles of some horny guy in ancient times, so he had never inspected them closely. But now that he noticed something. The people in the picture were covered in thin veins of blue and red. The small lines were very light. If Hansen hadn't decided to examine the papers closely, he wouldn't have noticed them at all. Few drawings were so realistic that they mapped people's veins and arteries. But after a thorough inspection, he realized they weren't blood vessels. The small, blue lines should have been meridians, and the red were likely the presents. Hansen was so shocked, and he thought to himself, this isn't a porn picture. It is a Geno art. But why would a Geno art look like this? It is easy to misunderstand it. Due to the fact that there were no descriptions or text, and Hansen was missing many more pages, he couldn't be entirely sure it was a Geno art. But regardless, his interest in it had been sparked. Hansen took the underworld silk away from Bauer. He continued fishing, and a little while later, he fished up another yellow paper.